Chapter 51:47. Tick. The crisp sound of raindrops gradually sounded. The raindrops gradually became denser, changing from drizzle to torrential rain. For a while, there was heavy rain in the entire great wilderness, which made some monarchs or dying immortals in the periphery feel strange. Isn't this a great wasteland? How can it rain? A woman in gray said in surprise. Jin Wushuang and others raised their heads to look at the void. The rain turned out to be golden. Many people exclaimed. Could it be that Jin Wushuang followed a drop of rain with his hands and moved his eyes slightly? He actually saw a straight broken road from the rain. Yanli mobilized the rain around him, and a huge raindrop gathered in an instant. Jin Wushuang watched carefully, and there was still a broken road in the rain. When other people saw Jin Wushuang doing this, they all looked at Brother Wushuang. But what did they find? The woman in gray asked curiously. This is the Emperor. Jiyu is an ancient fairy who has lived countless times in the Chaos era. He received a cloud of rain and pinched a magic seal with both hands. The broken avenue in the rain was actually stripped out by him, and the others were surprised to see it. Master Jiyu is right. This is the Emperor's fall, and only the fall of the Emperor will make a world of golden rain fall. Jin Wushuang said with emotion. He once saw such a record in an ancient secret text. In the endless years of Desiyu, the last time the emperor fell was when Jin Wuyang killed dozens of emperors in the Wangu era, causing golden rain to rain in the Desiyu. However, the rain recorded at that time was not as great as this time. This shows that the number of emperors who have fallen in the great wilderness this time exceeds the number that Jin Wuyang killed in Wangu, or that a certain top emperor has fallen, comparable to dozens of emperors. Brother Wushuang is indeed very knowledgeable. This is indeed the emperor. I was fortunate to have seen it in the Wangu era of your Dasiyu. Jiyu was a little bit sorrowful. The scene of the last time he saw the emperor is still vivid. At that time he was the Dayan Immortal with the 9th rank consummation, and now it is Dayan Immortal bye-bye. However, he also became more affirmed of his own way. Weak strength will only be beheaded and turned into rain. Only strong strength can eternal immortality. He didn't pay much attention to the emperors of the 5th rank and 4th rank avenues, and he didn't even care about the 3rd rank avenue. He became famous early, and many of his contemporaries, Jinghang Tianjiao, became emperors, but they were all ordinary emperors, and they were not considered to be strong among the gods. He was the strongest of the same rank in the world of Tongtian Buddhism since he was weak, and it was not until Dianxian met the heavenly Ji Daojun of Dongyan realm that he understood the gap of the Great Avenue. At that time, he was the 9th Renaissance Yinxian on the 3rd stage Dao, and he met the 3rd level de Yinxian Tianji Dao of the Ultimate Road. One of them is the shocking Tianjiao of the Tongtian Buddha realm, and the other is the strongest emperor of the Dongyan realm. Even the emperor came to watch the battle between the two, and the heavenly Ji Daojun of the 3rd rank Dayan Immortal faced Jiyu of the 9th rank Dayan Immortal. The two of them ended in a tie at that station. 3 turns to 9 turns, and finally a tie. This result made the arrogant Jiyu unacceptable, and waited until his 9th turn to complete the challenge to the heavenly mystery Daojun again. In that battle, he completed his 9th turn, and heavenly Ji Daojun's 9th turn. There was no tie this time, and he was completely defeated. Tianji Daojun just used one move to defeat him. From then on, he began to deposit, and for many years he has been comprehending a secret method of ancient civilization on Tongtian Mountain. 10,000 ways or one. Jiyu whispered secretly. The ultimate way can't be realized by comprehension alone. According to the words of the Buddha Master Tongtian, he has no life. After that, the Buddha of Tongtian couldn't bear to see him fall forever, so he bestowed the secret law of unity of 10,000 ways to him. After embarking on the road of unity of 10,000 ways, he realized the feeling of strength that surpassed the strength of the same rank by countless times. He can feel that this way is not worse than the ultimate way, but it is more difficult to succeed than the ultimate way. So far, no one in the primitive universe can become the emperor of the unity of 10,000 ways. Maybe this secret method is only available to a few people. Maybe this way is impossible to succeed at all. But even if no one succeeded, he would go all the way, even if he couldn't become an emperor. He didn't want to be an ordinary emperor. It turns out that the emperor will also fall. The gray-clothed woman looked at the golden rain in the sky with surprise in her eyes. She is just an ordinary rank 9 Dian immortal, and the way she walks is only the 4th rank avenue, not even Daozi. At most she is an elite in their big world. In his opinion, as long as it is an emperor, it is the supreme being, and now it seems that she is short-sighted. Everyone had a lot of insights when looking at the golden rain, especially the broken avenue, which was of great help to their practice. This time they were not in vain. Beyond the edge of the wilderness, the group of people in the big dream world stopped. Taozu, what is this golden rain? Is it unique in the great wilderness? A big dream girl bathed in the rain and asked in surprise. Except for a few emperors who knew the truth, the other Dian immortals didn't know what was going on. After all, it was too difficult for the emperor to fall. Some emperors had never seen the scene of the emperors fall in their lives until they were beheaded. This is the emperor. Damning Daozu looked into the depths of the great wilderness, and he could feel that a terrifying battle had taken place there. Even he might have fallen in that battle. Outside the great wilderness at this time, many forces have gathered, but when they saw the emperors fall, they all stopped. Even the 4th Order Emperor did not dare to act rashly. Slowly, all forces began to gather and form a temporary alliance. The alliance was formed for 2 purposes only. One is the Temple of Fortune, which is also the goal of many people here, and the other is to contend against the ancient gods and several other pinnacle forces. The primitive universe, the 5 pinnacle forces, all have 5th Order Emperors. Although the deity of the 5th Order Emperor has gone to the long river of time and space, but with the 5th Order Emperor's clone, he still has the combat power of the 5th Order threshold, and these kinds of strength are simply not what they can contend. And now those 5th Order Emperors who are going to the long river of time and space are all rushing back. If they don't hug each other, they won't take any advantage in the Temple of Qishan. The role of the temporary alliance is to hold a group to keep warm, so as to compete with those 5th Order Emperors, and then share a piece of the pie. In 3 days, most of the forces in the eastern region, where the Great Division region is located, arrived, and the people from the Ion Tower, the strongest force in the eastern region, finally arrived. The Ion is the pinnacle power in the primitive universe. This power is formed by several higher worlds. Today, the power of the Ion is the personal disciple of the 5th Order Emperor Zhutian the Great. The 4th Order Emperor has several digits, and the 5th Order Emperor can't come out. He is one of the most powerful people in the entire primitive universe. Chapter 51-48. Emperor Zhutian has already become a 5th Order Emperor, and he has walked out of the primitive universe and traveled to the long time and space of Hanoi. Now that the Temple of the Gods is born, the power of the Ion has notified the Master as soon as possible, but even the 5th Order Emperor wants to go from time to time. It will take millions of years to drive back to the original universe in the Long River. Only let them go to the Temple of Fortune to explore the way first. The Wind and Rain Demon Lord. In the base camp of the Provisional Alliance, an old man with a terrifying aura flashed, and he went outside the Ion Tower. The origin of the name of the pinnacle force Ion is the towering tower in front of the old man. This is the eternal treasure obtained by the 5th Order Emperor Zhutian from time and space long Hanoi, and it is also refined by the legendary master of the universe. This kind of treasure will be jealous even if it is a 5th Order Emperor, because it is made by the legendary master of the universe and contains the cosmic avenue inside, which can understand one's own avenue and suppress all things. The tower is divided into 9 floors, and the 4th Order Emperor's wind and rain dominates, and can only display the strength of the 8th floor, and only the Emperor Zhutian can fully use the power of the Ion. Qishui, are you going to be an enemy of our Ion Tower? In the 8th floor of the Ion Tower, the wind and rain ruler in the blue robe shouted angrily. She is a rare female emperor among the 4th Order Emperors. Her delicate face often changes, and the weak emperor can't even see her real face. No way. A group of little guys look at the old man, and they have to pull me to be fair for them. The old guy, I can only stand up. Qishui Traveler smiled lightly. A lone traveler in the eastern region, his hometown world has long been shattered, and he has mastered a secret realm. Although he has not mastered the realm, his strength is a genuine tier 4 top emperor. Oh, if that's the case, it's going to be my enemy. Feng Yu Demon Lord's face gradually became cold. The reason why she was called the Demon Lord was also created by ruthless means. Back then, the emperors of the eastern region sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain and began to look for higher territories to take the opportunity to control. An emperor who achieved the second-tier road directly controlled a higher world within the Ion Tower's sphere of influence, and also killed the guards of the Ion Tower over there. In that era, the Fifth Order emperors stepped into the long river of time and space. The peak power was no longer guarded by the Fifth Order emperor. Many powerful masters or emperors began to leave the Ion. At that time, the Wind and Rain Demon was only a master of the higher world, and his strength was the Fourth Order is also commonplace, and the many strong inside the Ion are very dissatisfied. Since she was a direct disciple of Emperor Zhutian, although some people did not dare to make trouble on the surface, no one would follow her secretly. The peak strength did not have the Fifth Order Emperor personally suppressed, and it was on the verge of defeat in an instant. Internal pressure and external intrusions urgently needed the certification of her strength. It also happened that the Tier 3 top Emperor appeared, giving her an object of power. The Third Order Emperor first killed the Second Order Emperor who guarded the higher world, and then he began to control the higher world. Although there were many emperors in that era, there were still few emperors who were able to succeed in the second-class combination. Therefore, many of the higher worlds were without owners. As the pinnacle power, the Ion naturally took a fancy to the potential of the higher world. Take control of the surrounding high-level worlds in his own hands, and in the future have the control of the emperor within his own power. The Third Order Emperor is also extremely arrogant. After taking control of the higher world, he directly stepped into the Fourth Order Emperor and became the master. He believed that it was not bad for the Wind and Rain Demon and began to provoke the Ion. In his own dojo, the Fourth Order Emperor who dominated the high world was already the ceiling at that time, and even in the Ion, there were only 3 masters. But Wind and Rain Demon Lord alone manipulated the Ion Tower to enter the higher world. No one knew what happened inside, but when Wind and Rain Demon Lord came out, the interior of the higher world was in ruins, so don't destroy a higher world. Since that time, no one in the Ion Tower dared to make a second, and the Wind and Rain ruler has also become the Wind and Rain Demon. In the era of chaos in the eastern region, the emperor who died in her hands was no less than double digits. On the other hand, Chishui Walker is a lone ranger. From the Eastern Territory turmoil era to the present, there is nothing to come up with. Although his strength has reached the top of Tier 4, his prestige and fame are not great, but he is famous for sneak attacks. He has nothing to do with him. Concerned, there are hundreds of special lives in the secret realm that he controls, not even a family member. So he has always been aimless and happy. He has many enemies, but most of them will not seek revenge on him. After all, Barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes. Even if some superpower suffers a dark loss in his hands, he can only swallow this breath. However, this time Chishui became the leader of the temporary alliance and directly provokes the peak strength, which still surprised the Wind and Rain Demon Lord. Chishui Walker was barefoot, wearing a tattered robe like an old beggar, but no one dared to look down on his strength. Wind and Rain, don't speak so absolutely. The birth of the Temple of Chishin is a gift of the supreme rule. No one can enjoy it exclusively, even the Fifth Order Emperor can't. Chishui Traveler changed his normal, and his face was serious. In the Ion Tower, the Lord of Wind and Rain stood in front of the tower window, looking at the proud and empty Scarlet Water Walker, frowning. Chishui, this old immortal thing. A Third Order Emperor's teeth tickled. They are among the pinnacle forces, the closest to here. They have the most hope for this opportunity of the Temple of the Gods. At this time, a temporary alliance has suddenly appeared, gathering half of the superpowers in the eastern region, even if they are the pinnacle forces. But before the Fifth Order Emperor returned, they couldn't take advantage of the temporary alliance. In the turbulent times, this old guy was lobbying around alone, causing a lot of wars, and now there are people who believe him. You think those people are fools, they are just using each other. The temporary alliance gathered half of the powerhouses in the eastern region, and all of them were human spirits. There were more than 10 Fourth Order Emperors alone. With so many powerhouses, They elected Qishui as the leader, obviously because they were afraid that the Fifth Order emperors would return in the future. Implicated in yourself. Qishui is different. He is a lone traveler. It's a big deal to wait for the return of the Fifth Order emperor. He just lifts his pants and runs away. His Lone Ranger doesn't need any territory, and he can mix in that universe. Forget it. At the moment, it is still dominated by the Temple of Qishan. If we drag on the other powerhouses, they will come together, but it will be even more unfavorable for us. The Wind and Rain ruler made up his mind, and his figure appeared outside the ion in a flash. Everyone in the tower didn't dare to say anything. Feng Yu Demon Lord was no longer the little girl who lived in the shadow of the master before. Qishui, I don't want to go to war with you. So let those who are acquainted with you, let us explore together. Chapter 51-49. Many powerhouses in the Provisional Alliance are also paying attention to this negotiation. If they are not hugged together, the Wind and Rain Demon Lord will care about them. Maybe the Ion will directly block the Great Wilderness, so that they can't get in. After talking for a while, the two top-tier 4 experts returned to their respective camps. Brother Qishui, how about it? Did Wind and Rain Demon Lord agree? Many emperors asked one after another. After all, this time the chance was bigger than anything else. In the turbulent era, the battle is for territory, but now it is the opportunity to be promoted to the Lord of the Universe. If you really become the Lord of the Universe and control the primitive universe, let alone invincible in the primitive universe, it is the existence of legends in the long river of time and space. Everyone, Feng Yu has agreed to explore the Temple of Qishan together. As for the chance, each has his own ability. Qishui Xingzhe said with a smile. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard it, and they were also afraid that the Ion Tower would stand head-on. Fortunately, Brother Qishui waited for me. Otherwise Wind and Rain Demon Lord wouldn't be able to let me explore the Temple of Qishan together. The goal of everyone was achieved, and Qishui Walker was also the superficial leader, and they complimented a few words. Everyone, set out now and enter the great wilderness. Qishui Walker waved his hand, and a huge palace rose from the ground and appeared behind him. This palace is an ordinary treasure palace, which is good for everyone to gather together. It's not that they don't have a more powerful palace, but that no one dared to enter other people's supreme palace rashly. In case the supreme might be mobilized to suppress them all, it would be a big joke. If they are separated and they appear to be scattered, Qishui Traveler knows them best and takes the initiative to take out an ordinary treasure palace. Even a Tier 1 emperor can easily break the palace defenses. This will bring everyone together and look like a force. However, this palace also has shortcomings. That is, it is not enough. The huge palace can only follow behind the Ion. After entering the great wilderness together, the many powerful men in the eastern region felt extremely desolate, even a little cold. After the baptism of the emperor, countless distracting thoughts breed in the void, and these distracting thoughts have formed many unconscious ghosts. The strength of these ghosts is not strong, and most of them are at the die immortal level. How many emperors have to die before so many distracting thoughts will appear? Qishui Walker manipulated the hall, standing at the highest point looking at the ghosts formed by distracting thoughts. He has survived from the turbulent times and has seen many big scenes. But this time the Temple of Qishan was just born. They just gathered, and before they went to explore, there was a terrifying battle inside, and it seemed that many emperors died. If all the emperors of the primitive universe came to this great wilderness, how many emperors would have to die? Brother Qishui just got the news that the emperor of the East Forest realm was annihilated, and even the main battle clone of the East Forest ruler has fallen. Oh, yes, the Wind Demon was killed by a mysterious man after severely wounding the far shield. Wind Demon? Qishui Walker thought of this person and replied, I remember this little guy just broke through Tier 4 and didn't have a clone. Yes, this fall really fell. His world collapsed because of its deep fusion with his Tao, and countless lives fell. In the fight for opportunity, everyone is thinking about the benefits, and no one has ever thought about the fate of failure. The world collapsed, and countless people fell. This is the loser. Although the chances of the Temple of Qishan are great, there are a few people who can succeed in the end. You will be successful. This sentence is the most accurate no matter if it is applied to any strong person. The success of a strong person is bound to have many losers. These emperors, which one of them did not come out of the sea of blood in the corpse mountain, the truth is clearer than anyone else. But after tasting the benefits of being strong, they became more eager to be strong and became the Tao ancestor thinking of becoming a master. After becoming the ruler, they wooed people around to form forces. Holding a group to keep warm is just an external rhetoric. It is true that each one needs what he needs. Now that they have the opportunity to reach the sky in one step, how can they not try their best to break through? The strong on both sides scanned the great wilderness, with mixed feelings in their hearts. After the emperor's baptism, Jian Wushuang encountered big troubles. Even though those distracting thoughts are only at the level of dying immortal, they can't hold back the large number. Among them, there are many more perfect dying immortals. Everyone, protect Brother Wushuang and Hui Qing. I have told the Lord Buddha that there will be an emperor coming to rescue us. Jiyu is the strongest among them, and the seniority is also the highest. Now he directly ordered everyone to set up a simple and large formation to resist those ghosts. Jie. Countless distracting thoughts crawled out of the void. Their bodies were twisted and shaped like little ghosts, wandering in the void in illusory robes. Once they met a practitioner, they would surge up wildly. The lowest level of dying immortal present was rank 9, and there were over 1,000 people. Half of the 3,000 world's elites were here, and each of them was better than the veteran of Dcu. If the great Cu in the ancient times was enough to disregard all the medium worlds in the universe, as for now, except Jin Wuyang, everyone can be obtained. Brother Wushuang, you follow me. The gray-clothed woman beckoned. They only knew that Jian Wushuang was from Dcu and saved little novice Huiqing halfway. The emperors told them to take good care of these two people, especially to protect Huiqing. However, Huiqing was a rank 6 Dian immortal, but was saved by Jian Wushuang, a rank 3 Dian immortal. This made them a little puzzled, but it was not easy to ask them face to face. After all, they saved the 3,000 worlds. People. Jian Wushuang was a little funny in his heart. The woman in gray clothes in front of him was only a 4th rank 9th rank Dian immortal, and she took the initiative to protect him. But he couldn't shirk other people's kindness, and nodded and stood behind the gray-clothed woman. I will trouble Luo Shui Dao friends later. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, and then retreated behind Luo Shui. Luo Shui is an elite in the East Yin world, and in the sect, he is also a veteran, but he is not very old, and he has practiced for only 60 million years. For many 9th rank Dian immortals, this is just a simple retreat. That's it. Jian Wushuang stood behind a woman. Even if the other Dian immortals were polite, they still rolled their eyes at his actions. But he didn't care about all of this. As long as he had the opportunity, he would be ready to slip away and leave the great wasteland early. In today's great famine, he has a hunch that if he doesn't leave, he might not be able to leave. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang took a closer look at Fairy Luo Shui in front of him. Judging from the back, Fairy Luo Shui has a graceful figure, but this gray linen is too loose, and she won't be able to see it if she doesn't look carefully. With the white neck and some unwound hair, it can be seen that Luo Shui is definitely a rare beauty. Chapter 5150. It's a pity. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. If these people didn't leave, Bakeng would have to die here. This kind-hearted Luo Shui fairy, with mediocre strength, not even as good as Gu Yuan, is also the bottom of their group. Otherwise, she wouldn't be allowed to stay with Jian Wushuang either. Little novice Huiqing's eyes turned, just to look at Jian Wushuang, and nodded with a slight smile. Since he stepped into the Tao, Jian Wushuang felt that the little novice monk had changed a lot, and his personality, mood, and strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. The heart of killing shall not be leaked, and the heart of defense shall not be lost. Now when he recalled the scene when the young novice monk's strength exploded, he couldn't believe it. If a person can burst out of potential in a dangerous situation, increase his strength by 30% to 50%, or directly break through the original realm, just like he suddenly became a Dian immortal, this can also be explained. But the little novice's original strength was at most an ordinary fairy cultivator, from the ordinary fairy cultivator stepped into the ninth rank Dian fairy, although he fell to the realm later, but the 6th rank Dian fairy was genuine. There are so many such temporary breakthroughs, not to mention that he hasn't seen it before, and he hasn't even thought about it. He thought it was because of himself when Da Huang had changed. Now it seems that the little novice monk is more like the protagonist. There are too many secrets behind all of this. The sudden emperor fall and that terrifying white wave of air all show that the emperors and the resurrected existence have already handed over the hands of the real Wuyang Tongtian Buddha. I just don't know who won and who has fallen. People at this level can't get involved at all, and staying in the wilderness is even more burdensome. Jian Wushuang slowly closed his eyes. No matter what, it is important to restore his strength first. While restoring his mind and mind power leisurely, Juyu and others outside the crowd desperately slayed ghosts. There is no way there are too many. Just after killing one batch, another batch emerged from the crack. Brother Juyu, it's no way to go on like this. Yeah, there are too many ghosts, we can't kill them at all. Everyone was comfortable at first, but these ghosts were unaware, fearless to death, and extremely powerful, and several of them possessed the strength of the 9 ranks consummation Dian Immortal. After Juyu killed the nearby 9-ranking Dian Immortal level ghosts, he glanced around, sinking in his heart. Not good. At the same time, on the other side of the wilderness, the temporary formation of the Chishui Alliance and the Ion Tower are extremely easy, with a large number of emperors and powerful people opening their way, and there is no need for Dian Immortal to work hard. This great wasteland is so dangerous. The girl from the Great Dream Realm lay on the hallway of the main hall, looking at the ghosts that were shattered by the Emperor's aura. You girl, if we don't have ancestors, we are faced with so many ghosts, let alone looking for the Temple of the Gods. It is extremely difficult to live here. A middle-aged Dian Immortal frowned. He didn't know if the ancestors did it right, let them, like the Dian Immortal who had been living in the Great Dream Realm, come to look for the Temple of Qixin in this great wilderness. Whether it is Dian Immortal or Monarch, after entering the great wilderness, the mood began to change slightly. In the rift of the void, Chi, a snake wandered in the void, with black horns on the top of the snake's head, and his huge eyes turned a few times and continued to swim forward. There are still not enough people. A black smoke suddenly appeared on the top of the snake's head. After the smoke disappeared, a middle-aged Taoist stood on the top of the snake's head. He wears a white robe, a high crown, and a purple eye on the center of his brow. He peeped from afar when the great wilderness first waved, but he was not in this universe yet. Are all the people in this election so useless? 18 gods will all be killed. The strongest gods are only the level of a 4th-order emperor, and the master's face has been lost by this group of people. The middle-aged Taoist stood, muttered to himself on the head of the big snake. Hey Chi Snake, your mental strength is getting more and more interesting. The middle-aged Taoist touched the horns of the big snake, and the purple eyes at the center of his eyebrows kept turning. Since I'm awake, why don't you come out to see me? The middle-aged Taoist shouted angrily at a dark corner in the void. There was dead silence in the dark corner. As soon as the middle-aged Taoist's voice fell, a hunched old man walked out of it, and he was still holding a light lantern in his hand. I am the servant of the old master, not your servant, you have to be clear. The humpbacked old man walked staggeringly in front of the middle-aged Taoist holding the Ming lantern. There are too many secrets revealed in this question and answer, but unfortunately, in this gap, there is no one other than the two of them. Even the 5th-order emperor, it is impossible to conceal the two of them. You dog minion, secretly reviving the temple. I thought you could make the group of waste take a few steps, and the result was that most of them died as soon as they recovered. The middle-aged Taoist looked down on the humpbacked old man and said sarcastically. He followed the Temple of Qixin from the long river of time and space to the original universe. At that time, he was seriously injured and has been deposited in the void. Until now, his injuries have not completely recovered. Originally thinking of letting those gods inherit the way of the gods, come to get some benefits from the Temple of the Gods. He came forward to kill those inheritors and seize the treasures. But I didn't expect these people to be too wasteful, and it was almost a reincarnation to inherit the Temple of Qixin, and there was not even a 5th-order emperor. You must know that the threshold for inheritance of the Qixin Temple is very high. The so-called 18 gods are just the watchdog of the outer hall. Only after the Fifth Order Emperor can he enter the inner hall to select treasures. It is a pity that none of these wastes reach the Fifth Order Emperor. Okay, a few nonsense. I am the only living disciple of the God of God. His treasures should belong to me. Let's talk about how many treasures you get from the inner temple. I don't want too much. It is enough to restore my strength. The middle-aged Taoist said in a cold voice. Selfishness and greed spread from the outside to the inside, and he was extremely domineering and did not save any face to the humpbacked old man. Yuzuo, I am not here to give you treasures, but to inform you that you have been removed from the Temple of Qixin. The hunched old man said slowly, his expression unchanged. Exclusion? You are worthy of removing my name. You are just a lingering slave. The middle-aged Taoist named Wu Zhuo couldn't help but roar. Wu Zhuo had a foreboding in his heart, but he still couldn't believe it. After all, he had nothing now. If the Temple of Qixin had removed him, how could he profit? The calmness on the face of the hunched old man gradually disappeared, replaced by a breath of death, which made the folds of the ravines tremble slightly. Wu Zhuo stepped back involuntarily for a moment. I don't have the right to remove you, but the true spirit in the Qixin Temple can. The humpbacked old man's voice was cold, like a sharp blade in the cold wind, piercing Wu Zhuo's chest one after another. Chapter 51:51. Hearing the word true spirit, Wu Zhuo had a meal, and then he was shocked. How could it be that the true spirit was injured more severely than me? How could it be able to wake up? I have brought the words. You are not qualified to know the rest. As soon as the humpbacked old man said, his figure slowly retreated to the corner of the crack. Before leaving, the humpbacked old man seemed to think of something. By the way, Zhenling said, for the sake of the old master, I will give you another chance. You can accept the trial of the Temple of Difference with other practitioners. After leaving this sentence, the humpbacked old man completely disappeared in the void. Take the trial together. Wu Zhuo's expression changed. He was once a registered disciple of the God of Qi, and was very familiar with the trials of the Temple of God of Qi. The trial of Qixin Temple does not depend on how strong you are to get the benefits. The threshold is set high, and the requirements for potential are also extremely high. He touched the sixth order threshold at the peak of his strength, and now the divine body injury has not been resolved. He only has the top level of the fifth order. Although pretentious, he also knows that he has no potential anymore. In ancient times, as a disciple of Qixin, he had heard the preaching of the starry sky overlord of Qixin, and his strength was still stuck in the fifth order emperor. His Tao is extraordinary. It is a special road in the second rank, and it is a fusion of two ordinary second-rank roads. It is expected to reach the top in the future, but it is a pity that he has been stuck in the fifth order emperor. With the help of the gods, he has realized the sixth order rules, but it is difficult to control. Behind the Qixin fell, the starry sky was silent. His strength was not obvious among the Qixin disciples. He was only a named disciple, but survived that catastrophe and followed the Qixin Temple to the primitive universe. That's okay. The waste is used sparingly. Wu Zhuo's face was sullen. With his strength, he is not afraid of any strong in the original universe, and his talent potential. Except for the ultimate emperor, he can ask no one to surpass him. After all, there are too few ultimate emperors. In ancient times, the status of ultimate emperors was extremely high, and even the gods favored them. Most of the ultimate emperors who appeared in the many universes of Hanoi in the long time space at that time worshipped the gods. However, these people have fallen, as powerful as three masters, and the existence that controls the universe of one side has been extinguished. Wow! Wu Zhuo tore through the void, and he was not hiding and heading directly towards the Temple of Qixin. The true trial of the true spirit resurrecting the Qixin Temple will begin. As for the inheritance accepted by the great Xiaowango era, it is only the ordinary inheritance of the outer temple. At that time, the true spirits did not recover, and the treasures they got were limited. Now the true spirits recover, and the inner hall is opened. This is the true inheritance of the Qixin Temple. Countless treasures, powerful inheritance, Qixin has collected all the treasures of endless years in the inner temple. Outside the Temple of Qi at this time, a towering tower slowly came to a halt, and it was the eternal tower that entered the wilderness. The size of the two is not much different, but the breadth is like a huge difference. The Ion is like a battleship in the vast ocean. It is huge and has the momentum to conquer the entire sea, and the breadth of the Temple of Qixin is like the entire wilderness, taking over everything. As for the temporarily formed Qishui alliance, like a sea turtle, following the battleship, wandering in the ocean. These people's movements are really fast. Tongtian Buddha sat in the void and glanced lightly at the hull of the Ion Tower and Qishui alliance. Lu Crow's eyes were red, and he didn't mean to pay attention to Tongtian Buddha. Thinking back to the battle just now, he is in a daze now. At first, Tongtian Buddha cooperated with them to kill the Emperor Donglin. Everything went well. Zhen Wuyang couldn't make any move under the control of Daogong. He and Tongtian Buddha, plus the emperors of Qixin Temple, forced Donglin to explode. But when he thought that the situation had been reversed, Tongtian Buddha suddenly wrapped the entire Temple of Qixin with 1,000 treasures robes, and he used the Qianbao robes to enter the interior of the Temple of Qixin. This made Luya a little unprepared, while returning to the Temple of Qi while the low-end white terrifying air wave. The same was true on Daogong's side. Zhen Wuyang suddenly broke out, directly crushing Daogong, and after blasting them both, Zhen Wuyang also followed the Qianbao robes and entered the Temple of Qixin. Then there was a sudden rise in Qixin Temple's breath, and then the emperor fell. The changes in the Qixin Temple made him and Daogong both surprises and worries. After the skyrocketing, the Qixin Temple exudes the atmosphere of a sacrificial platform, which is obviously different from the past. But the two of them couldn't get in at all, and the entire Qixin Temple was wrapped in 1,000 treasures robes. Just when they were both anxiously turning around, Zhen Wuyang and Tongtian, who entered the Qixin Temple, were suddenly teleported out. The two of them were still stained with brown blood. It is conceivable that everyone inside might be dead. Losing the protection of the Qixin Temple, a group of second-tier and third-tier emperors faced Zhen Wuyang and Tongtian, and they were completely slaughtered. Although they have practiced the devouring Tao of the Qixin, each of them is extremely strong in the same rank, but they can't resist the two top emperors of the 4th rank. When Tongtian and Zhenwuyang just left the Temple of Qi, did not do anything, they sat cross-legged in the void, which made Liuya and Daogong very puzzled. This confrontation, it's really slow enough. Zhen Wuyang was a little impatient. After the two of them entered the hall, they directly killed the emperors, and then no matter how they tried to refine the hall, they were unsuccessful, and there was no treasure in it. Just when the two were about to forcibly break the sacrificial platform, an ancient aura radiated from it, condensing a powerful true spirit. The two of them could not move in front of the true spirit, and then they were sent out in the dark Temple of Qi. However, the true spirit also left a word for both of them. The trial is about to begin, waiting for the others to arrive. Now it seems to be waiting for these people. He still knew that the Ion Tower was the pinnacle power. As for the so-called Qishui alliance, he didn't know most of the other emperors except the Qishui Walker. But it seems that almost all the powerhouses in the eastern region of the primordial universe have arrived. Laugh. The Ion Pagoda slowly landed and stopped on the Xingu Road, and many emperors inside jumped out. Are you the real Wuyang of Desiyu? The master of wind and rain glanced at Qixin Temple, and then asked, with a very domineering tone. When she left, she collected information about the Great Wilderness, which was regarded as the realm of Zhen Wuyang. And the Temple of Qixin also appeared in the Desai domain at first, and the news was also sent by Zhen Wuyang himself. Now comes, naturally ask Zhen Wuyang first. It's under. Zhen Wuyang slowly got up, put away his fierceness, and replied calmly. The name of the Wind and Rain Demon Lord, he knew after he became an emperor. He studied under the 5th Order Emperor Zhutian, and controlled the Ion, the first power in the eastern region. Chapter 51-52. If the power of the Ion Tower is mobilized, Fengyu Demon Lord's strength has reached the 5th Order threshold, far surpassing everyone present. The powerhouses near Dasiyu once thought that the Emperor Donglin was the first powerhouse, followed by the Master Fengma of the Tongtian Buddha and himself. However, after this battle, both he and Tong Tian Buddha's strengths have reached the top of Tier 4, which is stronger than the average master. Especially the supreme treasure robes of the Tong Tian Buddha has reached the pinnacle level. Few of the Fourth Order Emperors have it, and these treasures plus their own strength are enough to rank in the top 10 of the Eastern region. The strength is good. Let's talk about the Temple of Qixin. Fengyu Demon Lord didn't talk nonsense and came here all the way. Naturally, everything is dominated by the Temple of Qixin. Without waiting for Jin Wuyang to reply, Tongtian Buddha turned away and said, "Great Wind and Rain Demon Lord, here are two inheritors from the Temple of Qixin. After I came here, we confronted him. Unfortunately, we were not strong enough and didn't get it from them. Any useful information?" Tongtian Buddha clasped his hands together, with a harmless face of humans and animals. It was not at all aware that he was still doing a big killing here, and the Six Crows and Dao Gong couldn't change hands. When Jin Wuyang heard this, he didn't know how to say it for a while, and to the extent of shamelessness, he only now understood the gap with the other party. Siege of Donglin and let the Emperor of Qixin Temple put down his guard can be thought of, and now he has poured dirty water on Lu Crow and Dao Gong. Knowing all this, Jin Wuyang is now a little admired by the sky. Even he couldn't bear it anymore. After all, Lu Ye and Dao Gong said they were his old predecessors. They came from to see you together, and they were more or less unbearable. Jin Wuyang's expression sank. He glanced at Tongtian Buddha, and finally said firmly, "Tongtian is right." Lu Ye and Daogong's faces flushed, and they stood up and prepared to speak. Unexpectedly, he was drowning in the red water traveler in the distance, and he couldn't lift his head under the pressure. Yes, the aura is very consistent with the exudation in the Qixin Temple. It seems that these two are the inheritors. Qishui Traveler felt that there was no danger, and his figure appeared in front of Fengyu Demon in a flash, and he squeezed it. Christina's neck. It's just that this strength is too weak, and it hasn't even reached the ordinary level of Tier 4. Qishui Walker is a little disgusted. This is a little different from the powerful inheritance he imagined. They have been framed by Tongtian and Xinwuyang, and now they are dismissed for their weak strength. This is the strongest Taoist who has comprehended the Tao of the Qixin. His face is flushed with anger, and his strength is not enough. If he can retreat from the whole body this time, he vowed to testify to the Temple of Taoism and wash away today's shame. Lu Crow was very scheming, and he didn't expect to have a Tongtian Buddha who was more shameless than Jin Wuyang. But fortunately, this is a great wasteland, his dojo, and his strength is barely able to reach the top level. Enough, this is my dojo. If you want to get the Temple of Qixin, go ahead and talk about it. Originally, he still wanted to be a little domineering and let these people step on his body to enter the Temple of Qixin, but when he thought of Tongtian Buddha and Zhen Wuyang could enter the Temple of Qixin under his nose, and he didn't have the guts to say such a thing again. Qishui Walker and Fengyu Demon Lord gave him the feeling that it surpassed Jin Wuyang and Tongtian Buddha. Either one of these two can crush him and even threaten to fall. Oh, forget you. Qishui Walker captured Dao Gong. As the number one player on the scene, she naturally couldn't fall. The eternal tower of unlimited power shrank instantly, becoming the size of a palm, directly suppressing the 6 crows under the tower. Okay, let's talk now. There were more than 100 emperors present, and there were thousands of rank 9 Dayan Immortals. Many of them were elites in Dayan Immortal, and the weakest were the 9 ranked Dayan Immortals who entered the 4th stage avenue. At this time, I saw wind and rain. The Demon Lord and Qishui Traveler casually suppressed the 4th Order Emperor, and both leaked unprecedented respect. Is this the 4th Order peak powerhouse? Suppressed the same level at will? Dao Gong didn't say anything, an emperor who crossed the 4th Order threshold, but Lu Crow touched a top-level emperor and was unexpectedly suppressed. The distance between Jin Wuyang and the Tongtian Buddha unknowingly narrowed a lot. The two of them were on the same boat at this time. Although their strengths were both at the top level of Tier 4, they did not resist much against these two peak Tier 4 emperors. All are sure, can only hold a group for warmth. Since Tongtian and Jin Wuyang entered, Dao Gong and I can't enter anymore. It's useless if you kill both of us. Lu Ye knew what a general situation was irreversible, and at this time he was also subdued. He was also telling the truth. He didn't know the changes in the Qixin temple either, only Tongtian and Jinwuyang knew about it. After the two of them entered the Qixin temple, Fenghua and others fell one after another. The entire Qixin temple was wrapped in 1,000 treasures robes and could not be broken at all. Now these two people have pushed everything to his head, and he is also having a terrible headache. Qi Shui had already reached the level of Minghua's original mind, and he could tell at a glance that it didn't look like a lie, but if it was as Lu Crow said, then it would be troublesome. The treasure is at your fingertips, but he can't move. The power of the Temple of Qixin surpassed any treasure they saw. Even if all the emperors present together cannot shake the Temple of Qixin at all, it is like there is no void in it. Although it can be seen and touched, it can't get in. Wind and rain, God Emperor Zhutian can be notified about the affairs of Qixin Temple. Qi Shui is now anxious and it is useless, so he can only ask Fengyu Majuan in a side-by-side manner. He may not know the answer Fengyu Majuan, but her master Zhutian Divine Emperor, as a fifth-order emperor, has been walking in the long river of time and space for many years, and he must have more knowledge than these emperors who do not often go out of the universe. The reputation of the Qixin Temple is very big in the long river of time and space. There are various legends. Some experts even believe that the Qixin Temple is related to ancient civilizations. This is also the same. The atmosphere of the Qixin Temple is indeed very similar to that of ancient civilizations. However, the Temple of Qixin has only appeared once or twice in the long river of time and space. Every time they appear, countless monarchs will come to watch, but there is no way for this temple of the gods to enter. There are also people who try to suppress and subdue them. In the end, they can't even touch them. In the end, they can only watch. Flying towards the endless starry sky with Qixin Temple. Some of these legends, Qi Shui Walker also knew a little, but it was the first time he saw the Temple of Qixin, and the Temple of Qixin actually stood there. It doesn't look like it can run, and now the inheritors of the Temple of Qixin have also confirmed that they have accepted the inheritance inside, so they still have a great chance. Especially the fifth-order emperors in the primitive universe are all in the time and space of Hanoi. Now he still has the qualification to speak. If he waits until the fifth-order emperors return, he can only follow behind. At that time, he has no right to speak at all. Chapter 51-53. Regardless of the fact that many forces have taken refuge in him and formed the Qi Shui alliance, once a fifth-order emperor appears, these people are faster than running. Now he just wants to fight with his strength. He has no ethnic group or power, and he has no race or power. Only if the strength is strong will it be respected by all the forces. After all, his ability alone is limited, and he is better controlled. If he succeeds, he will be selected first. Anyway, the number of people will divide the result. Most of the forces in the Qi Shui alliance think this way. Even if Qi Shui wants to swallow them alone, they have the strength to resist. Qi Shui Traveler, who has always been known as the most conspiracy and trickery, is also on the thief ship this time. He has no choice but to bite the bullet. If there is no one peak power at this time, even if he is a tier 4 peak emperor, he won't get any benefit from so many strong people. Only by drawing one power can compete with other peak powers. He understood that the two sides used each other. But in the end, when it comes to dividing the treasures, I am afraid that there will be a big melee. There will be no allies by then, and everyone in front of them can be killed. In the crevice of the pitch-black void, Wu sat cross-legged on top of the black snake. This black snake was the puppet given to him by the god when he became the sixth-order emperor. It's a pity that there are a lot of internal damages now, without the strength of the past, if he can repair it at the peak of strength, but the damage of the divine body is too serious. To restore the strength of the sixth stage in the peak period, a lot of treasures are needed. These treasures are not to be found in the universe, even in the long river of time and space. He can only hope in the Temple of Qixin. Being able to participate in the trial together this time is considered not to be removed in vain. Once the strength is restored to the peak, few people in this river area are his opponents, and he can also rely on the inheritance of the gods to aspire to the peak of the universe. Seeing these aboriginal monarchs quarreling constantly, he was also a bit funny, but they could break the temple of the god of God, just a bunch of ants. When Qixin Temple was refining, He had seen several masters under the Kishin's command destroy a universe, pulled away from its origin, and injected it into the Qishan temple. The origin of a universe, how strong that kind of energy is. Even the Lord of the universe needs several people to pull it away. If it is destroyed, the Lord of the universe can do it. The difficulty is that it does not destroy it. Take it out next. The power of the origin is the core of the universe, and the core of the temple of Qishan is also a origin. The power of this origin surpasses the universe and is comparable to several beautiful universes. Those emperors from the Great Siyu entered only an outer hall, and there were no treasures in it. The only useful thing about that outer hall is probably its origin. There are many outer halls of the Temple of Qi, and every outer hall has a small origin. These origin powers are all hatched from the core origin of the Qishan temple, and the origin also contains the Qishan Dao. In Wu's view, directly practicing the Qishan Dao is the most stupid way. What's more, these people claim to be 18 gods, 108 messengers, which is really ignorant to Wu's wa. The Temple of Qi was indeed guarded by 3 major gods, 18 gods, and 108 messengers. But if you want to get the inheritance of these people, you must at least have the strength of a 5th-order emperor. Now the envoys who have been entrusted by these natives are all 9 ranks consummation, and there are even many 9 ranks Dayan immortals. They have inherited the origin contained in the outer hall, and the enlightenment of the envoys of the great gods and envoys who sit in the seat and try to reach the top is simply ridiculous. If it is really possible to achieve the top of the universe with the devouring avenue that contains only some fur of the gods in the outer hall, I am afraid that the gods will marvel at this person's understanding, but it is a pity that he has fallen. When the people quarreled, they didn't realize that in the gap between the void, there was a super strong man laughing at them, and this super strong was the only living disciple of this god. Wind and rain, don't say it so absolutely. The Emperor Zhutian has been away for so long. Even if he rushes back now, even if he teleports all the way, it will take 1,000,000 years. If the treasure is used to teleport, it will take thousands of years. Let's go in now. That is also for the Divine Emperor to explore the way in advance. Now, if you don't say some useful information, if I wait for danger in it, this is also a great loss to the Divine Emperor. Wu's was suppressed his voice, turning his eyes and whispering, or, the Emperor God gave you news about the Temple of Qishan, but you kept it private. The voice was indeed lowered, but all the emperors present, and even the 9 turns Yenxian could clearly hear this sentence. If all the people present are mortals, then you may not be able to hear it. But the one here is not a super strong person. Even if the sound is as loud as a mosquito, you can still hear it from there. What's more, these words were spoken by Qishui Traveler, and the words spoken by a 4th-order peak emperor. If they were in a small world, they could all be said to follow the law. Especially the sentence just now, it was almost impossible for people outside the region to know. If you really don't want them to hear, just a barrier will completely isolate them. As soon as this sentence came out, no matter who it was, her heart trembled. No matter whether she believed it or not, she would be isolated. Even the Emperor of the Ion has a crisis of confidence in the wind and rain demon. Ukanshu. Calm. Although these people are the overlords of a world, they are peerless powerhouses who stand out among countless arrogances, but they are equally vulnerable in front of the Dao Dao. If you are a person, you will have a comparison. When you hear this sentence, you will compare yourself whether you believe it or not. If you are the wind and rain demon lord and know some information about the Temple of the Gods, such as how to get in, will he tell other people himself? This is to seek the philosophy on the road. Only martial arts is in a single word. The stronger you are, the lonely you will be. This loneliness is reflected in the fierceness of fighting for opportunities. The demon lord of wind and rain is the demon lord. That is, she disdains to do these indiscriminate things and can kill him, so she will never say a word. Qishui, you are looking for death. Wang. The Ion Tower has infinite power, and it flies out of the palm of the wind and rain demon monarch in an instant, and it is suspended above the head of Qishui Traveler in the form of 1,000 battles. I only said this once. Master did not respond to anything in the Temple of Qishan. Fengyu Demon Lord's delicate face revealed a trace of murderous aura. From the outside, It's hard to imagine this girl with a slender body suppressing the major forces in the entire eastern region. Who knows? Chishui Walker retreated into the Alliance Hall. Don't worry, since I was recommended by everyone as the leader, I will naturally protect you. You can stand behind me. Today I want to see how strong this wind and rain demon is and how powerful the ion is. Chapter 51-54. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. What Chishui Traveler said was impassioned, and anyone who didn't understand his character would probably believe it. First, the Wind and Rain Demon Lord was placed, and now all the forces in the Alliance were used as a shield. If you really want to fight the Wind and Rain Monarch, just go out and fight. Why do you have to return to the hall? Everyone was cursing secretly in their hearts, but clearly they had to say that the leader was righteous. This scene made Tongtian Buddha and Jin Wuyang watch again and again. No loss is the Fourth Order Peak Emperor, who can do everything without leakage. Under this operation, Tongtian and Jin Wuyang secretly made up their minds that no one could cooperate with Chishui Traveler. This person's shamelessness exceeds the sum of the two of them. There are not a few strong people in DCU, and only Jin Wuyang is alone. He is not a big power. He is okay. The Tongtian Buddha is different. He governs 3,000 great worlds, and there are dozens of emperors and powerful under his command. Although Dongyin and Wuliang each lead a faction, the general trend is irreversible now, and they can't get over any waves at all. Dongyin himself fell again, and Dongyin realm naturally fell into his hands. Boundless' own strength was still much worse, and he was also needed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he can just unify his own forces, but under the premise of all this, he still has to focus on the Temple of Qixin. Behind Chishui Xingzhe appeared 6 Fourth Order Emperors, 2 of them were top level. He faced Wind and Rain Demon Lord alone. The chance of winning was only 10%, and his life was 100% certain. Although he was not afraid of Wind and Rain Demon Lord at this time, he must not let other people in the Chishui Alliance stand on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Brother Chishui, I'll wait to help you. Several emperors began to speak one after another. Although they didn't say anything in words, Xinli was extremely contemptuous of Chishui's behavior. Wind and Rain Devil, don't think that our small forces are easy to bully. Then several Third Order Emperors appeared one after another, standing behind Chishui and several Fourth Order Emperors. Seeing this, the strong on the Ion side also appeared one after another. Several Tier 4 Emperors and dozens of Tier 3 Emperors appeared behind Fengyu Majuan, and they also exuded powerful pressure. Although these monarchs were dissatisfied with Fengjia's sudden action, but Fengyu Demon Lord was the person in charge of the Ion, and at this time, even if he was dissatisfied, he had to take action. Wind and Rain. Wait a minute. When the battle was about to start, Chishui Traveler suddenly called a halt, letting everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Now that the Temple of Qixin is right in front of you, no benefits are gained. None of them want to have a conflict at this time. The melee of so many powerful people will definitely fall. The Emperor and the strong are not easy to cultivate, and no one wants to fall, let alone. I fell myself. The melee of so many powerhouses, even the Fourth Order Emperor may fall accidentally, let alone those Third Order and Second Order Emperors. As for ordinary First Order Emperors and Dian Immortals, they don't even have the ability to participate in the war. The battle of the top emperors, any aftermath of the battle can annihilate them, let alone participate in this level of battle. They don't even have the right to watch. Fengyu Demon Lord glanced back and glanced at her own powerhouse. She could feel that these people didn't want to fight now, so she calmed down and said, Chishui, what else do you have to say? Wind and Rain, everyone knows that we will fight sooner or later, but before the fight, we'd better stand in line. Chishui said and glanced at the Tongtian Buddha and Jin Wuyang, as well as the immeasurable Buddha and others who have returned. There was a curse in everyone's hearts, and they knew that the old guy hadn't acted well. However, this sentence did arouse the attention of Fengyu Demon Lord, and he also glanced at everyone, especially the two of Jin Wuyang and Tongtian Buddha. Tier 4 top emperors, there are only less than 10 in the entire eastern quarter of the universe. This is an absolute top combat power, especially Tier 5 emperors have not returned, and their ion cannot be ranked in the peak power. Mao, mainly because of the eternal treasure, If you can win 2 Tier 4 top emperors at this time, you will be able to stabilize the Chishui alliance when there is a fight in the future. If this is the case, then you all express your opinion. I absolutely welcome those who are willing to come to my Ion. My master will return soon. In the end, the battle for the Temple of the Gods will still be the choice of the Fifth Order Emperors. You have to consider it carefully. The Wind and Rain Demon Lord said with some threats and warnings. It was not only to Jin Wuyang and the others, but also to shake the confidence within the Chishui alliance. The Fifth Order Emperor is heaven to them, irreversible existence. If in the end they get nothing, and offend the Fifth Order Emperor, it is better to take refuge in the Ion as soon as possible. Huh. Chishui Traveler snorted coldly, and his expression was a bit embarrassing, and he glanced at the real Wuyang and Tongtian Buddha, and then looked at the powerhouses in the Chishui alliance. I won't hide you guys either. The Chang Shengshan of the Northern Territory has contacted me secretly. They still have a position of the Supreme Guest if I am willing to take refuge at any time, but I will give up. Chishui's voice was generous, and then he said loudly, none of us is not the proud child of heaven. It is not easy to practice, and we still have to be oppressed by the peak forces. Don't be fooled by their rhetoric. If you take refuge in these pinnacle forces at this time, you will be cannon fodder if you go. Even if the Fifth Order Emperor returns and grabs the Temple of the Gods, you really believe that they will share the meat with you with no background, no strength, juniors? Don't dream now. The chance is grabbed, not allocated. Chishui Traveler shouted angrily, and he actually bluffed several lonely emperors with ideas. However, most of what he said was true. At this time, he would take refuge in the pinnacle power, that is, a cannon fodder. In the future, he will get the Temple of the Gods, and the Fifth Order Emperor will pick first, and then a group of disciples and grandchildren, then they will be given their turn. Although Wind and Rain Demon Lord is the leader of one party, he is not very good at talking. Seeing this situation, he can only briefly appease and describe the power of the Fifth Order Emperor. But the stronger the Fifth Order Emperor, the more afraid they are, afraid that they will not even have the ability to resist in the future. Jin Wuyang secretly considered that he had no power and no background, and relied purely on his own strength. It would be a wise choice to take refuge in the Ion at this time. With his strength, he is second only to Wind and Rain in the Ion existence. Even if you are a cannon fodder, you still have the strength to save your life. As for the Chishui alliance, he didn't think about it. One is because the distribution of benefits is not suitable for him, and the other is that Chishui Traveler may run away at any time, which is too unreliable. Wind and Rain dominate. Under Jin Wuyang, I am willing to enter the Ion. After Jin Wuyang has considered it clearly, he will pay directly to Fengyu Demon Lord without any ink marks. Even the Demon Lord has also been replaced by a more comfortable master. Chapter 51-55. Wandao Sword Sovereign Jin Wuyang, you can think about it clearly. You are only going to seek refuge in the Ion Tower alone. They will definitely squeeze you out. It's better to join me in the Chishui alliance. Tongtian Buddha shouted anxiously, apparently from outsiders. Care about the look of your friends. Only Jin Wuyang and Six Crows knew that this Tongtian Buddha was definitely not at ease. Jin Wuyang, you alas. Chishui Traveler was cunning. How could he not know the mind of the Buddha? And he sighed. Jin Wuyang, your choice is very wise. I swear by Wind and Rain that I will never let you go to death if you lose. In the future, if the master returns, I will also recommend you to see my master, and you're to see you I will also be protected by the Ion Tower. Fengyu Demon Lord is always pragmatic and directly gave Jin Wuyang a reassurance. What Tongtian Buddha saw was envious and jealous, but he still couldn't show it. He is not like Jin Wuyang alone, who can choose at will. If he is also a person, he will also choose the Ion. Let alone the future, he will talk about the present form. Following the Wind and Rain is definitely more reliable than following the Chishui Traveler. But behind him, there are a large group of emperors and Dayan immortals who can only go to the Chishui alliance, and according to the alliance's interests, he can also take advantage. Jin Wuyang heard Fengyu Demon's promise and repeatedly thanked him. Thank you for the rule of the Wind and Rain. I will dominate the front and back of the horse in the next day. What this said was also extremely popular with Wind and Rain Demon Lord. Although he is in the Ion Tower, the power in the hands of several Tier 4 top emperors under his command is not small. These emperors are all old subordinates of the Emperor Zhu Tian, and she is not easy to suppress. Now that Jin Wuyang joins, she naturally want to win Jin Wuyang into his confidant. Several veterans in the Ion can also be contained in the future. Jin Wuyang moved directly to the Ion Tower. His position was close to the ruler of the wind and rain, but he was half a step slower than the other Tier 4 top emperors, in order to show respect. A few old brand powerhouses of the Ion, although they don't know much about Jin Wuyang, but now they seem to be people who are aware of current affairs, they have leaked smiles and congratulated them. Qi Shui League Master, I am willing to bring the strong under his command into the alliance. Tong Tian Buddha's expression was extremely sincere, and he brought everyone into the hall of the Qi Shui Alliance. This is not surprising. Tong Tian is indeed suitable for the Qi Shui Alliance, and when Jin Wuyang said to take refuge in the Ion, he expressed his stance. The powerhouses in the world of Tong Tian Buddhism have no choice at all and can only follow Tong Tian Buddha. Even if they have the choice, their strength is so weak that no one would appreciate it. It is better to follow the Tong Tian Buddha, with the shelter of the Fourth Order Emperor, at least not to be bullied in the Qi Shui Alliance. The Qi Shui Alliance is extremely large, and the number of powerhouses is more than that of the Ion. However, the top powerhouses are evenly divided. As a Tier 4 top powerhouse, the Qi Shui Alliance is also a superpowerhouse that can be ranked in the top 3. This made the powerhouses in the world of Tong Tian Buddhism also dazzled, and they were directly arranged at the top of Qi Shui Hall as soon as they took refuge, second only to the other top powers. Although the Tong Tian Buddha has a Tier 4 top combat power, the forces under his command failed to reach the top power, which is barely a big power. This is also because the Tong Tian Buddha is powerful. If there is no Tong Tian Buddha, their seats would not be so forward. After the two of them stood in line, everyone's eyes became sharp. Or, kill the two of them first. Qi Shui Walker looked at Lu Crow and Dao Gong, who were bound. Feng Yu Majuan also nodded, expressing his approval. Lu Ya and Dao Gong, the two inheritors of the Temple of the Forbidden Gods, are reluctant to say a specific message in the Temple of the Forbidden City. You scumbags, you don't deserve to be bestowed by a great god, a group of superficial ways and deeds, and you dare to kill me. Dao Gong was a little crazy. In the ancient times, they were unwilling to bow their heads to Jin Wuyang. Now it is the same. Since they can't get it, no one should try to get the Temple of God. The light that swallowed the avenue instantly covered his whole body, and he had to carry a few cushions when he died. Boom. A power no less than Donglin's dominating self-destruction instantly swept the entire void. Enter the Ion Tower, hurry. Feng Yu Mojin's face turned pale, and he hurriedly collected some second-tier and third-tier monarchs behind him into the Ion. As for the Fourth Order Emperor, he has already teleported to a distant place. Although Dao Gong's self-detonation can't kill them, it will also cause them to be injured. At this time, it is the critical moment to compete for the Temple of Discrimination. The second and third steps of the Ion Tower are sheltered, and the many powerhouses in the Qi Shui Temple are miserable. No matter how the Qi Shui traveler took shelter, countless powerful air currents rushed into the Qi Shui Hall, killing a large number of Dayan immortals, and several unlucky First Order emperors fell. After a few breaths, Dao Gong's aura completely disappeared. This time he really fell. We'll never have the opportunity to recover anymore, and the original power of the avenues tilt has also turned into Yanli returns to the origin of the universe. With the lessons learned from the past, Qi Shui Traveler and Feng Yu Demon rushed to Lu Crow for the first time. Don't force me. Don't forget that this is my dojo. Lu Crow shouted angrily, and with the help of the origin and the Great Desolation, he broke free from the shackles, and then held the origin of the Great Desolation in one hand and the Desolate Avenue in the other. Qi Shui Walker's figure paused. Dao Gong was just an ordinary Tier 4 Emperor. Lu Crow touched the top Tier 4 Emperor and controlled the Great Wilderness. He was the Dao ancestor of this place. If he blew himself up, they would also have to be injured. Why do you have to kill me? I can take refuge in either of you, and I can talk about it. Lu Ya frowned. He had already died once, and he didn't want to die again. He couldn't tolerate the slightest difference in the accumulation of billions of years. He gave up the devouring Tao of the Qixin and took control of the great wilderness. He was different from himself in the Wangu era. He just wanted to survive now, and then became stronger with the help of the Qixin temple. He didn't dare to hope to become the Lord of the universe, and he was satisfied to be able to become a fifth-order emperor. This is also the reason why he gave up the road of Qixin. Oh, what are you going to talk about? Qishui Traveler asked with great interest. If Lu Crow can really tell some useful information, it's not impossible not to kill it. Mainly, the two of them are different from Xinyang Tongtian Buddha. Liuya and Dao Gong are both inheritors of the Qixin temple, and they don't want to say anything. If it is kept in case they enter the Qixin temple again and run away with the Qixin temple, when the time comes, they are in big trouble. They can feel the power of the Qixin temple. If they want to leave, let alone them. Even the fifth-order emperor can't stop it. When the flesh of the mouth flies, when the fifth-order emperor returns, he must kill them. Chapter 51-56. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. After all, the Temple of Qixin has never stopped and has never heard of an inheritor. This opportunity is the only one in countless chaos era. Lu Crow, you can talk about it. If it is useful to us, it is not impossible to spare your life. Fengyu Majuan also stopped his figure. The two looked at Lu Crow together, afraid of what he would do. Two people. The Temple of Qixin is not as good as you think. Luya swallowed and said everything in the Temple of Qixin. Just as he said, there is really no benefit in the Temple of Qixin. The only benefit may be the Tao of the Qixin, which is very powerful. As long as you cultivate to a certain level, the Lord of the universe is by no means asking the Tao, but the key question is that he doesn't think there are people able to reproduce the avenue of the gods and reach the top of the universe. I know so much. If I don't believe it, then I can only blow myself up. Qishui and Feng Yu were silent. If it was what Lu Crow said, it seemed that Qixin Temple didn't need emperors like them to come, but those dying immortals would just be there. This was just a little help for Hadao. In the crevice of the void, Wu Zua, who was hiding in it, watched all this quietly and sneered, "Yes, it's not suitable for you at all. Get out of here." When the trial begins, even if these people go in, they won't get much. From Wu Zua's point of view, these people's aptitudes are too bad, and they won't be valued by the true spirits at all. Fengyu, what do you think? Qishui looked at the Fengyu demon lord, who really didn't know what to do now. Obviously, they are a little disappointed in the Temple of the Gods. What they want to hear is not this, but how powerful the Temple of the Gods is. They even hope that the 6 crows will explode in place. Only then will they be more sure that the treasures of the Temple of the Gods are amazing and force the inheritors to explode, not willing to say any useful information. But none of this has progressed as they imagined. Leave him alive for the time being, but he wants to be suppressed in my Ion Tower. Don't you have any comments? Fengyu Demon Lord said lightly. Qishui Walker also understands that in case of a business trip, the pool is not good for anyone. Although Lu Crow is not right, since they have inherited the Temple of Qixin for so many years, let alone the 5th-order emperor, even the 4th-order top failed to cultivate one. Either they were useless, or the Qixin Temple was really not as powerful as the legend. This is natural. The Ion Tower has infinite power, just to suppress this person, so as not to make any mistakes. Qishui Traveler smiled slightly. The relationship between the two has also been eased. Lu Crow breathed out even more. At least he saved his life. But thinking back to them, it didn't take long for these talents to recover, and he was the only one who died, and it was a bit sad. If you know that this will happen, you might as well take refuge in Jinwu Yang in the Wangu era. With Xinwuyang's amazing talents, maybe they are all Tier 5 emperors at this time, and they can also protect them. Maybe their strength is stronger than now. Many. All this is to blame for the Daogong. A person who really regards the gods as gods is a mad believer at all, just like the head of the monk in the world of the Buddha, and stubborn. The 6 crows, who had seen everything, smiled slightly at Jin Wuyang when they entered the Ion Tower. From the smile, Jin Wuyang could feel that Lu Crow was sincere. With this smile, the last lingering light of Desai Yu Wang's ancient times also completely dissipated. Zhen Wuyang didn't feel like it. After all, he was a strong man in the Great Siyu. Although he hated these old guys in his heart, but now the only surviving emperor in ancient times was suppressed by the Ion, and he also took refuge in the Ion. How sad. It would be great if he could control the Temple of Qi in the ancient times. Even if these emperors were able to make him a messenger in the Temple of Qishan, he would not suppress them all and go to the present situation. Since then, the ancient times have not been there, and Desiyu has also entered the era of Ion Shelter, and his Zhenwuyang has also become a powerhouse on the Ion side. And the entire universe is also changing at this moment. The ancient melee has long since disappeared, and the age of ease where countless chaos eras have been deposited is also shattered at this moment. Now the age of the gods will begin. A looming aurora shot out from the Temple of Qishan, and an ancient call spread throughout the universe. The creatures in every corner are aware of the call at this moment. It was the brilliance of ancient times, and a huge picture appeared in the minds of these creatures. At this moment, all the evangelists in the universe have taken a step, stepping into the world of the gods. In the Temple of Qishan, to outsiders, the Qishan Temple is divided into internal and external halls, but it is not. The outer hall of the Qishan was born automatically from the origin of the Qishan Temple after the fall of the Qishan, and it contains the ways of the Qishan and the three gods. Today's Qishan Temple is already a universe. Not only does it contain the origin of the universe, but it can also continuously create subsidiary worlds. These subsidiary worlds are the outer temples. These outer halls are connected with the inner halls, and the inner halls can be regarded as the true temples of the gods, but the inner halls are only the tip of the iceberg of the temples, and the real core is the main hall of origin. The origin of the universe is incomparably magnificent. It carries the movement of the entire universe. As for the practitioner, it is nothing more than an additional product. Its power is beyond the imagination of the practitioner. This is why the Lord of the universe is so pitiful in the long river of time and space. Temple of Origin. The core of the Temple of Qishan. An old man with a looming figure is floating in the vortex of origin, holding an ancient book in one hand and behind the other. Unexpectedly, I actually fell asleep for so long. The ancient times are like last night. The illusory old man sighed while flipping through the ancient books. He is the true spirit of the Qishan Temple, and at the same time a powerful existence that controls the origin of the entire Qishan Temple. His strength is comparable to the Lord of the universe. This is also the reason why the Qishan Temple is drifting in several long rivers of time and space, and the lords of the universe are not conquered. Master True Spirit, are you really ready to start the highest trial in the primitive universe? This seems to be different from the Master's arrangement back then. The spirit guard stood respectfully and bowed his head. He was indeed puzzled, but he was just a spirit guard, and at most he would come out to ask. The real treasurer of the entire Temple of the Gods is still the real spirit. Hearing his doubts, Zhenling said patiently, Aki, you don't understand that. The Master did not arrange it like that back then, but the Master also told me that letting things go is more than everything. Let's go with the flow? What do you mean? Achi the spirit guard was a little puzzled. Life is like a play, idiot. Zhenling cursed with a smile. Chapter 51-57. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign as the true spirit of the Qishan Temple, he also controls the power of the source. His wisdom surpasses the practitioner. Even if he sleeps for so long, he is still like life, with joys and sorrows, laughs and sorrow. If the spirit watcher was thoughtful, he was originally the servant of the old master. After the of Qi fell, he became a spirit watcher, guarding the tomb of the of Qi for many years, and there were 8 other people who existed like him. By the way, after those immortal capitals have been included in the attached world, they are temporarily prohibited from fighting. The creatures of this primitive universe are far from enough to initiate the highest trial. Zhenling said calmly, and the number of immortals from the primitive universe was not enough. Satisfaction. If these emperors know this, I am afraid they will be crazy instantly. The fairy of the entire primitive universe. Just say that the fairy tales in a big division can be counted in hundreds of millions. How much does the entire primitive universe cost? Yes, but the origins of other universes are too strong to be plundered. The Guardian was a little cautious. After all, he was just a guardian. This time he was transferred out by Master Origin True Spirit, and only then began to accept the management of some of the temples of the gods. He hadn't figured out many things now, and suddenly let him go to other universes to plunder the immortals, and he didn't know what to do. The fairy cultivating in the original universe is okay. He can use the Phantom of the Gods transformed by the Source to directly move all the fairy cultivating to the affiliated world of the Temple of the Gods, but if he wants to go to the fairy cultivating in other universes, it will be troublesome. The origin of the primitive universe has been swallowed by the taboo demon lord. The origin is very weak. The universe origin of the Temple of Forbidding can suppress the opponent at will. Coupled with the acquiescence of the supreme rules, he can easily summon all the gods into the attached world, but others the origin of the universe is very complete, and the supreme rule has no emotion at all. Your original universe is going to be destroyed, and everything I should help. As for inserting my hand into other universes, don't even think about it. Anything can be changed. Since you can't take them all away, then take away those Tianjiao who have realized the third stage Dao. Isn't that 90% less? The universe that is too far away will plunder the second stage Dao. The evolving immortal that plunders the ultimate way no matter how far away. There is also the evolving immortal of that ultimate way in the universe. This should be very simple. As long as these people are taken away, the burden on you shouldn't be too big. Jinling looked at the spirit guard. It's easy, but the adults are clever. Although the spirit guard is not good at it, he can still shoot. Haha, if you can do it, then go ahead. I have to think about how to deal with those dying immortals and monarchs. Jinling smiled and continued to look at the ancient book in his hand. The guardian immediately bowed and retired and left the Yuanyuan hall. In the vast source, only True Spirit remained. He turned the book and frowned. This universe is really interesting. It's probably because of the taboo demon lord that so many Tianjios were born at the same time. Jinling muttered to himself, well, not bad. This list is finally made. Jinling frowned and was quite satisfied with the list he made, and then directly reprinted all the contents of that ancient book on a huge stone monument. The stone steel exudes an ancient atmosphere. The surface of the steel is very smooth. Don't look at it as a stone steel. Its value is no less than a supreme, eternal treasure. You must know that the only eternal treasure in the primitive universe, the Ion Tower. It is a low grade. This is also the famous protection of Emperor Zhutian. When he left, his apprentice and old subordinates were not worried. So he left an eternal treasure that could help him to his apprentice. In the long river of time and space, many fifth-order emperors did not have eternal treasures. When the Emperor Zhutian was still a fourth-order emperor, he first entered the long river of time and space and received the remains of an ancient civilization. He not only obtained 3 eternal treasures, Zhibao also inherited the true biography of that existence and directly became the fifth-order emperor, and was still an extremely powerful existence among the fifth-order emperors. This was the only way to generously leave the Ion Tower to the apprentice. It also caused quite a stir that year. However, this kind of thing would not arouse the attention of the God Temple at all. Even if the treasure of the universe was born in the original universe, I am afraid that the True Spirit would not blink. The ancient and powerful, the treasures of the universe are ashes-eating existences in the Qixin Temple, not to mention the eternal treasures. That is to say, some special gadgets will be used by the True Spirits. As for the other treasures, they are all left to the inheritors. As for the gifts Lu Crow and others received, it was nothing more than a self-operating program within the Temple of Qixin, and the True Spirit had not seen them directly. Jinling was very satisfied with the stone tablet at this time. Although it was only the best eternal treasure, he still carefully re-engraved the name engraved on the book on the stone tablet. Wow! Jinling waved his hand, and the names of countless people appeared on the stone tablet. You have to give it a resounding name. The real spirit began to struggle. He will be satisfied with everything. This is also the reason for the delay in opening up the gods. Now the outside world is about to fight. He is still here to name a list. If this is to let the outside emperor know, I'm afraid I will scold my mother angrily. Today's outside world has indeed reached the point of tension. What? All the fairy gods have disappeared? The Taoist temple of the Tongtian Buddha is the closest to this place, even closer than the Great Siyu. Yu reading at www.ukanshu.com. He has just received a letter from his disciple, and all the immortals of the 3,000 great worlds have disappeared. If it were put in normal, it would be fine even after death, but when the temple of Chishan opened, all the fairy gods disappeared silently. This must be someone who did it against him. Leader, many of my disciples have sent letters to me. It is true. Tongtian Buddha said with some excitement. He understood the meaning of Tongtian. It was nothing more than suspicion that some emperors had used the three indiscriminate methods, and immediately jumped out of the hall. Wind and rain. Explain it. Chishui Walker looked angry. Tongtian just took refuge in him. This kind of thing happened. There must be someone secretly revenge. Otherwise, who would be bored to kill all the immortals in the 3,000 worlds? Explanation? Is there anything I want to explain to you? Fengyu Demon Lord was a little puzzled. She didn't understand what other conspiracy and tricks this Scarlet Water Walker had done. Just as the two were at war, Jin Wuyang also received a letter from Yuchong, and the Yinxian in the Desai domain disappeared. Jinwu Yangdang even reported this matter to the Wind and Rain Demon Lord. At this time, everyone exploded and received a letter from home world one after another, and all Yinxian disappeared. This must be done by Chishan Temple. Chishui Walker almost laughed. This is simply a big deal. All the fairy cultivators in the entire universe have disappeared, let alone whether these fairy cultivators are still alive. Just to say that this method is simply a masterpiece, and no emperor can do it. As for whether he died or not, Chishui really didn't care. An ancient breath suddenly rose. The breath was emitted from the temple of Chishan, but it appeared in the void of the entire universe. A huge stone monument descended from the void, and people in the entire universe could see it. Universal Gods and Demons List. Chapter 51-58. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign Primitive Universe. Countless practitioners looked up at the starry sky, and the huge stone stele was like two stars of yin and yang, which could be seen by practitioners anywhere. At the same time, those Yinxian who stepped into the subordinate world of the Chishan Temple also saw that list. The universe of gods and demons is divided into heaven, earth, and man. Tianbang corresponds to the emperor and strong. The earth list corresponds to Dianxian, and the human list naturally corresponds to those Yinxian. However, the current immortal Yin has been taken into the subordinate world of the Temple of Chishan. As for immortal Dian has already escaped from the shackles of the world, the Temple of the Chishan cannot do a big surprise. But with such a great opportunity, even if you don't take it, these Dian immortals will also come by themselves. As for the Emperor, let alone, they are all beyond the universe. No one can control them. But they are also more eager for the Temple of the Gods. The ranking of the three lists, from top to bottom. There are tens of thousands of strong emperors on the Tianban. This list is arranged according to the strong in the original universe. If there are emperors from other universes, they will also be accurately judged by the gods and demons and enter the list. This is the ultimate eternal treasure. Not only has unlimited power, but also can accurately calculate the strength of the emperor. Look, there is the name of the ancestor on the sky list. The big dream girl standing behind the big dream ancestor shouted in surprise. This shout made everyone's eyes catch up. Dream Dao ancestor, the 97th in the sky ranking. The fourth tier top comes from the middle world Big Dream World. In addition to the name, there is a series of introductions below, and even the world of strength and Taoism are clearly marked. Another place in the Great Wilderness. Jin Wushuang and the others also discovered this list, but they didn't have time to read it. If the emperor of the world of Tongtian Buddhism does not come again, they will all fall here today. Brother Jiyu, when will the assisting emperor arrive? We really can't stand it. The Jinghong Tianjiao of Dongyin realm, panting heavily, they have been fighting with those ghosts for a day. The energy in the body has been exhausted. If it hadn't been for this time because of the gods, they had replaced all their belongings with pill, they would have all fallen. Now that the medicine is finished, the reinforcements will not come, and they can only fall here today. In addition to dealing with these ghosts, some of them have to protect the two oil bottles, Jin Wushuang and Hui Qing. Luo Shui, you come back to me. You don't have to protect those two wastes. Hurry up and take my place. I can't hold on to it anymore. Jiyu didn't pay attention to him at all. He could only give up Hui Qing and Jian Wushuang. Now it's a matter of life and death. Even if the emperor will blame him in the future, he can still defend himself. After all, the road is difficult to walk, and he has achieved the 9th revolution consummation dying immortal. It is not easy to practice all the way, and he can't die for others just because of a word from the emperor. If he knew that Emperor Dongyan had fallen, he didn't know whether it would be happy or sad. The situation on Luo Shui's side is also not very good. Although the powerful ghosts are all those dying immortals who have completed the 9th rank, but she still has to deal with two 9th rank ghosts here, although she is only a 4th rank road. Can deal with these two 9th rank ghosts without any consciousness, they can still barely deal with it. But at this time, it was also very difficult for her to get away. The things that the emperor explained were naturally greater than the Tianjiao of the East Yin world. How can you give up what the emperor explained? Luo Shui's voice was soft, but with a strong voice, he dealt with the two ghosts wholeheartedly after speaking, and ignored the Tianjiao. Jian Wushuang hid behind Luo Shui, but his eyes were fixed on the list of cosmic gods and demons, and Hui Qing did the same. The two of them had planned to help, but they happened to see the list of gods and demons, and they were stunned on the spot for a while. This sudden appearance of the stone tablet made everyone stunned for a moment, not knowing what happened. But these people were desperately looking at it at this time, and they fell into the fight again. Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing have their eyes fixed on the list of universe gods and demons. I don't know whether it was because of their own induction or the universal gods and demons list that helped them lock their rankings, which caused them to see their names at first sight. Hui Qing, rank 6 Dying Immortal, 160 million, from the higher world, the world of Tongtian Buddhism. Higher world? It seems that before not knowing it, the Tongtian Buddha has restored the origin of the heavens. Hui Qing's eyes narrowed. This list can reveal the true strength of many people. For example, Tongtian Buddha is now not the ancestor of Taoism, but the ruler. He himself is ranked 160 million. This ranking is already very high in the entire universe, especially when he is only rank 6 Dying Immortal. Most of the ranks ahead of him are rank 9 Consummation, only a few. Count to 9 turns Dying Immortal. Jian Wushuang's ranking here is about the same as Hui Qing's, but he is only ranked 3. At the same time, many powerhouses have paid attention to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, ranked 166,784,099, the 3rd realm of Dying Immortal, from the Middle World Big Division domain. Rank 3 Dying Immortal can actually be ranked at the position of 160 million www. This makes many Dying Immortals start to wonder if the list is wrong. We must know that almost all of the top 500 million Dying Immortals are rank 9. Only a few of them are rank 6 Dying Immortals. Which one of these is not shocking Tianjiao? Especially rank 6 Dying Immortals that can be ranked in the top 200 million, they are all the peerless Tianjiao of the ultimate way. But a tier 3 Dying Immortal actually ranked 160 million, which made everyone couldn't believe it. The names on the list are endless, but only the top 1 trillion shows the rankings. In the top 1 trillion, there are no more than 10% of Dying Immortals at the level 3, and most of them are at the 6th level. One can imagine how exaggerated Jian Wushuang's ranking is. Jian Wushuang himself was not surprised by the rankings. He knew very well that his strength was much stronger than rank 9 Dying Immortal, and much weaker than rank 9 Perfection. Look up and keep seeing the top. The information of hundreds of millions of people all appeared in their minds. This kind of memory is easy for Jian Wushuang at the Dainxian level, and even Yinxian can do it easily. Luo Shui rank 9 Dying Immortal ranks more than 400 million. Jian Wushuang shook his head with a wry smile. His eyes were not on the ordinary Dying Immortals at all. He was directly concerned with the top 10,000 rankings. Juyu, ranked 456, with the 9th revolution of the realm of the great Dying Immortal, from the higher world of the Buddha realm. Jian Wushuang was still quite surprised at this ranking. He didn't expect Juyu to be so powerful. Although he heard that he merged several Daos, this was the ranking of the entire universe, and he could actually rank in the top 500. Chapter 51-59. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. The advent of the cosmic gods and demons list first made everyone wonder, and then shocked. What is puzzled is why such a list suddenly appeared, and then shocked by the power of this ranking. Such a large handwriting, plus all the fairy tales disappeared together. This made the remaining Dian celestial guesses. It's okay for those with a background, knowing that the Temple of Chishan was born, and linking these two things together. The lone travelers without a background have entered some dangerous places, or some remote areas one after another, taking the opportunity to retreat in an attempt to escape the dispute. But they don't know that the coming of the list this time is the fairest assessment for practitioners in the entire universe. Even those with weak strength can get a lot of treasures from the Temple of Fortune. It's like Yin-Xian, who has now stepped into the affiliated world of the Chishan Temple. As soon as they entered the subordinate world of the Chishan Temple, they began to realize the epiphany, which made the whole universe evolve into an epiphany. This was just a means by the true spirits to prevent them from fighting with each other. Such a large handwriting is unprecedented. The 97th subsidiary world, a ring-shaped world, is filled with countless starry sky continents, on which not only the looted immortals, but also some powerful wild beasts born in the world. However, these desolate beasts or native cultivators seem to be unable to detect the immortals who have been moved in, still living their own leisurely lives. Soon, a voice spread throughout the universe. The Temple of Chishan officially opened. This magnificent voice appeared in everyone's heart. Juyu and the others also felt the call in the battle in the great desolate void. But now they are still struggling on the verge of life and death, and they don't even care about it. On Juyu's side, one person alone fought against hundreds of ghosts of the Nineth rank consummation Dian immortal level, and had reached the state where the oil was exhausted and the lamp was dry. Damn it, why isn't the Emperor coming? Juyu, who has always been calm, couldn't help cursing. There are too many ghosts. Even if he flips over his hands, he can kill a ghost of the Nineth rank perfect Dian immortal level. Can't hold up a large number. Boom. A 9 rank Yin-Xian could no longer hold it anymore. He could only burn his own avenue and perform the strongest blow. Then his entire body began to collapse and finally disappeared into the void. Do not. There are 1 and 2. The remaining Dian immortals burned their own origins one after another. They couldn't escape and couldn't kill them. They could only choose to burn the origin road and make the last contribution to others. Jian Wushuang also recovered from the roar. After turning his head and looking at Hui Qing, he quickly said, "Don't look, they can't stand it anymore." After hearing the shout, Hui Qing's eyes suddenly became sober for a few minutes, and a void crack just appeared behind him. A ghost with an illusory body was desperately breaking free from the devouring in the crack. "Be careful," Luo Shui on the side exclaimed, wanting to withdraw back to help. This panic instantly caused the ghost to seize the opportunity and pounce directly on Luo Shui's neck. Song. Wow. A beautiful sword energy and its strange angle slashed towards Luo Shui's chest. The sharpness of the sword aura made people shudder. The power of this sword was stronger and more stable than when it was against Xiang Bingyun. Puff. The 3 rank 9 Dian immortal level ghosts that had been entangled in Luo Shui directly turned into a wisp of black smoke, and then disappeared completely. Luo Shui was a little stunned where she stood. When Jian Wushuang shot her hand, she clearly saw only a random sword, and did not feel any sword containing the power of Tao at all, but when the sword energy passed by her, she but felt a terrifying breath. She can be sure that if that sword cut her, it would definitely fall. How could he be so strong? Luo Shui was puzzled, but there was no time to ask her at this time. Hui Qing, you stay here to protect Luo Shui Dao friends, and I will help others. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he smiled slightly when he passed Luo Shui. Good fellow, be careful, Hui Qing exhorted, and then suddenly turned her head. A long brown stick directly penetrated the ghost that wanted to crawl out of the void. Jian Wushuang's figure was tall, and after looking around, he launched the rescue. Huh, huh, huh. The number of swords cleaved out and instantly annihilated a number of monsters of the rank 9 Dian immortal level. Strange, these ghosts are obviously not conscious. Why are they so afraid of their minds? Although he hadn't deliberately instilled mental strength with the number of swords he had just shot at random, he had already realized the swordsmanship of the heart sword world, and a random strike contained a little mental strength. Puff. Dozens of ghosts collapsed one after another, alleviating the pressure on the local battlefield in an instant. Regardless of whether it is the head of the monk in the world of Tongtian Buddhism or other practitioners, they all look incredible. Rank 3 Dayan Immortal, count the swords at will, and directly wipe out the 19th rank Dayan Immortal ghosts. This strength is too great. Especially the former Tianjiao of the East Yin realm even dropped his chin. At this time, he was in the void, and he didn't know what to do without his opponent. Leave it to me here, and you can help others. Jian Wushuang's eyes were sharp, and these swords still didn't really use their minds. If you use the heart sword world of the 5th layer of the ultimate way, is afraid. 9-turn consummation Dayan immortal level ghosts can be killed. Jian Wushuang's words sounded, and everyone was relieved, and after nodding quickly, they rushed towards the cracks in several other battles. The Tianjiao of Dongyin realm didn't understand now. He clearly felt Jian Wushuang's way is very weak. Why is his strength so strong? Others have the same idea, but now there is no time to discuss this. Isn't he the 3rd rank Dayan immortal? How could he be so strong? It should be hidden strength. His swordsmanship is very special. He is very restrained from these ghosts. Please don't think too much. First go to help other people, and try to drag the Emperor to help. Great. Yes. The crowd scattered around, and went to help other practitioners. These people had just evacuated from this area, and a large group of ghosts swept in again. And this time there was also a ghost of the 9th rank consummation Dayan immortal level. Its whole body exudes a gloomy pale golden light, and its illusory and ethereal body contains the imperfect avenue of the Emperor, and its empty eyes are like black holes. Because these ghosts contain the imperfect avenues of the Emperor, they can also use some of the tricks learned by the Emperor before his death. Of course, because they are incomplete avenues, the moves they perform are naturally not as powerful as the Emperor, but they still surprise Jian Wushuang. Fortunately, the ghost of the ranks 9 and 9 Dayan immortal level gave him no less sense than the dead Xiang Bingyun. But dealing with these ghosts and monsters now was much easier than dealing with Xiang Bingyun. No matter how weak Xiang Bingyun is, it is estimated that he can rank in the top 100 million among the Dayan immortals in the entire universe. This 9-turn complete Dayan immortal ghost can only be comparable to Xiang Bingyun in terms of strength. Chapter 5160. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. Fortunately, speed and defense are far behind. Jian Wushuang's long sword wandered, first cleaned up those weak ghosts, and then went to deal with the 9-rank consummation Dayan immortal level ghost. No matter how young ants are, they are afraid of too many ants. Jian Wushuang still understands this. He is not afraid of fighting, nor is he afraid of the trials of life and death. Although the quality of the ghosts that appeared after the Emperor's fall is much stronger than the army of corpses, they are much weaker in number, and these ghosts will not exist for long. As the Dahuang Tiandao gradually becomes stronger, these ghosts will be swallowed into the source. These ghosts and monsters are all formed by the origin avenue of the emperors, and they are a great supplement to the origin of the world. These people have killed so many, and now they are all about to fall. In the end, the most profitable is the origin of the great wilderness. Jian Wushuang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Da Wang's heavenly origin has just formed, and he can't personally come to suppress these ghosts. Wouldn't he be able to swallow all the ghosts in the universe if he casts a thought on the universe? Jian Wu's eyes leaked joy. If it were true, his ultimate source had absorbed so many incomplete emperor avenues, it would definitely strengthen a lot, and even hope to break through. Now his mental strength has become stronger again, and his soul realm has already reached the rank 6 level. This ordinary small realm can't hinder him at all. If it hadn't been for fear of unstable foundation, he would have broken through to rank 6 Dayan Immortal in one fell swoop in the starry sky. This is also the reason why Hui Qing was able to step into the 9th revolution in one step, and finally fell to the 6th revolution. 6 turns is a slope, and 9 turns is the vertical height, which is also the limit of evolving immortals. Able to advance to the Dayan Immortal, Even if he has been in seclusion, he can still become a rank 6 Dayan Immortal by virtue of his understanding of the Tao, but the 9th rank Dayan Immortal has a certain resistance and requires opportunity in battle. As for the 9th turn consummation Dayan Immortal, this is a hurdle before Hadao consummation. If you can't even reach the 9th turn consummation, it is a death to go to Hadao. Consummation can lead to harmony. But most of the 9th turn consummation is just to cultivate one's own origin road to consummation. It is too difficult to cultivate the body, soul, and state of mind to consummation. Able to perfect these practices, it may not be able to succeed in harmony. Therefore, most of the 9th rank consummation Dayan Immortals are looking for an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and start to unite, trying to use the air to wash themselves, but in the end, countless Dayan Immortals have fallen on this step. The 9th turn of the 5-rank Yuanyuan Avenue is the easiest way to achieve Great Yin Immortal, but the simplest way is only 1 in 10,000 chance. If it is so easy to become an emperor, there will not be so few emperors on the list of universe gods and demons. The current primitive universe can be considered to have reached the maturity stage. It is the time when the strongest are the most, and various avenues have already been included. Anyone who is a bit ambitious would not choose the 5-rank Origin Avenue as his own life avenue. The evangelists who feel that they have average savvy and self-knowledge will choose the 4th stage Tao, and in the future will be able to become the elite of one force. The origin of the 3rd stage is the backbone of a party's power and the high level in the future. The 2nd-rank origin road is rather vague. There are ordinary 2nd-rank origins, and some are relatively special. For example, the Emperor Donglin was also an emperor who achieved the 2nd-rank road. After he took control of the higher world and became the ruler, his strength was still regarded as an ordinary rank among the 4th-order emperors. Zhenwu Yang's Zhenwu Dao was also the 2nd-rank origin Dao, but he only mastered the middle world and had Tier 4 top strength. In the 2nd-grade Binyuan Avenue, the distance between ordinary and special avenues sometimes differs, and can even be separated by hundreds of thousands of miles. Some emperors on the 2nd stage avenue are still at the top of the 3rd stage, and some emperors on the 2nd stage avenue can become the 5th stage. This is the gap. When there is a gap, it is naturally difficult. Don't look at so many Dayan Immortals with the 9 ranks of consummation on the list of gods and demons, but there may be only a few who can become emperors in the end. The Dayan Immortal with the 9th rank consummation is already very difficult to fall in the primitive universe, and most of them died on Hadao. Jian Wushuang has also learned through the cipher text that he himself is the ultimate way, and the difficulty of combining Dao is even greater. Now that the Ji Dao is added, the pressure of combining Dao instantly suffocates him. Fortunately, the mental strength has reached the 4th level, and the mood is stronger than the average emperor. Don't smooth the haze of just a moment. He Dao. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He is still far away from He Dao. If you don't count the time in the starry sky, it hasn't been a few days since he broke through from Yinxian to Dianxian, and now he considers Kodao. It's too early. From the breakthrough to the present, he hasn't even had time to stabilize his realm. He is either recovering his divine body or fighting. Now let's first practice with the ghost of the 9th rank perfect Dayan Immortal level in front of you. Maybe, just as he thought, he would really send it out by then. This time he was almost beaten to death by Xiang Bingyun, and even all the treasures on his body were destroyed, even the divine sword in his hand. Now it's in dilapidated condition. Those who don't know thought that the Excalibur was just like this. Although the sword body was severely damaged, fortunately, the roots of Kendo were still there. The ghost's fangs slashed along the divine sword, and an extremely uncomfortable sound came from the ghost's mouth. Jian Wushuang's figure hurried back, holding the long sword upside down and barely stabilizing his figure. Heart Sword World. The 5th level of Ultimate Kendo is also Jian Wushuang's most satisfying sword so far. This sword once caused the 9th rank Dayan Immortal Gu Yuan to kneel and worship, and also made Xiang Bingyun, who had completed the 9 ranks consummation, tremble. Wow! The huge world of swords descended from the void, and countless swordsmanships containing mental strength pounced on the ghost like a hungry wolf. Chi-chi. Countless sword shadows pass through the ghost's illusory body, and every time it passes, the ghost's body is exposed to black mist. This is the horror of the heart. As long as it is contaminated, it can burn its soul. These ghosts were originally soul bodies, and Jian Wushuang understood why these ghosts were so scared of their minds. If there is no ghost in the heart, there will be no ghost in this world. The scope of the world of swords began to expand, directly including everyone. How is this going? Zhu Yu turned around and looked to the rear. Jian Wushuang participated in the battle. He did not pay attention. After all, there were only a few weak ghosts in the rear. He brought dozens of 9-turn consummation Dian immortals at the forefront. Most of the ghosts here are 9-point consummation, and even those with 9-turn consummation are common. The moment the projection of the entire heart sword world descended, the ghosts suddenly took a step back. They have no consciousness, but the fear of mental power is inherent. This is set by the supreme rule, let alone they are unaware, as long as the soul is afraid of mental power. Chapter 5161. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. There was no fear in the ghost's hollow eyes. Although they were born with fear, they rushed into the world of swords. Brother Juyu, what's going on? The few people who didn't know the situation of the 9th rank consummation Dian immortal thought it was Juyu and asked. It's him. Juyu looked at Jian Wushuang behind. His eyes condensed. Numerous sword auras surrounded the heart sword world, and Juyu grabbed it casually, and a strand of sword intent was pinched in his hand. The white sword intent is very gentle in Juyu's hands, like a swimming fish. Mental cultivator. The hiding is deep enough. Now we are relaxed. Juyu released the sword intent in his hand, raised his head to look at Jian Wushuang, and nodded. Mind strength? The powerhouses in other worlds still have some doubts. Unexpectedly, there are still people under the Emperor who can cultivate their minds to such a level. Good. The heads of the monks of the immeasurable world put their hands together, and in the immeasurable world, second only to the immeasurable Buddha is the Lord of the Heart Buddha. The Lord of the Heart Buddha is very powerful, and his methods are weird, and he has left several secret methods of mental energy practice on Mount Woyang. But few Dian immortals can cultivate their mind strength, let alone practice the secret method of mind strength. In their opinion, it is impossible for Dian immortal to cultivate mental energy. They didn't know that on Woyang Mountain, a 3rd-ranked Dian immortal had touched the threshold of heart strength, but it was a pity that he fell into the wilderness. The white pure monk once inadvertently received an inheritance from the mind and Buddha. The immeasurable Buddha gave him a piece of Bodhicitta in the face of the mind and Buddha. It is often accompanied by the body to improve the state of mind, and has a great influence on the cultivation of the mind. Help. It's a pity that this pure white monk finally fell. Before he died, he gave Jian Wushuang the greatest opportunity in his life, the Bodhi Heart Tree. At that time, Jian Wushuang had an epiphany in the battle, coupled with the effect of the Bodhi Heart Tree, directly led him out of his body and into the starry sky. After Jian Wushuang knew all this, he was also very grateful to the white monk head, but he sighed that the man was dead and his body was incomplete. From Hui Qing, he learned the name of the white and pure Sangha. If he had the opportunity, he would go to the immeasurable world to see the white and pure Sangha's Dhamma. Law name, Wan Mie. Hui Qing protected fairy Luo Shui behind him, turned to look at Jian Wushuang in the air, and muttered in a low voice, Uncle Master, if you are still alive, there is hope that you will cultivate your strength in the future. Fairy Luo Shui, who was standing behind him, also looked up at the void. Wushuang Daoist is so powerful. Even you, the little monk, is also hidden, because I have desperately protected you for so long. Luo Shui akimbo his hips, glanced at Hui Qing's head, and wanted to go up. There was an impulse, but she endured it in the end. Shan. Hui Qing folded her hands and lowered her head. Void. Jian Wushuang raised one hand and held the void. The endless sword intent filled the void, and the world of heart sword was several times stronger than the last time. Exit. As the sword intent rose, the burst of Jian Ren turned into a huge cage, trapping the ghost that had just rushed into the heart sword world. There are millions of these ghosts. Among them, there are hundreds of ghosts of the 9th rank perfect Dian immortal level. With so many ghosts, the avenues contained in their bodies add up to the origin of a small world. After all, the fall of more than a dozen emperors, coupled with the origins of two fourth-order emperors, is more than normal in a small world. Jia Jia. Millions of ghosts wailed in bursts, and their illusory body was completely burned by the heart power in their sword and tint. Although they were unconscious, the pain in the depths of their souls still made them miserable. Like the weaker, third-rank and sixth-rank Dian immortal level ghosts, they were directly killed by sword aura. Those who were able to resist sword aura were all ninth-rank or ninth-ranked perfect Dian immortal level ghosts. Although he resisted the sword aura, it was more painful than those ghosts that were directly obliterated. It's okay to be beheaded directly, at least it's a pleasure. They are able to resist the sword chi, but they have to be tortured by their heart power all the time, and it is simply painful. Some powerful ghosts began to struggle, go mad, and madly pounce on Jian Wushuang. Be careful, their strength hasn't been weakened much. Jiyu shook his figure, but was stopped by Jian Wushuang. I have a treasure to deal with these ghosts, you go first. I will come to the back of the palace. Jian Wushuang said sincerely. In fact, he is indeed very sincere. As long as these people leave first, he can not only bring these ghosts into the origin of the universe in an open manner, but also get rid of these people and take the opportunity to quickly slip away. As for the Temple of Qixin, he really did not want to fight in the past. Although I learned from Juyu that there were secrets in the Temple of Qixin that became the pinnacle of existence, these were too far away from them. A large group of emperors kept staring at him, and it was good for him to be a great Yanxian, and it would be a cannon fodder if he went. Therefore, Jian Wushuang decided to get rid of these people right now. Now he has the power of Dianxian, he can also travel the entire universe, taking advantage of the whole opportunity to escape to other big worlds. There are other treasures? Jiyu didn't believe it, but at this time, they stay here. Once those ghosts break through the heart sword world, they have to be trapped here. It's better to listen to Jian Wushuang. Take the opportunity to feel fleeing, and believe him once. At this time, most of the people had the same thoughts as Jian Wushuang, and they all wanted to leave the great wilderness as soon as possible, but their strength was not enough. They would encounter ghosts halfway through, and would not be able to survive without so many powerhouses. Now I can only follow Jiyu temporarily. Hurry up, the world of swords can't stop it for long. My treasure can only kill this batch of ghosts. Once the next batch of ghosts emerge from the void, I can't escape anyone. Anxiously, he was quite a rugged monk when he tried to persuade him to escape. Hui Qing's figure was mixed in the crowd. He kept staring at Jian Wushuang, and he also understood Jian Wushuang's thoughts. Now he is no longer the little novice monk, and everything in the world is like a mirror to him. Brother Jiyu, listen to him. If we don't leave, we will die more people. Hui Qing took a step and appeared beside Jiyu. Then he glanced at Jian Wushuang again, and the two of them met each other's eyes and instantly understood what they were thinking. Since you insist on doing this, then we will take the first step and remember to flee in the direction where we left if we lose. Maybe the emperors are already here. Before Jiyu left, he did not forget to comfort. Jian Wushuang did leak a bit of bitter smile. Their location was very close to the Temple of Qixin. If the emperor really came to rescue them, I am afraid he would have come long ago. Even the emperor can't get out of his body. One can imagine how dangerous that direction is. Chapter 5162. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. When Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing flee desperately, they did escape very far. Even if Jian Wushuang flew with full strength or kept teleporting, it would take a day to reach the Temple of Qixin. But the emperor is different. If the emperor really wants to rescue them, I am afraid that a teleport will be able to come. And when they were fighting with ghosts, he could also feel a terrifying aura emanating from the direction of the Qixin temple. The existence that burst out of this breath has either already fallen, or an unprecedented battle has taken place. Such a powerful existence can be felt at such a distance. If you get closer, I'm afraid it will be shattered by the aura fluctuations on the spot. Jian Wushuang didn't know that this was still the situation where Qishui Walker and Fengyu Demon were suppressed. If Daogong were not suppressed, the waves of air would spread, enough to cause their divine bodies to be injured. Looking at the disappearing figure of everyone, Jian Wushuang's eyes leaked sharp. At this moment, He no longer concealed his strength. The world of swords was even bigger and stronger than before, and the sword forbearance turned into sword intent, reaping those weak ghosts at will. Comparable to the origin of a small world, Jian Wushuang couldn't help licking his lips. If he could really absorb the Emperor Origin Avenue contained in the bodies of these ghosts, his strength might immediately skyrocket hundreds of times. It is stronger than practicing hundreds of millions of years in the starry sky. Call. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, success or failure once again. If he can't swallow it, he has the ability to escape. Otherwise, he can swallow these origins. He won't leave the great wasteland so quickly. This is simply his treasure. One thought of the universe. A bubble is the size of a pinhole, expanding from Jian Wushuang's mind. Boom. A mighty power erupted from his body, and the bubbles continued to expand, rushing out of his mind, only to instantly encompass the world of swords in the void. And Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. When his thought power just ascended, he was extremely excited, and he seemed to be very interested in those ghosts. The bubbles under the control of the power of thought continued to expand and gradually spread to the entire void. 100,000 miles, 300,000 miles, 800,000 miles, millions of miles. It has exceeded the scale of his first display, and the origin of the universe is like a baby waking up at this time, constantly hovering around the bubble, and the scope of the universe is still expanding. Boom. 2 million miles away. Stars suddenly appeared in the originally dying universe. Although these stars were illusory, they contained Jian Wushuang's extreme way. 3 million miles. The bubble is still expanding, and it still doesn't mean to stop. This range surpassed some mortal world continents, and if it expanded further, Jian Wushuang's thought power was somewhat unbearable. Boom. At 5 million miles, the bubble stopped, and the origin of Yin universe also returned to Jian Wushuang's body. Call. I can actually exclude the Tao of heaven in the great wilderness? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He actually excluded a middle world avenue. Although the other party was just born, it was a middle world avenue after all, so he was blocked. It's incredible, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. If the scope of the universe exceeds the great wilderness itself, wouldn't he be able to swallow the entire great wilderness? As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, a warning from the supreme rule appeared in his mind. Obviously, this would not work. The Dahuang heavenly Tao belonged to the primitive universe, and he couldn't swallow it no matter how strong it was. Only to swallow those origins stored in the world, but this origin, either in the secret realm of the universe, or in the cave world of some superpower, is not his turn at all. This time there was also a battle between emperors and monarchs, so he could have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters, and take the opportunity to devour the origin of these monarchs. Although these also belong to the origin of the primitive universe, but this is a small advantage. The origin of the primitive universe is simply insignificant. Jian Wushuang looked at the sky. At the top of the universe, if my universe was comparable to the original universe that day, I am afraid it would be the peak of the universe that the emperors dream of. If he wants to think that the universe is comparable to the original universe, he will probably have to cultivate to the 8th level of the ultimate sword, and he will have to be in harmony with the 7th level of the ultimate sword practice. I am afraid that he will have to be in harmony when he cultivates to the 6th floor. Hadao. A yoke that crossed the peak of life. How much Jinghong Tianjiao was trapped in this step. He had no certainty to join the road. Let's accept all the benefits now. Jian Wushuang mobilized his strength within 5 million miles, and his strength once again crossed several thresholds, and his current strength was about 9 times complete. He didn't notice that his name on the list of universe gods and demons kept beating. However, many Dayan immortals from the outside have noticed that Jian Wushuang's ranking is beating, especially the ghosts and monsters who have escaped. Brother Juyu, you are ranked in the top 500 in the universe. Many Dayan immortals exclaimed at Juyu's strength. The Tongtian Buddhist realm recognized that the Jinghong Tianjiao, who was second only to Juyu, could only be ranked in the top 100,000. The distance between this gap was too exaggerated. I am afraid that if he really started his hands, he could not hold Juyu's breath. Juyu also relaxed at this time. Looking at the world-shattering list of cosmic gods and demons, he doesn't have much interest in rankings. The ones that rank ahead of him are almost the ultimate Tao, and he is not satisfied with the current Tao. He is still merging into more Taos. The second-class Tao alone comprehending a few, he walked in the unity of 10,000 ways, and it is still far away. Once all the ways are united, the power of other ways is no less powerful than any ultimate way. Look, it's Brother Wushuang. His ranking is changing. Everyone looked at the situation, and those present were all powerhouses of the Dian Immortal level, and the hundreds of millions of rankings were all earning money at a glance. 150 million. It is estimated that it is a temporary breakthrough. He also said that there is a special treasure. It is estimated that he could break through with that treasure, but he can surpass tens of millions of people at a time. It seems that his strength has changed a lot. Dongyan Jie Tianjiao said casually. His strength ranks in the top 10 million, and he is the top powerhouse in the 9th rank perfect Dian Immortal. This includes the rankings of the entire universe. There are thousands of higher worlds in the entire universe and countless medium worlds. There are so many Dian Immortals born in these big worlds. Even if it is difficult for the 9th round of perfect Dian Immortals, they have accumulated hundreds of millions. He is indeed proud to be ranked among the top 10 million among the hundreds of millions of powerhouses. No, it's still changing. What? This is the top 100 million. Luo Shui exclaimed. The first 100 million is nothing to others, but for the 3-turn Dian Immortal Jian Wushuang, he is the only one in the entire universe. Zhu Yu's eyes turned, feeling incredible. Is this the ultimate way? 3 turns is comparable to 9 turns to consummation. He is very confident in his unity of 10,000 ways, but even at the 9th revolution, he dare not feel that he is comparable to the 9th revolution. Chapter 5163. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. All the ways are first class, and the more powerful they are, the ultimate way can reach the level of the ultimate way. Little novice Huiqing did not pay attention to their surprise, but looked at the top list. He is looking for acquaintances in his memory. Since stepping into the Tao, a series of memories have emerged in his mind, and these memories have taught him a lot of cosmic secrets. For example, the process of reaching the top of the universe, or how the heavens collapsed back then. The master of this memory has the strength of a Tier 5 top emperor, and he was also the #1 powerhouse in the universe back then. Brother Juyu, can you see the usefulness of this Cosmos Gods and Demons board? Why does it suddenly appear here? Dongyan Jie Tianjiao turned off the topic and looked at Juyu. Juyu shook his head and said, I don't know, but this should be related to the Temple of Qishan mentioned by the Emperor. Indeed, apart from the Temple of Qishan, no one in the entire primitive universe has such a big hand. Everyone calmed down when they heard it. Originally, I was still discussing whose handwriting, but now I think about who else besides the Temple of Qishan. It seems that this time is the right one. Although it is dangerous, there are endless opportunities. The list of gods and demons is just the beginning. Suddenly a strong light burst out of the pitch-black void, and the stinging people couldn't open their eyes. Look, it's the direction we are fleeing. Everyone blocked the glare, squinting to look in the direction of the fleeing. This is probably the treasure of Brother Wushuang. It is strong enough, and he deserves to be a practitioner of the ultimate way. Huiqing, you should work hard too. Brother Wushuang is so strong in rank 3. You are also the ultimate way, and you are still rank 6, but the strength is still a bit worse than Brother Wushuang. Luo Shui covered his face and followed his fingers, looking at the place where the strong light came from, while still nagging little novice Huiqing. Shan. Huiqing closed her eyes and didn't look, and slowly said, Brother Wushuang has always been stronger than me, and I admire it too. The dazzling light is the eruption of Jian Wushuang's origin. The origin of his body has undergone unprecedented changes at this moment, and countless rays of light have also appeared in the entire universe. These rays are all cracks. This is a precursor to the rupture of the universe, but those ghosts have not been swallowed up yet. If the universe bursts, he will be seriously injured, and he will not be able to run. In the bubble-shaped universe, numerous cracks have emerged. These gaps are like rivers, constantly producing tributaries, spreading to the entire universe. Jian Wushuang couldn't control so much at this time, desperately suppressing the source of the extreme path. The power of the source was flowing along his body. Now he has reached the point where he is not suppressing the source, but he is overwhelmed by the source. The power of the origin Tao surpassed his own power. This is the backlash of the Ji Tao. Fortunately, his soul has reached the 6th rank because of the accumulation of mind power, so he can barely control this power. No, I still can't hold it. Jian Wushuang endured tremendous torture, and the strength of the origin Tao made his container about to burst. Still overestimating his own strength, now that the arrow is on the line, he has to change direction temporarily. Bathed in the original breakthrough, let it die and live afterwards. The power flows within the body, and the exterior is surrounded by origin. He wants to use these two forces to contain each other and let himself break through. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes, and a full view of the universe appeared in his mind. The golden origin was like quicksand falling down the top of the circular universe, and the golden quicksand almost covered the entire universe. Ah! Jian Wushuang endured the pain and began to break through. The difference between Dianxian and Yinxian is that the great avenues appear in the body, and the source leaks out. The wider the avenue, the stronger the strength of evolving immortals. In the 3rd revolution, the avenue has a high height in the body, and the 6th revolution will raise the avenue to 100 feet. This is the best and most to achieve. The threshold of 3 to 6 turns is actually not high. It is not as high as the threshold of becoming an immortal. The former is only a tens of times improvement, while the latter needs to be increased 10,000 times. Since ancient times, the number of Yangxian's leapfrog battles of Dianxian is much less than that of 3-turn and 6-turn. This is also caused by the large gap in the level of Tao. Therefore, it is much easier to break through rank 3 and rank 6 than when Yinxian broke through Dianxian. But now Jian Wushuang is both internally and externally troubled. At this time, the difficulty of his breakthrough is not much different from when Yinxian broke through Dianxian. With golden light, Jian Wushuang thought about it with his heart. He thought of the giants he encountered in the starry sky. When he broke through the cage, golden light appeared in his chest. Finally, the liberation of life made him break through. One great axe, one force breaks 10,000 laws and breaks the supreme rules. In the end, the star cage was broken. Although this was nothing to Jian Wushuang at the time, he could not do it even if he was a giant who could give up his life, break through 10,000 ways, and get out of the cage. Later, when he left the starry sky, it was also a breakthrough in the extreme way. He took the diametrically opposite path to the giant. At first he felt that he was right. It seemed that he was stupid enough to fail to comprehend even the biggest gift Shinkong gave him. Wow! The golden quicksand slid down the universe, trying to cover the entire universe, and Jian Wushuang's body was being swallowed by the golden origin and then stood up. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, his breath reversed. The divine sword in his hand has long been eroded and clean, but at the moment there is no sword in his hand, there is a sword in his heart. The power of thinking is real. Swords are everywhere. He stands proudly in his own universe. At this moment he is the master of this world. Origin? Avenue? Universe? It's all vain. He wants to break all this. Ran 6? You can break it in a blink of an eye. A powerful breath broke out from him. This is the power of rank 6, but Jian Wushuang didn't take it seriously. He calmly raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand, and it simply slashed it from above. Wow! This sword is very ordinary, but also very scary. This sword is called immortality. Jian Wushuang yelled, and Jianing slashed down the universe. Silence. Then a dazzling light burst out, and the universe turned into 2 halves with a thought, and he reappeared in the void. The golden origin of the body and the quicksand outside the original universe instantly transformed into a new universe. This universe expanded faster, spreading directly to thousands of miles away. This is breaking and then standing, first breaking through one's own cage, and then building one's own world. Yin universe reformed, and Jian Wushuang's origin avenue also rose to a level. The 4th layer of the Jidao immortality, he did it. Not only did he break through to rank 6 Dian Immortal, but he also elevated Jidao to the 4th level. The ultimate way is also loosened at this moment, and it will soon reach the 6th level. The benefits of swallowing the origin are boundless, although this is also related to him. But without these ghosts, he would not be able to break through so quickly. Complement each other. Chapter 5164. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, however, it would be better not to devour this path in the future. As long as there is one mistake in devouring this time, he will have to account for this great famine. The biggest stumbling block on the road to enlightenment is not the creatures in the universe, but himself. This made Jian Wushuang a bit funny. He felt that he had escaped from the universe. The strength of the ghosts wrapped below has been weakened by 90%, and the suppression of the source of the extreme path makes them immobile. Especially the heart power. Jian Wushuang's heart power has become stronger than before, which is also part of the reason. As for the power of thought, these ghosts were originally the countless thoughts of the emperor, and these thoughts turned into ghosts, and the powerful thought power could still deal with them. Ji Dao stepped into the 4th level. His thought power surpassed the emperor, and the ghosts that these emperor thoughts turned into were naturally not his opponents. Exit. At the first thought, all ghosts are perished. Countless ghosts are not struggling, but standing still in the universe, and then their bodies dissipated, leaving only the incomplete origin road. These incomplete origins appeared in Jian Wushuang's universe, and they were naturally swallowed by his origin. If there is no such source as Jian Wushuang, it will return to the Dahuang heavenly Dao, and now it is considered as being cut by Jian Wushuang. If Lu Crow knew that these origins were swallowed by him, I am afraid that he would be squeezed to death. So many emperors died in his dojo, he still wanted to take the opportunity to break through, but he did not expect to die so many emperors. The ultimate benefit will be all a Dayan immortal was taken. However, the current 6 crows are being suppressed by the Ion Tower, and they can't get involved to compete for these origins. Call. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and opened his hands to quietly absorb those origins. These origins contain the emperor's unique knowledge. Jian Wushuang has carefully understood it, after all, is the emperor's unique knowledge. His current kendo skills are entirely based on his own creation, but he has not yet obtained the geniuses under the control of his physical body and generative power. This time he has learned about the emperor's geniuses, and it will be easier to cultivate after he obtains such geniuses. The power of the source is like the ocean, and Jian Wushuang is like a black hole, swallowing the ocean. Now that he has enough strength, he naturally wants to absorb all these sources to stabilize his own source. The origin of Jidao quickly reached the peak of the 4th level, and the origin of Kendo directly broke through to the 6th level. After absorbing all these origins, the origin of Kendo has reached the 6th peak. The receipt of the goods this time exceeded Jian Wushuang's prediction. He really thanked Shen Wuyang for all this, for sending himself to the great wilderness, and he was able to break through so many in just a few years. This time the great wilderness changes. Maybe Shen Wuyang is also here. Thank you after encountering it. It's time to go. Jian Wushuang's thought power moved slightly, putting away Yin universe. After looking around, he locked a direction and prepared to leave. At the same time, in the direction of the Qishan temple, an emperor was stepping forward. Thousands of hands. Go there. Pick up all these little guys. Tongtian Buddha's voice sounded in his ears. At the same time, he reminded him that Huiqing and Jian Wushuang must be brought here. In just one step, he came to the void where Jian Wushuang had previously devoured ghosts. With cause and effect, his golden eyes pierced the void, passing through the endless void with one hand, grabbing Xiang Jian Wushuang, with the other hand grabbing Xiang Juyu and others. The people like Juyu are okay. They can feel that they are the 1,000-handed Buddha Lord in the world of Tongtian Buddhism, and they did not resist the situation and fell into the huge palm of their hands. Jian Wushuang is a bit miserable here. He desperately wants to escape from the palm of his hand, but no matter how he escapes, he can't escape from the palm of his hand. The 1,000 Hands Buddha Lord was also a little annoyed, and immediately grabbed Jian Wushuang. The palm of his hand hadn't returned yet, and the figure of 1,000 Hands Buddha once again took a step, and his figure had reached the Qishui Hall. The two palms that shuttled through the void met and fell onto the other palm. Brother Wushuang, we meet again. Jiyu smiled slightly and reached out to help Jian Wushuang on the ground. Are you all right? Luo Shui and Xiaomi Huiqing hurriedly walked towards Jian Wushuang. This is... Jian Wushuang was a little confused. Don't panic. It's the Emperor Thousand Hands. We are saved. Juyu, as an ancient nine turns perfect Dayan immortal, naturally knew that this was the magical power of the Thousand Hands Buddha Lord. Jian Wushuang understood it instantly and cursed in his heart. After finally getting rid of these people and now being arrested again, he really didn't want to go with these emperors to the so-called Temple of Qishan. In his opinion, even if the Qishan Temple has the opportunity to make the 9th rank consummation Dayan immortal become the emperor, this is probably only a partial chance, and it has no effect on him. He has just rank 6 now, and he wants to reach the 9th rank Yanxian as a chop. Isn't it just a cannon fodder to go to the Temple of Qishan? Unfortunately, the emperor personally brought him back, but he couldn't leave if he wanted to. Then I have to thank the emperor. Jian Wushuang stood firm, his expression sincere. Seeing his sincere expression, Jiu calmly said, "The Lord Thousand Hands Buddha is very talkative. I will recommend you later." Jian Wushuang's flushed face said in a low voice, "No." Yu reads www.ukanshu.com. The emperor has a lot of opportunities, and now he is fighting for opportunities. I still don't bother. He couldn't forget the scene where he had just fled several times and was caught back with a big hand. I am afraid that seeing the Thousand Hands Buddha Lord will not give him a good face, so he will not touch the brow. Although he could say that he didn't know that it was the emperor's method, but there was no need to spread the panic. Let's take a step and look at it. The huge palm soon passed through the pitch-black void, and there was a bright light in front of it. Wow! The void was torn and closed again. Jian Wushuang and his party fell in a hall. "Come to me." A stern voice sounded. Jian Wushuang and the others looked up and saw the towering Buddha standing in front of them. Before everyone could say more, they were moved behind the Buddha. Looking at the majestic figure, and then at the huge pair of palms, it should be that the Lord Thousand-Handed Buddha didn't run away. After falling into the seat behind the towering Buddha, they could see the surroundings clearly. In addition to the Thousand-Handed Buddha, there are hundreds of extremely powerful auras in this hall, each of which is a powerful emperor. Everyone took a breath. It was the first time for him to see such a big scene, and it would be difficult to see the emperor as if it were ascending to the sky. Now so many emperors have gathered together. They can't believe it. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had seen dozens of emperors in the world of Tongtian Buddhism, and he could still accept this scene at this time. Dozens of emperors came to a world of Tongtian Buddhism. He wanted to come in the hall, and there were other world emperors, but he looked around and found no real Wuyang. It stands to reason that Desiyu is also very close here, so why should Jin Wuyang be here too? Jian Wushuang was a little puzzled, but when he saw the void outside the hall, there was still an eternal cave floating. He thought he was on the wrong team. Chapter 5165. Inside the Qishui Hall. The arrival of Jian Wushuang and the others was inconspicuous. At this time, emperors continued to arrive at the hall with Dayan Immortal. Ancestor, the emperor of the Great Dream Realm, has already brought some Dayan Immortals. A Great Dream Clan emperor respectfully said, "Well, first bring all these good seedlings. Let them find a way to come over the rest. The distance to the Big Dream is not too far. If they can't get through this, they don't need to enter the Temple of the Gods." Damning Daozu arbitrarily ordered, "Please help me. Mimi Reading app can steal book tickets like stealing food. Come steal the book tickets of your friends and vote for me." He himself brought all the elite Dayan Immortals of the Big Dream Clan, and many of them had several Tianjiao who ranked in the top 1,000 of the universe's gods and demons. As for the other Dayan Immortals, he can help too, and the rest is up to himself. In the hall at this time, the number of emperors continued to increase, and soon there were thousands of emperors, and Dayanxian even exceeded 10 million. The Dayan Immortals who can be here are almost all the powerhouses of rank 9 or rank 9 consummation. Only a few are rank 6, and there are none at rank 3. Everyone, it's almost there. As a lone traveler, Qishui Walker had no ethnic group or influence under his command. Only some special beings in the secret realm he controlled were his subordinates. Each of these special beings possessed the second-rank avenue. Their physical bodies were extremely powerful, and their life levels were thousands of times higher than that of ordinary races. However, their cultivation is also more difficult. Only dozens of them can become Dayan immortals, and only 2 of them can achieve consummation in rank 9. 2 special beings, a man and a woman, stood behind Chishui Traveler. Both of them are ranked in the top 1,000 in the Cosmic Gods and Demons list. In addition, Chishui Walker has no ethnic group or power, so some treasures that are of little use to him are given to these 2 subordinate. Said to be subordinates, in fact, Chishui Traveler has always regarded them as his own children. Leader, am all here. Chishui, you can start. I don't have many evangelists under my command, and I have brought them all this time. Many emperors spoke one after another, and they couldn't wait. After all Yanxian disappeared, the Temple of Qixin released a message, telling them that the trial of the Temple of Qixin was about to begin. According to the message, the trial is divided into 3 steps. The first step is the great screening of Yanxian. The immortals of the entire universe have gathered in the subsidiary world of the Qixin Temple. They are the first people to accept the inheritance, and the trials given by the Qixin Temple are also quite harsh. The fairy cultivating in each affiliated world can only survive one success, and the one with the top 1,000 can accept the next round of trials. The rest are all sent back to their respective worlds, and will be bestowed by the source of the attached world. As for what is bestowed, it depends on the ranking. This is the first trial, and the second step is the screening of Dayan immortals. At last it will be the Emperor's turn. Click. The ancient and quiet Temple of the Gods gradually punched the door. Now that they are all together, let's go in. After almost understanding the structure of the Temple of Fortune, the emperors of them were relieved, and they were not starting a fight for the time being. Dayan immortal enters the first passage, and emperor enters the second. The voice of Chishui Traveler spread throughout the entire hall. Many Dayan immortals began to enter the Temple of Qixin in a panic. Wait to enter the Temple of Qixin. Don't be careless. This is a great opportunity. Take it well, and strive to become the emperor. All kinds of encouraging words sounded, but as they said, this opportunity is unprecedented. If you don't cherish it, I'm afraid you will regret it for a lifetime. Yes. Everyone answered in unison, and then left the Chishui Hall, walked towards the void, and entered the Qixin Hall. Inside the Ion, Feng Yumajuan looked at the outside world sharply. Sure enough, the Dayan immortal passage was opened first. It seems that the Qixin Temple will not let us in without waiting for the emperors of other regions to arrive. Feng Yu Emperor said coldly. This is also very normal. The Temple of Qixin was built by the power of ancient civilization. It is a relic of screening inheritors. Xianxian and Dianxian are just trying to try their luck. What we really need are emperors and powerful people like me. Zhen Wuyang thoughtfully. This is the same as they speculated. From the point of view of the Qixin Temple, it is necessary to have a strong source to enter the Qixin Temple. So all the gods will be recruited into the Qixin Temple. As for how many Dayan immortals can come, the Qixin Temple is true. I don't care about this. From the perspective of Qixin Temple, Yanxian is no different from Dianxian. What they select is the Tianjiao among Tianjiao. As for the strength, these can be cultivated later, as long as the comprehension is high and the great Tao is strong. These are all cultivated on their own, and there are many foreign objects in the temple. Moreover, the trial opened by the Temple of Fortune is the highest trial, and many inheritors are needed. According to the framework, it is more like training a space army. Each affiliated world selects 1,000 eternal immortals, and there are millions of them in total. To cultivate 1,000,000 eternal immortals at a time, such a big handwork is by no means as simple as cultivating 1 or 2 inheritors. You guys go in too. Feng Yumajuan opened the portal of the Ion Tower. Everyone in the tower bowed, shouting in unison, "Thanks, Monarch." The Ion Tower and the tens of millions of Dayan immortals in the Chishui Hall were crushed in black, and they entered the Qixin Hall together. Taozu, we? Juyu and the others looked anxiously at the people who continued to enter the Temple of Qixin. Don't worry, it's not that whoever gets advanced will get the benefits. The majestic voice of Thousand Hands Buddha rang. The Tongtian Buddha and the Immeasurable Buddha were talking with other emperors. As for Jian Wushuang, he was even less worried. He also learned a lot about the Qixin Temple from other people. Although his heart moved, he knew what he needed. Although the Qixin Temple was magical, he might not be able to help him. With this time, he might as well devour those ghosts. So many ghosts in the entire Great Wilderness, maybe taking advantage of the fact that the Emperor is paying attention to the Temple of the Gods this time. He can step into the 9th rank consummation in one fell swoop. This is a great opportunity. Tong Tian, your people can also go in. Qi Shui Xingzhe smiled. So many Dian immortals naturally have to enter in batches. Although the Temple of Qixin does not distinguish between before and after, these emperors still strive to let their disciples go in first. The principle of first in first served has been embedded in their bones, and various relics are usually the secret realm is dominated by first movers. Although the Temple of Qixin is different this time, it still uses the old one. Thank you, Lord. Tongtian Buddha's face was full of smiles. Then directly transmit the sound thousands of hands. Tongtian Buddha doesn't care when his subordinates will enter. He now cares more about himself. Since joining the Qishui Alliance, he has been wooing all the forces. He has at least reached an alliance with several forces in secret. Especially for those who are alone, he is even more personally wooed. As long as he has Tier 4 strength, he almost reached an alliance. Chapter 51-66. Although the Qishui Alliance is now hugging each other, they understand the truth of the disaster. They have now begun to plan what happened after the collapse of the Scarlet Water Alliance. For this, Qishui Traveler also closed one eye, and since he learned how to enter the Temple of Qixin, he didn't care about Qishui Alliance anymore. Several Tier 4 top emperors, he has greeted him, and he can form alliances after entering the Temple of Qixin. He doesn't care about the rest of the strong, because he can't help him anymore. As a third-order emperor, Qianshou Buddha had different circles. Naturally, he didn't know what Tongtian Buddha was talking about, but after receiving the transmission, he hurriedly greeted everyone to prepare to enter the Temple of Qixin. Juyu, you are the strongest, and you were the same generation as me back then. You are an elder. You enter the Temple of Qixin and protect other people a lot. Thousand-handed Buddha is also as Jiyu said, with a good temper and no other emperor. So high above. This is rare among the third-order emperors. The third-order emperors are generally the leaders of a large force. How can they be so easy to talk? Especially those second-tier emperors, with their nostrils facing the sky. The weaker their strength is in the same tier, the more they like to show off in front of Dian. Most of these emperors have reached the end of the avenue, and there is no hope to improve their strength. Before they merged, the Origin Avenue was very weak. They were all ordinary 4th-rank avenues or 5th-rank avenues. Jealous. This can also be said in the past, and even some emperors with gloomy hearts specially hunted down those Tianjiao among the Dian immortals. Fortunately, there were so many emperors this time, and those evil emperors didn't dare to rush into action. After all, the Dian immortal present were all Tianjiao elites in a world, and no one dared to arouse public outrage at this time. Xiedijuan, I will pay attention. There was light in Jiuye's eyes. His peers are all third-order emperors, and he is still the 9th turn consummation, saying that he is not in a hurry and has been merging many great avenues. In fact, he is more anxious than anyone, but the unity of 10,000 ways is so easy. If he does not reach the original consummation in one day, he will not be able to unite. Let's go in. Thousand-handed Buddha Master waved his hand, and everyone had been moved out of the Qishui Hall. Jiyu, I hope that when you come back, you will succeed in harmony. Jiyu in the void turned his head. He received the voice transmission from the Lord Thousand Hands Buddha, nodded, and muttered silently in his heart, Definitely, Brother Qianshou. He can't forget the happy appearance of his friends who once stood side by side after the success of Hadao. On the Tongtian Mountain that year, one of their generation's arrogances was successful, and the other was not in harmony. Go! Jiyu turned his head. His eyes revealed madness, and said sharply. Hundreds of people from Tongtian Buddha world entered the Qixin Temple together. Since Jian Wushuang was not a practitioner of the world of Tongtian Buddhism, he followed at the end and went with Hui Qing. Before entering the Temple of Qixin, Jian Wushuang felt a pair of huge eyes looking at him, turned his head, and looked at the ion tower floating in the void. A stalwart figure appeared in his mind. It's Zhen Wuyang. Jian Wushuang stepped quickly and directly entered the Temple of Qixin. He also learned about the previous battle in Qishui Hall. Several emperors have fallen, and the ancestors of the Dongyan realm have fallen. There are also several emperors he has heard of, those who were powerful in the ancient times of Dasiyu. Just after being glanced at by Zhen Wuyang, he felt that his back was chilling, but he wasn't considered a betrayal. He was not a person from Zhen Wuyang. Zhen Wuyang retracted his eyes, closed his eyes, and said in his heart, "Good luck, little guy." He also managed to move some of the ninth ranks of Dasiyu, but few had potential. It was cannon fodder when they entered, but Jian Wushuang gave him a big surprise. In a short period of time, he broke through to rank 6 Dian Immortal, which is still the ultimate way, and even ranked in the top 100 million of the universe gods and demons. Rank 6 is the first 100 million, and when the ninth rank is complete, he will be able to enter the top 1,000. Although he does not understand the rules of Dian Immortal, the top 1,000 of all Dian Immortals are also worthy of training in the Temple of Qixin. It may be a big help for him. However, it is too difficult to combine the ultimate way. There is only one ultimate emperor in the universe. He can't believe that Jian Wushuang will be able to succeed. However, as the only practitioner of the ultimate way in Dasiyu, he prefers swords. Wushuang can succeed together. Call. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief when he entered the Qixin temple. He was really afraid that Zhen Wuyang would cut him with a single knife. In the darkness, Jian Wushuang couldn't see where he was. He was a little dazed. His eyes were pitch black, but he looked up at the sky, but it was a starry sky. The ancient breath came to his face, and then he disappeared in place. Original star codename Jiajiao. Before Jian Wushuang could react, there was a deep voice in his ears. As a strong light flashed, it was no longer pitch black before his eyes, and he could see the scene clearly. After looking around, he found that it was a desolate star, a bare mountain, a gray-white continent, and a depleted lake. Only a small part of the people who entered the Temple of Qixin with him moved to this primordial star, and he couldn't feel the breath of the others. There is a world in the Temple of Qixin. Jian Wushuang's figure flickered and appeared in the sky above primordial star, a barrier blocking his figure. He can see other primitive stars through the barrier talk, and there are 36 primitive stars in this world. Brother Wushuang. The little novice Huiqing flew from a distance. The little novice monk now is no longer the kind-hearted little novice monk who knows everything. The original monk's robes were also changed into loose long robes, but his white face contained a pair of sharp eyes. After seeing the little novice monk, Jian Wushuang nodded and didn't say much. The two fell on the ground, and other practitioners also found them, but because they didn't know each other, they were far apart and they were very guarded. Ding! A crisp voice sounded, and an old man with a rickety figure appeared above the primordial star. He was carrying a light lantern, his face was full of folds, and a white eyelid in his eyelid turned. I recommend that the novel app I'm using recently, Mimyriad app, Android and Apple phones support it. Temple of Qixin, the highest trial, now begins. The rickety old man's voice was hoarse, and after leaving a simple sentence, he disappeared into this Jiajiao primordial star. When everyone heard it, they were taken aback for a moment, and then each of their eyes revealed the killing intent. After Jian Wushuang and Huiqing looked at each other, they quickly moved towards the nearest mountain pulse. Before the rickety old man left, he also passed a message to them. After entering the mountains, the two of them were considered to have put down their guard, and at the same time the sky tilted countless beams of light. In each beam of light, there is a white token. The rickety old man walked forward and summoned all. Once he got his token, he could start killing. Chapter 5167. The gray-white primordial star, except for the mountains, is a bare continent, which is easy to be besieged. Jian Wushuang and Huiqing can meet, and other forces are not sure how many people are on this primordial star. Once they hold a group, they will definitely besiege and kill those alone. That's why Jian Wushuang took the little novice monk and quickly hid in the mountains, hiding his breath here, first get the token to understand the rules. Although the two of them are abnormal in strength, the ranking in the universe is nothing. The tens of millions of Dayan immortals who entered the Temple of Chishan this time are all powerhouses ranked in the top 100 million, and the lowest threshold is rank 9 strength. This is only 1/5 of the entire universe. I believe it won't be long before Dayan immortals from other worlds will come. After getting the identity token, the two of them moved again and came to a dark canyon. The entire gorge is bare, except for some messy old wooden branches and the corpses of some wild beasts. Huiking's figure fell beside Jian Wushuang. Looking at the corpses, lowered her head and muttered, "Goodness." Although these corpses looked very long, they may have been extinct in the original universe, but they could feel how long these corpses should have not been dead. The flesh and blood on it was swallowed by a certain technique. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and opened a simple cave. For the highest trial, all primordial stars were probably forcibly opened up by a certain mighty person. These wild beasts, dry lakes, vegetation and forests were all drained of life, and the originally vibrant planets were made into primordial stars. However, it is the Temple of Chishan. A small world has been transformed into a battlefield of Shura. The two were sitting cross-legged in the cave. "Let's take a look at the rules first," Jian Wushuang said lightly. "Now that you have entered the Temple of Chishan, no matter how you live, it would be great if you can still reap some benefits." Holding the white token, a trace of power was injected, and countless information appeared in his mind instantly. The highest trial of the Chishan Temple is divided into 5 regions, and each world has 36 primitive stars, and there are millions of Dayan immortals in the unclassified primitive stars. Wufang Realm? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. According to the Dayan immortal of their eastern region, 1 domain is enough, and now there are 5 domains. That is to say, most of the Dayan immortals in the entire universe have entered the Temple of Chishan. But isn't Chishan Temple in the Great Desolation? No. Jian Wushuang reacted, and the Temple of Chishan may have appeared in other big worlds. No wonder the supreme trial of Dayan immortal by Chishan Temple is so fast. Divided into 5 domains, then they will not encounter it now, and it will not affect him at all. The screening of Dayan immortal is much lower than the screening requirements of Immortal Yin, which is the top 1,000 in every world, but the trial of Dayan immortal has different requirements. The Dayan immortal with the top 10,000 primordial stars can be bestowed by the gods, and the first 1,000 can accept the inheritance contained in the primordial stars. Then a small ranking appeared in his mind. The first, Lei Wanhe, 9th round completed Dayanxian with a record of 330. The second, Chang Lingxian, 9th rank completed Dayanxian with a record of 110. Ranked 769,358, Jian Wushuang, record 0. Division of record. Identity token 100 points. The 9th revolving consummation Dayanxian 1000 points. Rank 9 Dayan immortal 100 points. Note: you can get 10 times points for killing by higher order. The trial time is 30 years. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. He was planning to hide here and wait for the trial to end before going out. Now it seems that he can really make a profit. The trial of the Chishan Temple places great importance on stepping up, and under the temptation of 10 times the reward, this is forcing those 9th rank Dayan immortals to deal with 9 ranks consummation. Insert 1 sentence. My Creating app, it's really good. It's worth installing. Even Android and Apple phones support it. However, there is no 10-fold reward for the 9th rank consummation, and it is necessary to continue to hunt down the 9 ranks, or kill the same rank. Under such rules, the entire primordial star will really become a Shura field. Brother Wushuang. Huiqing put away the identity token. His eyes were a little hot. The siege of 9 turns is complete. Jian Wushuang's voice trembled a little. Both of them are rank 6 Dayan immortals. If they can really encircle rank 9 consummation, they will get a 100-fold reward. One rank 9 perfect Dayan immortal has a record of 1,000, and a 100-fold is a record of 100,000. As long as a few rounds of 9 consummation are achieved, the two of them will be among the best, waiting for the end of the trial to reap the benefits. After Huiqing heard what he said, she hesitated, as if 2 consciousnesses were fighting in her mind, and finally nodded. Good. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. He could see that the little novice Hui Qing had changed a lot, but everyone had a secret, and he didn't even bother to ask. The two made a plan. First, set up a large formation in the valley, and one person went out to lure the ninth-rank consummation Dian immortal to pursue and kill, and then besieged. As for the distribution of the record, reading book www.ukanshu.com is calculated by the Temple of Qi, who contributes more, the more records you get. At the same time, an unprecedented battle broke out on Primordial Star, and the ranking of this Primordial Star is constantly changing. Numerous rank 9 Dian Immortals competed for helmets, and the rank 9 Dian Immortals did not dare to show up on all continents. These 9th turn consummation Dian Immortals have already become popular. In the first year, the 9th ranked Dian Immortal is almost the target of all the 9th ranked consummation Dian Immortals. Fortunately, the lone 9th ranked Dian Immortal starts bout 1 can barely survive. However, there are also many powerful 9th ranked Dian Immortals that can match 9 ranks consummation. For example, the top 1000 Lord of the Years is rank 9 Dian Immortal. He once killed a severely injured rank 9 perfect Dian Immortal in a big melee, and then successively killed several rank 9 Dian Immortals. The ranking has surpassed a lot of rank 9 perfect Dian Immortals. In a blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. The big dogfights in the original star no longer appeared, and the rankings began to solidify. Then their battles became extremely difficult. It was no longer a battle of strength, but more of a battle of wits and courage. No one who could survive was the weak. They are all the 9th rank consummation or the real strong in the 9th rank. In the past 3 years, Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing finally arranged the next powerful formation. This was arranged by Hui Qing based on the simplified version of Wuliang Mountain's Wuliang Grand Formation. Although it is a simplified version, it can be used as a defensive formation for Emperor Jun's dojo. Most Dian Immortals who have completed the 9th revolution. Finally, the arrangement is complete. It just so happens that now those 9 ranks perfect Dian Immortals have accumulated a lot of achievements. We can start. Jian Wushuang's eyes were sharp, and now the trial has passed 1/10 of the time, and the rest time is not too much, and time is not much. Chapter 5168. The weak points of the 9th turn consummation have also fallen. Now they are left with some strong people in the 9th turn consummation Dian Immortal. They really want to besieged and killed a strong in the 9th turn consummation Dian Immortal. The time they need it's not short. After all, it is common for the strong to fight and fight for thousands of years. In the case of not much difference in strength, if you want to quickly kill the opponent, you can only rely on some big formations or burning divine bodies. Hui Qing, you hide the big formation, I will seduce. Remember that once I enter the big formation, be careful not to hurt me. Jian Wushuang solemnly confessed. Even if it's a simplified version, this big formation is still infinitely powerful. The two of them can barely guard it. Hui Qing hides the big formation alone. He is the same when launching the big formation. It is difficult to control the power of the big formation. Once there is any, the difference may cause both of them to suffer backlash. Relax. Hui Qing nodded with firm eyes. Jian Wushuang's figure was already out of the canyon. After looking around, he could slightly feel a wave of power fluctuations in the nearby mountains. After hiding the power of his body, he quickly flew in the direction of the fluctuations. Primordial Star, said to be a planet, is comparable in size to some small domains. Even if the 9-turn complete Dian Immortal travels around the Primordial Star, it will take a year, and it cannot be teleported within the Primordial Star. Flying all the way, Jian Wushuang also observed the surroundings. Primordial Star, as Dian Immortal's Shura field, has a very peculiar geological structure, and the surface of the stars is also extremely tough. It is difficult to destroy those mountains by ordinary means, but now after several battles, many mountains all were chopped down, and the power of the source was still burning everywhere in the ruins. Jian Wushuang has also seen the path of immortal bones accumulated by hundreds of millions of immortal bones, and he can accept all of this. After all, this is the Temple of Qishan. If you want to get the benefits, you have to fight. Even in some cosmic secret realms, a lot of Dian Immortals would fall away a lot. However, The appearance of the Temple of Chishan this time was a feast for the entire universe, and it was also a killing. After this opportunity, the powerhouses of the primitive universe will probably be reduced by more than half. The reduction in number is a good thing for the origin of the universe and can reduce the burden. Although the quantity has been reduced by half, the quality can be increased several times. I am afraid that by then the primitive universe will truly rise in the long river of time and space, dazzling an entire era. On the primordial star, in a defeated mountain range, a sturdy middle-aged man, bare-armed, with a spear in one hand. There are several scars on his face, and there are several cracks in his strong upper body. This was formed by causing indelible damage to the divine body, and he stood motionless on the ruined battlefield. That wave radiated from him. Jian Wushuang had a keen sense of smell, and the closer he was, the more he could lock the target position. With the effort of a cup of tea, he came to this dilapidated battlefield. Jian Wushuang turned sharply, fell into the battlefield and was 3 feet off the ground. Floating in the air, after looking around, he looked at the weak Aura-Dian immortal standing on the battlefield. 9 primitive star, ranks in the 9th revolution of 7,867 to complete Dian immortal, Zhongsheng. He comes from a small world, the number 1 strong in that small world, and the master of that world. But he is the second-order emperor, and the whole world is a second-order emperor. There are not many 9-ranked Dian immortals, reaching 9. There are only 3 Dian immortals who have reached consummation, and he is one of them. There are not only the strong, but also the weak. They have no background and no power, and they are fighting alone when they enter the primitive star. Want to unite? His strength is ordinary in the same level, and he has no background, and there is no alliance to ask him to form an alliance with the 9th rank, which is to die. Rank 9 Dian immortal has already formed an alliance, looking for the weak rank 9 Dian immortal, trying to besieged. Such a strong man who is a great master in any big world is now like a prey on the battlefield, being hunted everywhere. Jian Wushuang held his identity token, which contained more than 30,000 points. My luck won't be so good. Picking up the corpse as soon as I came out. Jian Wushuang pinched the opponent's token, and he could clearly feel that the opponent's injuries were very serious, not like pretending. Now he has even the identity token in his hand. Even if he pretends, he doesn't need to hang the identity token around his waist at will. He could feel that clear fluctuation from hundreds of millions of miles away, and he didn't believe that such a good thing would make him run into it. So this is a very poor quality set. Jian Wushuang threw the token on the ground. His figure quickly backed away. At the moment he retreated, the hidden Dian immortals appeared one after another. 17 rank 9 Dian immortals appeared together around this battlefield. Sure enough, just like Jian Wushuang thought, this is a trap. He can think of encircling and suppressing the 9th revolution to complete Dian immortal, and other people must also be able to think of it. After all, no one who comes here is a fool, but the traps of these people are too bad. This is the first time he went out. If other Daanxians were likely to find something strange when they approached, they would leave this place directly. Brother, this person's realm is a bit vague. It shouldn't be the 9th turn consummation. A rough man stared at a pair of tiger eyes. His body size was 7 or 8 battles. Jian Wushuang squinted to look to the rear, and the 7 Dian immortals blocked his retreat with murderous expressions. There were 3 9-ranked Dian immortals in front of him, and the rest surrounded on both sides. Although there is no big formation, but in this posture, if the 9 ranks consummation Dian immortal is really deceived, I am afraid it is really difficult to get out. The estimation of strength and weakness must be explained here. Dear friends, everyone is rank 9. Why bother? Jian Wushuang's aura revolved. The divine sword had long been broken, and he didn't even have a treasure on his body now. Among these 17 people, there is one 2nd-rank roots Dao strong. The weakest remaining are the 3rd-rank roots, and several others are extremely powerful Dao in the 3rd-rank roots. The leading young man, dressed in luxurious robes, with indifference in his triangular eyes, said lightly, "Kill him." If they had encountered rank 9 Dian immortal before, they might be recruited under their command. But now there are more fleshy young wolves. Kill this kid, well, change places, and go to the Flame Demon Canyon. There is no more fish here. The triangular-eyed man's voice was negative. He has also caught a lot of strong players here, and the record he has obtained is also considerable. The rankings of everyone present are in the top 20,000, and he himself is ranked in the top 10,000. The reason is that the 9th rank consummation Dayan immortal, they first besieged him and severely injured him, and after leaving a sigh of relief, they sealed it here to lure other Dayan immortals. Because of this strategy, he was also promoted to be the eldest brother by these people. Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed. These people were not weak, and it was not easy to solve them all at once. The most important thing is that if these people can't be solved at a time and a half and cause other strong people to come over, it's not good. Chapter 5169. One or two rounds of the Nineth rank perfect Dayan immortal. He can resist, and once more than dozens of powerful people come together, even he can't guarantee that he can drag them into the prearranged big formation. Everyone, if you have to do it. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned and glanced at the approaching crowd. His figure suddenly flashed. Song. The spear held in the hand of the 9th turn consummation Dayan immortal suddenly pierced out. Jian Wushuang's figure also left an afterimage. He mobilized his thought power spear to explode with a momentum that was no less than the offensive of the 9th revolution consummation Dayan immortal, killing the triangular-eyed man directly. Die to me. The thief caught the king first, and Jian Wushuang locked the leading man with triangular eyes as soon as he moved his hand. The spear pierced the sky like a dragon, and Jian Wushuang's figure reached the triangle-eyed man at this moment. Before everyone else could react, the spear pierced the triangle-eyed man's chest, and Jian Wushuang appeared behind the triangle-eyed man, took the blood-stained spear, and slammed his fist with the other hand. The head of a man with triangular eyes. Boom. All this happened in an instant, causing no one else to react, and the man with triangle eyes had fallen. Jian Wushuang held a blood-stained spear in one hand, and pinched the corpse of a man with triangle eyes in the other. Rank 6 Dayan immortal killed rank 9 Dayan immortal, and got 1,000 record. A message appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind. In addition to the basic record, Jian Wushuang also obtained the cumulative record of the triangular-eyed man, which is more than 20,000, but because of the leapfrog kill, even the cumulative record has doubled tenfold, more than 200,000. Jian Wushuang's startled eyes almost fell out, and his own ranking instantly entered the top 5,000. This is simply terrifying. He thought that only the basic record would double, but he did not expect that even the accumulated record would double. If you kill a 9th rank who has accumulated a record of 100,000 and complete Dayan immortal, then he will get a record of tens of millions. Jian Wushuang originally wanted to kill their boss and left, so as not to be watched. These 9th rank Dayan immortals only cost 1,000 points, which is not worth the risk. Now it seems that it must be killed. This exceeded his estimate. He didn't know that this was a special treatment unique to rank 6 Dayan immortal, but it was not recorded in the identity token. Go! The other 9th rank Dayan immortal, depending on the situation, fled around one after another. Jian Wushuang was able to kill their eldest brother in no time, and he could kill any of them. Even if they besieged them, he would die a lot. This kind of risk is too great. Why don't you just run away? As for revenge, I'm not familiar with it at all. If it hadn't been for the man with triangle eyes to be a bit tricky, he wouldn't take refuge in him. It was a meeting on the water, and they were doing the business of killing people and selling goods together. Now that the ship sinks, they naturally jumped off the ship and escaped. These people fled separately. Jian Wushuang really couldn't chase after him, so he could only deal with the few people who were closer to him. The record entered his identity token with a smashing record. Although the records of those few have accumulated only a few thousand, it can be tens of thousands of times more than 10 times. With the triangle-eyed man, he won a record of 350,000 this time, ranking in the top 4. It's still a bit far away from the first 1,000. Jian Wushuang put away the token and looked down at the sealed 9 turns consummation Dayan immortal. If you use your weapon, I will leave you a whole corpse. Jian Wushuang raised his hand, and a powerful thought was instantly injected into his mind. Killing in silence is the power of thought. Successfully killed Zhong Shang on rank 9, and won a record of 150,000. Looking at the number displayed, Jian Wushuang didn't have too many surprises. Killing this Nineth rank perfect Dian immortal, he didn't have much effort at all, and it was not bad to have 150,000. After putting away the treasure spear, he could already feel that several magnificent auras rose to the sky, rushing towards this side. Although the movement just now was not big, it still aroused the powerhouses in the surrounding area. Go! Jian Wushuang's figure flickered and soon disappeared into the sky. After just a few breaths, 9-turn consummation Dian immortal arrived here. He did not suppress his breath at all, and his behavior was extremely domineering. It's late. A dozen of rank 9 Dian immortals who can kill are running for their lives. They are good, and they should have reached the top level of rank 9. Behind the overbearing man is a crescent-shaped flying blade, revealing its power. It's so powerful. Arcana is also divided into extreme grades. The power of the ordinary treasures is generally enough to reach the rank 9s. Most of the top treasures are weapons of the rank 9's Dian Fairy. Like the powerhouses of the 9 ranks perfect Dian Fairy, it is not enough to use the ordinary treasures. Just like Jian Wushuang, the whole Bodhi's supreme treasures were just enough for the time when they were born. Once they broke through to become a Dian immortal, facing those 9th rank or even 9th ranked Dian immortals, these treasures were not enough. Only the pinnacle treasure or a higher level of innate treasure can meet the current needs. Normally, Dian immortal will use the peak supreme treasure at most, but now that the Temple of Qixin is opened, the major forces have released the treasure house, and even the innate supreme treasure used by the Emperor has been given to the original powerful 9-rank perfect Dian. This overbearing figure of the 9th revolving consummation Dian immortal was born into a great power when Ukanshu Kam entered the Temple of Qixin. The Emperor gave him an innate treasure, the crescent-shaped blade behind him. This is the top existence in the 9 revolutions of consummation. After possessing this innate treasure, his strength has touched the threshold of the peak, which is enough to rank in the top 1,000 of this original star. In this mountain range, he alone killed a few rank 9 ranks to achieve consummation, and the rank 9 level Dian immortal slaughtered countless more. Now that he has the 9th turn to complete Dian immortal, he dared to kill his prey on his chassis. His brows were slightly frowned, and his eyes were cold. Recommended, My Creating app, really good. It is worth installing one. After all, you can cache reading and read aloud offline. After a burst of air, he shot out, and in the blink of an eye, he flew millions of miles away. Jian Wushuang hadn't gone far at this time, and he wasn't in a hurry. He was originally here to lure the 9th rank consummation Dian immortal. He ran too fast, and he couldn't capture his breath at all. After his body flickered a few times again, Jian Wushuang's heart moved. Have the bait. That domineering aura permeated the entire mountain range. Although the distance was still very far away, Jian Wushuang could feel that the other party was rushing towards him. No, he is too fast. Jian Wushuang's figure suddenly accelerated, but it was too late, and the domineering aura that dominated the entire mountain range had already arrived behind him. For a while, he was also a little panicked. The usual 9th ranked consummation, he is not necessarily afraid, but to catch up with this one behind him, his momentum alone is not comparable to the ordinary 9th ranked consummation Dian immortal. Except for Jiuyu, this is the most powerful immortal he has ever encountered. You can't escape. The overbearing man behind Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and Crescent Blade instantly rushed out, slashing towards Jian Wushuang. Chapter 5170. The two chased and fled, and their breath was not hidden at all, which attracted many powerful people to lean in. The powerful power makes those who want to take advantage of the chaos to make a profit look back. A stream fell smoothly, and a man and a woman stopped. Brother, it's Luo Hao from the Hao to Luo realm. The big dream girl in a dress with a long dress frowned. She couldn't be more familiar with that terrifying aura. In the first days of the trial, many of their clansmen died in Luo Hao's hands. If the seniors hadn't desperately protected her to escape, she would have fallen in that battle. She was originally a direct disciple of the Daozu of the Great Dream, and possessed the 3rd rank Origin Avenue. She was also one of the strongest in the Great Dream. Unexpectedly, After coming to Primordial Star, her strength would be the object of being slaughtered even if she was not at the bottom. In Primordial Star, only the strong of the second-rank Origin Avenue are qualified to hunt, and they can only escape. Now there are a lot of weak 9th-rank Consummation Dian Immortals beginning to hide their figures, waiting for the end of the trial. This trial is simply for them, not to mention the first 1,000 to accept the inheritance. Even the first 10,000 are very difficult for them to enter. Rank 9 Dian Immortal can also use multiple players to kill the Nineth rank Perfect Dian Immortal to get a lot of achievements. They can't beat the same rank, so they can only hunt and kill the lonely 9 rank Dian Immortal. Humph, this despicable villain. I will kill him by myself sooner or later. Brother, should we take advantage of the chaos? I think the person he chased and killed seemed to be a person from the Buddha realm who was quite strong. A sea of blood is full of hatred, and the two hate their teeth itching. Although Luo Hao is strong, he is not ranked high in the rankings of the universe. The first emperor of the Big Dream, but the peerless Tianjiao who can rank in the top 1,000. It is a pity that they are not lucky enough to get one. On the original star, Luo Hao's luck is good. The top powerhouses on this primordial star are all powerhouses of Luo Hao's power. The other party has already said hello, so Luo Hao acted so domineering and unscrupulous. Junior sister, I'm alone in this matter, and don't hurt you anymore. A trace of tenderness eased in the man's eyes. Although the Great Dream Realm is only a medium-sized world, the Tianjiao within the clan has a strong arrogance. This is also influenced by the Big Dream ancestor. Their Big Dream Realm has a strong influence in dozens of surrounding worlds. Now that revenge, how can he take the junior sister to take the risk? If it is spread out, he might as well die. Brother, I want to go with you. The Big Dream Girl is also arrogant and unwilling to say, our Big Dream world is one of the strongest worlds in the universe. If you are assigned this original star, you won't be bullied by that Luo Hao. Seeing that he couldn't hold back the younger sister, the man was not trying to persuade him. Instead, he touched the younger sister's head with some relief and said in a low voice, okay, then we will fight for the dignity of the Big Dream world. The two looked at each other, then their bodies turned around and moved towards the domineering aura, but the speed was not fast, and the aura was completely hidden. Although the two of them are proud, they also understand that the front is not an opponent at all, and they can only sneak attack while Luo Hao is fighting. The secret method of the Dream Clan's talent is the illusion, the best at hiding the body. If it weren't for this talent, the two of them would not have escaped from Luo Hao's hands. Big Luo World. Jian Wushuang flees quickly while recalling the information of various powerhouses on the Cosmic Gods and Demons list. Luo Hao, one of the 10 Emperor Sons of De Luojia, one of the top 100,000 powerhouses in the universe, he once saw it. Let me tell you, the novel app I'm using recently, My Creating app, both Android and iPhone support. The top powerhouse in the 9-turn Consummation Dian Immortal, the Crescent Flying Blade is a congenital treasure no matter how you look at it. With such a treasure and his own strength, Luo Hao is definitely ranked first on this primordial star. Thousands of top powerhouses. This primordial star has millions of Dian Immortals, and his strength is definitely at the level of the top 1,000, maybe even higher, but he doesn't have time to look at the ranking of identity tokens at this time. The rotating Crescent Flying Blade is close at hand, and the flesh and blood are flying. It's careless. Jian Wushuang's power running instantly recovered the hideous wound on his back, and he secretly said in his heart, the top powerhouse in the 9-turn Consummation Dian Immortal, don't underestimate it. Fortunately, his body is strong in strength, which is comparable to the 9th-ranked Perfect Dian Immortal, and his origin is too strong. Coupled with the baptism of Golden Quicksand, his divine body is stronger than the general 9th-ranked Perfect Dian Immortal. As long as he avoids the frontal fight, he can still escape in Luo Hao's hands. The only trouble now is that he has to escape and seduce Luo Hao into the big formation. This is troublesome. It's too far away for fear that Luo Hao will give up. It's too close and too dangerous. Just now, the blood blade can split his divine body within 1,000,000 miles. Can hurt his origin. Here he still doesn't know much about Luo Hao. If he understands Luo Hao's extremely domineering behavior, he doesn't need to be so entangled. You don't even need to irritate the opponent completely. Luo Hao, Ukanshu. Calm, Are you able to stand this? Come and scrape me a million miles away. Jian Wushuang's figure suddenly flickered, and the distance has been pulled far away, and he deliberately stopped to lure. Luo Hao, I was afraid that the other party would not chase after him suddenly. This is the first prey, and you can't just let the FA to give up. He could understand that most of the people in the mountains are now weak, hiding in them waiting for the end of the trial. The truly powerful have gone to a few continents on the primordial star, whereas the real battlefield, and every day is strong. Who fell? Luo Hao was very fast in the back, and when he heard Jian Wushuang's taunt, he paused, without any irritation on his face, but rather puzzled. Deliberately mocking him? Either you don't know his true strength, or you are not afraid of him. Jian Wushuang knows his name, and he must know his strength. Ranked in the top 100,000 in the universe, one of the top 10 emperors of the Daluo realm in the higher world, and the top powerhouse who has mastered the second-rank Origin Avenue. His Origin Avenue is all he has completed his cultivation, and he is a person who can join the Tao at any time. If the Temple of Qixin is suddenly born this time, he will have to retreat and prepare for the Tao. Jian Wushuang's speed is indeed very fast. At present, he has reached a level faster than Luo Hao, but if his speed alone is so unscrupulous, Luo Hao doesn't believe there is such a fool. I want to see. What is your whole card? Luo Hao sneered. There is only one of the top powerhouses in this mountain range. Even if all the 9th turns in the mountain range successfully unite, they will not be able to threaten him. As for whether there are other top powerhouses in ambush, he is not worried at all. Several of his friends, and the other emperors of the great Luo realm, exchange all kinds of information at all times. He knows the position of the top 1,000 powerhouses of primordial stars, and he is not in this mountain range at all. Chapter 5171, Boom. Luo Hao's speed suddenly increased, wearing a dazzling black armor, emitting a black streamer, making his speed faster. His strength was only the bottom of the first 1,000. He didn't have the guts to go to the mainland to fight. He could only hunt some ordinary Nineth rank perfect Dian immortals in the mountains to maintain the top 1,000 rankings. Although he was adventurous this time, he was still under his control. If he didn't fight hard, it would be difficult to keep his top 1,000 rankings. If he didn't receive the goods this time, he would also make up his mind to fight for the mainland. In the first 1,000, he was bestowed by the gods of the gods, and he was able to comprehend the way of the gods. This is of great help to him. Although he has reached the edge of the gods, he has no clue at all, and he can only succeed. Relying on gambling, instead of gambling when you are in harmony, it is better to be crazy in the Temple of Qixin. At least 1,000 before the original star, he has the strength to hold. The black shadow cut through the sky and went straight to Jian Wushuang. If it were in the outside world, the speed would have broken through the void long ago, but on the primordial star, the space is extremely stable and stronger than the dojos of some Taoist ancestors. If it is weaker, I am afraid that after a few battles, the primordial star will have to be blown up. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, until a black, dazzling shadow that was visible to the naked eye broke through the air, and then he began to flee. It looks like I was hooked. At this time, the canyon where the formation was arranged in advance is getting closer and closer, and it only takes a cup of tea to reach it. A wave of void ripples gradually rose, and a young man wearing a high crown and imperial robe walked out of the cave slowly under a certain mountain peak. His eyes were shining with golden light, and his whole person was extremely noble. Finally recovered the divine body. Although it cost half of my treasure, it's worth it. The man with a high crown took out his identity token. The name originally ranked at 97 was firmly established at 560 after a few beats. 12. Hidden for a year, and fell to more than 500 people. It's really fierce. He walked out of the mountain range in a flash. This is not his battlefield at all. Now that his strength is restored, he is going to the main battlefield on the mainland. Where is the place to earn the record? Killing a top 1,000 strong can get a lot of records. Of course, the danger is right. Wait, but the strong never fear danger. And? The man in the emperor robe leaked a sneer. Through the void, he saw Jian Wushuang coming straight in his direction. This was something he didn't expect. He had just recovered his divine body, and when he went out, he met the fat who was sent in front of him. He retreated slightly and slammed his fist towards the flying Jian Wushuang. The huge shadow of the fist broke out in an instant, sweeping the countless mountains around him with his momentum, and for a while, the huge stones rolled down one after another. In the depths of the canyon, Hui Qing suddenly opened his eyes, and the powerful aura caused ripples in the formation. Brother Wushuang, too reluctant, he sighed, restabilized the formation, and waited for the next fierce battle. He didn't know that that aura was beyond Jian Wushuang's control. It's coming soon. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that he was about to reach the gorge. With that big formation, he and Hui Qing joined hands and were not afraid of the Emperor Luo Hao. What's the matter? Before Jian Wushuang could see what was happening in front of him, a huge shadow of a fist smashed into his body. Boom. Deliberately punching the top emperor of the emperor's background is also extremely strong, although not the emperor of a certain force, but the only son of a powerful emperor. In one world, don't be the emperor, just be the emperor. His father even divided him 30% of the territory and gave him to take care of it. The 30% of a higher world is larger than a middle world. In his sphere of influence, even the emperor must respectfully call him God. Your Majesty. But when primordial star's strength was greater than his background, even if his father was the ruler, he almost fell on the spot and finally saved his life by abandoning an innate treasure. Jian Wushuang's body was thrown back 10,000 li with a punch, and he even flew past Luo Hao, who was chasing him. What does this mean? Luo Hao was a little puzzled. No matter how mad the other party was, he didn't expect to be so mad that he would fly directly in front of him and mock him. But before he had time to get angry, he felt a powerful breath coming out of the sky. Not dead. The Emperor Man glanced at Jian Wushuang, then looked at Luo Hao, and said with a trembling voice, "Daluo World Boy. Good. At this time, he didn't pay attention to Jian Wushuang, who was blasted back by a punch, but looked at Luo Hao with interest. He was in the main continent and was seriously injured. The first son of Daluo realm also took the opportunity to attack him. He remembered the background of the other party. He came from a high-level world no less than their Tizot realm. Luo Hao also reacted. When he wanted to escape, it was already too late. He didn't understand now. How could such a strong person appear here? Our God Emperor Malong. Luo Hao is full of fighting spirit, although he knows that the opponent is the pinnacle powerhouse, and he is also the son of the emperor, with various treasures in his body. Boy, you must die today. If you blame it, you will blame the other emperors in the Daluo world. God Emperor Mo Long said coldly. If it hadn't been for the Emperor of Daluajia who attacked him, he wouldn't have been injured so badly, and now it would cost him half of his treasure just to quickly recover the divine body. His countless years of accumulation, coupled with the various treasures that his father gave him this time, his full worth is comparable to some third-tier emperors, and only half of the third-tier emperor's treasures restored his divine body. It is conceivable how many injuries were. He almost fell into a deep sleep. If he didn't use treasures to repair the divine body, it would take several chaos eras to restore it solely by cultivation. As long as an accident, he might collapse and fall from the divine body. Now that he has recovered his peak divine body in 1 year, one can imagine how much treasure he has spent. He wants to settle this account. If he didn't make the top 10 this time, he would be considered a loss by coming here. Even if he enters the top 10, the treasures given by the Qishan Temple are not likely to be too many, so he will be more useful for him to understand the Qishan Avenue. It's all because of the Emperor of the Great Luo realm who attacked him at a critical moment and moved his whole body. Because of that attack, his injuries expanded again, causing everyone to besiege him. The melee of the peak power is like a group of hungry beasts fighting with each other. Whoever has a weakened breath is the food, and only by maintaining the peak combat power can he have the dominance. Once the breath weakens, the rest of the strong are like sharks smelling blood, and instantly rush to the food. Divine Emperor Mo Long, who knew this well, blamed all this on the Emperor of the Daluo realm. Now he has just recovered his strength and met Luo Hao, one of the top 10 emperors of the Daluo realm, Chapter 5172. Although he has no grievances and no grudges against him, in order to get revenge, he doesn't mind solving the top powerhouse in the 9th rank Perfect Dian Immortal. When retreating to restore the divine body, he also specifically investigated the powerhouse of the Daluo realm in this primitive star. 6 of the top 10 emperors are in this primitive star. This kind of chance is rare. 2 of them have peak strength, and the remaining 4 are top strength. Fighting alone, God Emperor Mo Long had full certainty to kill them one by one. The Emperor, Luo Hao, is the first. God Emperor Mo Long exploded and blasted Luo Hao with one punch. This punch was 10 times stronger than the one that just attacked Jian Wushuang. Emperor, he shouted angrily, and his figure instantly arrived in front of Luo Hao. Boom, boom, boom. The fight between the two caused the entire mountain range to boil. Although Luo Hao was weaker in strength, he still possessed the innate treasure, and the peak armor was enough to make up for some gaps. But he forgot that the other party was the son of the emperor. Just one face-to-face, the two fought hundreds of moves. The golden shadow of the fist slammed on the peak of the treasure armor again and again, making a crackling explosion. I want to blow up your tortoise shell. A pair of golden dragon claws appeared on the hands of God Emperor Mo Long, and the dragon claw clenched his fist to explode his power again and slammed it at Luo Hao. The immense power made Luo Hao's heart trembled. Not good. He couldn't retreat. A crescent-shaped flying blade appeared in it, and he vigorously slashed towards the head of God Emperor Ma Long. Break the trick with tricks. Live to the death. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. The two of the Dream Clan hiding on the mountain peak far away were full of enthusiasm for watching. They also didn't expect that a Mo Long God Emperor was killed halfway. Directly pressing Luo Hao would be a burst of beating. There is even hope to kill Luo Hao. Brother, am I unable to avenge myself personally? The Dream Clan girl murmured. Junior sister, don't worry. I've heard of God Emperor Mo Long. His father once came to our great dream world, and I heard that he came to ask our ancestors for help. The man in the great dream world also said with a hint of pride on his face. After the timing of the meeting stabilized, I personally went to talk with him, and for the sake of the ancestors' face, let us solve Luo Hao personally. The man's face was full of confidence. In their opinion, no one would not give them a big dream, except the group of villains in the Daluo world. In their eyes, the Great Dream Realm is one of the cores of the entire universe. Thousands of miles away, Jian Wushuang's body was inlaid under a mountain peak. His body knocked down several mountain peaks and finally smashed into the rock pile of a mountain peak. The book kiosks that book friends used before have been hung up, and now they are basically using Mimi to read app. Puff. His body trembled, and a mouthful of hot golden blood squirted out of his mouth before he finally came over. The bursts of noise in the sky shocked his mind. God Emperor Mo Long. Jian Wushuang cursed unlucky secretly, the pinnacle powerhouse who could hurt his divine body with one punch. Unlucky. He was really out of luck this time. A punch directly stunned him. Fortunately, his mood was strong, but he recovered with just a breath and rushed out of the messy stone block. It happened to see Luo Hao, who was fighting against the Emperor Ma Long in front of him. It's not too bad, but it's a pity. It would be great if the two of them had fought in the big formation he set up. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, and now he could walk straight away. But if he had walked this way, he would have run in vain. Although he had achieved a record of almost 400,000, it was far from the first 1,000. Little novice Hui Qing, who was still waiting for him in the big formation stupidly, gave up now. Where should he go to attract the 9th-turn consummation powerhouse? In this mountain range, there are too few 9-turn consummation Dian Immortals, and the mainland is too dangerous to have a chance to set up a large formation. Seeking wealth and danger, Jian Wushuang had an idea, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. If these two superpowers, who are both ranked in the top 1,000, are tricked into the big formation, wait until they are 200 fear injuries. This is not impossible. God Emperor Mo Long has the absolute upper hand in the scene. He has already begun to hurt Luo Hao, who possesses the supreme treasure armor. He only needs to take the opportunity to interfere with Mo Long God Emperor in the distance and lead Luo Hao towards the formation. Fleeing from the law would be able to bring in God Emperor Malong. This plan is feasible, but it is extremely difficult. First of all, it depends on whether Luo Hao believes him or not. It is difficult for this person to believe his words before he is alive or dead. Moreover, he took Luo Hao all the way to here, just to meet the Emperor Malong. Those who didn't know thought that he was the one who brought Luo Hao here and deliberately asked God Emperor Malong to deal with Luo Hao. God Emperor Malong is powerful, and his acting style is even more exaggerated than Luo Hao. Both of them are domineering heroes. It is not impossible for him to be beaten to death by the two of them if he first appeared. Wait. Jin Wushuang decided at the moment that he was taking action when Luo Hao couldn't stand it himself and needed foreign aid. Yes, that's it. Jin Wushuang's figure flickered a few times, hiding in the void thousands of miles away from the battle between them, and he passed his voice to Hui Qing, ready to meet the enemy at any time. In the great formation of the gorge, Hui Qing only replied the word, yes. Unconsciously, his aura gradually became stronger. This is not the strength gained through cultivation, but the power of recovery. In his mind, the two memories blended with each other, and Hui Qingming realized his heart. Although the consciousness in his mind was very powerful, he still swallowed it a little bit. My heart is the only one. When suppressing all evil thoughts. Hui Qing's face was full of evil spirits, and the scenes of black evil thoughts in his eyes were staged. The battle between the two consciousnesses is not weaker than the battle between the top outsiders. The hand-to-hand combat from one party to the flesh, and the battle between the heavens and the people on the other side, made this mountain range no longer peaceful. Bang! Luo Hao was hit to the ground again with a punch, and the huge mountain that had stood there was razed to the ground. In the sky, God Emperor Malong's dragon claw gloves were stained with scarlet blood, dripping down the sharp blade. Look, this is the piece of meat on your body, Mo Long said viciously, and then shook the disgusting flesh and blood in his hand. Puff. Luo Hao reluctantly pulled out the body that was sunken in the ground, clutching his chest. The peak arcana battle armor still broke. According to common sense, it is difficult to destroy the peak treasure under the Emperor. Even with the innate treasure, it is difficult to destroy the peak treasure. However, the strength of God Emperor Mo Long is too strong. The peak ninth revolution completes Dian Immortal, and the innate treasure on his body is even double-digit. The secret treasure at the center of the eyebrows has the power of the top innate treasure, and even the Emperor and strongest envy that secret treasure. This time the Temple of Qishan was opened, and the greatest method Mo Long's father bestowed on him was this secret treasure. Last time he almost fell, he was not willing to use it. Before entering the Temple of Qishan, his father once said that this secret treasure is not easy to control. It is not considered the innate treasure born in the universe, but the wild ancient secret treasure floating in the long river of time and space. It is handed down from ancient times. Chapter 5173. This secret treasure is only a component of the ancient treasure. It has the function of superimposing its own divine power. Once activated, it can make its divine power more than 10 times stronger, and it is also extremely difficult to control. It is not suitable for melee. If it is one-on-one, you don't need to be distracted. Use. That's why God Emperor Mo Long didn't use this secret treasure last time. This is also his confidence that he can kill all the emperors in the Daluo realm one-on-one. Luo Hao panted heavily, clutching his chest. No, I have to hold on. The news has spread, and it will take time for the strong within the clan to arrive. I can't just fall away. He is not reconciled. Carefully plan this mountain range, build this land into his hunting ground, and have a good relationship with those peak powers. He has great hope to hold the first 1,000, get the gift of the gods, and understand the road of the gods. He can't just fall away. For the sake of the family, he can't fall. He is the proudest Dian immortal of the Gukha family, and he can't fall. Guk Luo Hao. He raised his head and exclaimed in anger, I will never lose to you. Boom. The originally weak aura rose sharply again, surpassing the strong aura at his peak, breaking through the sky. A magnificent pillar of air rushes straight into the sky. The strength has soared, and he has already touched the threshold of the peak. At this time, he officially entered the door of the peak power. Pieces of lightning spread all over the body, flashing the power of thunder up and down. Although his aura skyrocketed, he didn't rush to do it. He could drag it for a while, and if he did it, he would still be unable to withstand the help of the strong inside the clan. Why? It's starting to burn the Tao of Origins. God Emperor Mo Long sneered, the uniqueness is good. It can transform the burning origin into 3 times the divine power. It can't be said to be the first-class skills. It's also the best of the middle-class skills. God Emperor Mo Long shook his head. If you think you can compete with me this way, then you are too underestimating my strength. The 9th turn consummation die in Immortal is also divided into high and low levels, and the combat power span is very large, which depends on the strength of the origin Tao. The 9th turn consummation die in Immortal on the 5-rank avenue of the origin is considered to be an ordinary rank. The die in Immortal on the 4th rank origin avenue, generally relying on the highest treasure, can touch the threshold of the top die in Immortal by practicing to the extreme. Only the 9th rank of the 3rd stage origin avenue can be considered a top powerhouse, and with the peak supreme treasure, they can be regarded as the top combat power in the 9th rank of consummation. The powerhouses of the 2nd rank origin avenue can generally touch the threshold of the peak after completing their cultivation. Just like Luo Hao, he is an ordinary 2nd rank origin avenue. After completing his practice, he can touch the threshold of the peak. That is, the ultimate treasure is not enough. If there is half of the treasure of the God Emperor Mo Long, he also has the power of the peak of the eternal immortal. The Tao of God Emperor Mo Long is not the top in the 2nd stage avenue, but it is not the bottom. With a lot of treasures, he is the top of the peak powers, second only to Juyu's extreme big fairy. One person can slaughter hundreds of 9 rounds of consummation die in immortal. The exact division is beginner, ordinary, top, peak, extreme, half-step emperor. The half-step emperor, the powerhouse of this level, is almost the ultimate way, or a peerless arrogant who practiced perfection in the unity of 10,000 ways. There are not many in the entire universe, and so far, they don't have a primordial star. In the 5-party world, there are 36 primitive stars in each world, and 180 primitive stars are counted. As long as you are lucky, you will not encounter this monster. If you encounter it with bad luck, you can only run away. The entire primordial star will be the slaughterhouse of the half-step emperor, without a doubt sitting on the first throne. As long as there is no problem with the operation of the Qixin Temple, the 2 half-step emperors will never collide with each other. In the final analysis, the Qixin Temple is still to screen the strong. They are the Dian Immortals of the ordinary origin avenue, and they will be selected, and they will be able to stand out in the end. Those who are still the ultimate existence, or the great talents with the unity of 10,000 ways. God Emperor Mo Long looked at Luo Hao contemptuously and said in disgust, "It's just a low-level creature, trying to challenge me." Boom! The 2 of them rose to the sky in an instant, and every time they flickered, they made a muffled sound. Divine Emperor Mo Long made every shot in the right place. He didn't hurt his vitals. He only moved his veins. After all, the divine power that the original source could burn was limited. Luo Hao was anxious, but he was not anxious at all. He knew very well why the opponent resisted so much, waiting for the other powerhouses in the big Luo world. These powerhouses in the great Luo realm were also lucky, and the 6 of the 10 emperors came to the Jiajiu primitive star, and they could set off each other. In his opinion, this Luo Hao has been guarding this mountain range. 8 achievements are the chief emperor of the De Luo realm, who ordered it to occupy this place. If he is injured, he can come here to hide and cultivate the divine body, taking Luo Hao as a way of retreat. Being able to leave the back to Luo Hao, obviously the other emperors believed him very much. At this time, if they ask for help, those emperors will definitely come. He could also use the trick, first seriously injured Luo Hao, and then leaked the flaws and waited for the emperors of the Daluo realm to come over, and then one would come and he would kill one. Even if they come together, he can use the secret treasure to kill 1 or 2, and he can retreat all over his body, avenging his revenge and gaining a lot of achievements. Fighting in this mountain range, you don't have to worry about other old guys coming over and attacking. The Emperor of the Big Luo world will not be stupid enough to expose his rear and attract other powerful people to deal with him. The strength he showed is not much different from that of the chief of the Daluo world. Coupled with the pretense that the injury has not recovered, they will definitely relax their guard. If there is a chance to kill the chief of the Daluo world, they will make a lot of money this time. The chief of the Big Luo world is now ranked 76, with a record of tens of millions. What? Luo Hao held the rotating flying blade in one hand, resisting the heavy fist of God Emperor Mo Long, and a black, diamond-shaped crystal column appeared in the other hand. He is not good at close combat. He understands that it is the great way of gold. The divine body is not very powerful. Unlike God Emperor Malong, who has an emperor father, he can spend a lot of treasures and refine his body even if he does not focus on cultivating the flesh. To achieve perfection, with the path of the mountain, not only the power is terrifying, but the defense is also like a sacred mountain, not to mention the speed. Mastering the path of the mountain, there is no escape. The strength of God Emperor Mo Long can be said to have reached the point of perfection. This is the advantage of background. If there is no background, physical perfection requires all the worth of an ordinary emperor. Where can I find resources for a ninth turn perfect Dayan immortal? Treasure. Luo Hao himself has a background. Although he is also very strong, he is only one of the top 10 emperors of the contemporary era. Once he fails to join the Dao within the time limit, or has no strength to join the Dao, he will be assigned to the party and lose resources for training. It is difficult to succeed in harmony in a lifetime. Chapter 51-74. So he can only fight. Before entering the Temple of Qishan, in addition to the innate treasure bestowed by the Emperor, he also used his life accumulation to exchange for a crystal of destruction of the Emperor. This Emperor-level destroying God crystal was refined by a power that destroys a piece of Emperor achievement. Although it is only a first-order God crystal, it has the power of 30% of the Emperor. Once detonated, it can easily kill a rank 9 consummate Dayan immortal, severely injured the peak power, and even a peak power who does not pay attention to it is in danger of falling. This is his biggest hole card right now, and once it is taken out, it also proves that he has really come to an end. Mo Long, don't pretend. I know you badly injured the Far Shield a year ago. I am afraid you have not recovered your full strength now. Luo Hao held the destroyer crystal high and continued. This is an Emperor-level destroyer God Jing. If you don't stop, I will detonate it. Everyone will die together. Even if you can carry it down, your divine body will be on the verge of defeat, and you will not be eligible to compete for the top 10. He had long seen that there was something wrong with God Emperor Malong, and added intelligence from a year ago to speculate that God Emperor Malong hadn't recovered 80% of his strength. He happened to retreat here to repair it. Because of Jian Wushuang, he suddenly left the customs. Thinking of this, Luo Hao gritted his teeth. He almost forgot Jian Wushuang. If it weren't for this kid, he wouldn't be so embarrassed this time, and now he is in danger of falling. But now there is no time to care about him. First solve the current troubles. As long as he can survive this time, even if he turns the mountains upside down, he must find Jian Wushuang and bring him down. Even if it is out of the Temple of Qishan, he will not let Jian Wushuang go. But when he thought of the legendary Dayan immortal Jiyu Daojun in the world of Tongtian Buddhism, he couldn't help but shudder. There is no one who can become a Daojun. The Emperor represents the success of the Dao, and the Daojun represents the power of the origin. Dao has reached its limit, which is comparable to the Emperor, and it is known as the Daojun. That kind of limit or half-walking monarch is simply not what they can provoke. Especially in the absence of emperors, these people are the strongest existence. Although God Emperor Mo Long had a strong background, he didn't dare to provoke a Taoist monarch. No matter how strong his secret treasure was, he could kill him at will under the suppression of absolute strength. For example, the high-level Destroy God Crystal. Emperor-level Destroy God Crystal. God Emperor Mo Long sneered and said with disdain, "It's really stupid, you detonate. Even if I die with you, do you dare?" In addition, the novel app I'm using recently, Myriad app, Android and Apple phones support it. In his opinion, if destroying God Crystal is useful, He directly buys 100 crystals and throws one out when he meets one that is stronger than him. Isn't he invincible? This kind of emperor-level destroying god crystal, only material damage, possessing the pinnacle of the treasure armor, can withstand the destruction of 99 of the destroying god crystal. The remaining a little bit will be offset by the inner armor, let alone killing the pinnacle of the gods. Even the top-level Dian immortal with the 9th rank consummation is difficult to kill, and at most he will bully those poor ghosts who can't afford the precious armor. It is ridiculous to scare him with such broken things. You idiot! God Emperor Mo Long humiliated each other heartily, constantly cannibalized Luo Hao's inner defenses, causing him to completely collapse. Okay, in that case, let's all die together. Luo Hao was also the first time to use Destroy God Crystal. He had only heard of this Prohibition level 1-time treasure before. He knew that he could not kill the opponent, but he did not expect God Emperor Mo Long was so absent. God Emperor Mo Long's eyes condensed. Call. A trace of power penetrated and destroyed the inside of the crystal, and then suddenly threw it towards Mo Long. The Heiyao armor on Luo Hao instantly wrapped his whole body, and his figure quickly retreated. This lunatic really dare. God Emperor Mo Long was irritated. In order to prevent Luo Hao from being blown up by his own Destroy Crystal, he had to take a suppressive type of innate treasure and directly suppress Destroy Crystal. In a blue bamboo building, innate top treasure, Jinyu Tower, hum. With a muffled sound, the destroying god crystal detonated in Jinyu Tower. That's it. Jin Wushuang was stunned. Put down the hand covering his head, put away the only high-level supreme shield on his body, and let out a sigh of relief. This Luo Hao's whole card. Jin Wushuang shook his head, and secretly said in his heart, can't delay, Luo Hao's mood has changed. If you don't want to help, it's really up to you to explain. He could see from a distance that God Emperor Mo Long had been playing Luo Hao, although he didn't know how much hatred the two of them had. But depending on the situation, it was estimated that he was going to play Luo Hao to death. After a stature, I just wanted to flash past, but found that someone had arrived first. A man and a woman, dressed in colorful robes, and the dreamy feathers behind them represent the unique illusion of the big dream world. Brother Mo Long, I am the 6th-generation Chief Daozi of the Great Dream Realm. Can you give me some face and give this person to me? As soon as the voice fell, God Emperor Mo Long hadn't reacted yet, and Luo Hao, who was stopped to go, let out a laugh. Ha. Luo Hao smiled arrogantly, swept away the loss just now, and said with a smile, I don't lose money with you two idiots with me. I won't be lonely on the road. You despicable villain. You dare to speak wild words at such a level. The big dream girl shouted angrily, and a red long knife appeared in the treasure in her hand. Divine Emperor Mo Long was stunned for a long time before he could think of a reaction. Are you from the Dream Clan? The two nodded. Now, before you irritate me, get out. God Emperor Mo Long's brain quickly searched for information about the powerhouse in the big dream world, and then yelled, get out of here now. The Great Dream Realm is just a middle-class world, and the Daozu is strong enough. The top 100 in the universe. His father did have some friendship with Daozu Damon, but in his opinion, the friendship is nothing but nodding acquaintance. What if there is one? Strictly speaking, the entire eastern region is now 2 major forces. A Chishui Hall, an Ion Tower. Could it be said that with this, he can only kill the strong of Ion? It's ridiculous. It was a temporary alliance. When they entered the Temple of Chishin, let alone the Chishui Alliance, except for the same clan or the same world. Who cares if you are an ally? Besides, a Dian immortal who couldn't reach the top in the 9th round of consummation came to ask for his face. He didn't know what to do for a while. Even the pinnacle powerhouse, no one dares to ask for face at this time, and it is the super powerhouse who is ranked in the top 1000 by this original star, who has a lot of achievements. Such a fat sheep, give it away. Except for those Dao monarchs, even if Dian immortal, who had reached the limit of rank 9 consummation, came, he would dare to let the other party go. Mo Long, my ancestor, helped your father a lot. How dare you be so rude to us? The big dream girl looked angry, and she didn't understand. Chapter 5175. The senior brother beside her pulled the corner of her clothes and whispered, "Junior sister, things seem to be a bit wrong." God Emperor Long was angry with laughter, and he nodded repeatedly in anger. Okay, okay, very good. Luohao, I'll give you a chance. You can explain why I want to give them face. God Emperor Long will have to delay time anyway, waiting for the Luo Jedaozi to get the bait and just play with it. I've heard it a long time ago. People in big dreams are like lunatics, and he only saw today why those people had to avoid them. Explanation? Luohao was overjoyed, and secretly said that the Emperor Long was absolutely dazzled by these two idiots in front of him, and wanted him to humiliate each other. God Emperor Long nodded and said, "Yes, explain to me why I want to give them face." For the alliance? Luohao cautiously probed. God Emperor Long shook his head and said angrily, "No, think about it again. It won't be for me." Luohao laughed at himself. "Give you one last chance and explain it to them." Luohao fell into deep thought this time, and he really thought about it. This is a good opportunity to delay time, and of course he should take it well. The two of the Dream Clan were a bit untenable. Divine Emperor Long, if it doesn't do anything, I and junior sister will leave first. After the damning clan man finished speaking, he took the junior sister and prepared to leave. "Sister, let's go." "Go." God Emperor Long waved his hand and the heavenly enchantment spilled down, blocking her retreat, and smiled lightly. "Don't worry, don't you want face? I'll give it to you." "Luohao, have you figured it out?" God Emperor Long said calmly. "I figured it out." Luohao nodded. His face turned cold. His eyes looked at the two people of the Dream Clan with murderous intent in his eyes. "Remember, it's not that God Emperor Malong doesn't give you face, it's you idiots. Don't deserve to kill me." Boom! Although the body was seriously injured, it was enough to deal with these two idiots. Long, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. You would just show up if you didn't show your face, and let the villain Luohao deal with us. The big dream girl yelled while retreating. Jian Wushuang, who was hiding in the void, couldn't listen anymore. If it weren't for these two fools to interfere with him, he might have brought God Emperor Malong and Luohao into the big formation. He could see that Luohao had the ability to quickly solve the two big dreams. But in order to delay the time, he fought back and forth with the two idiots of the big dream clan. After this drag on, his plan could not be carried out at all. With a flash of figure, he appeared directly on the two Dream Clan, swept the spear in a semicircle in his hand, and directly swept them back tens of thousands of miles. Two idiots. Jian Wushuang turned his head and cursed, then looked at Luohao. "Brother Luohao, am late?" Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Luohao couldn't help but tilted his head to look at Jian Wushuang. If it weren't for God Emperor Long, he would have liked to go up and choke Jian Wushuang immediately. After finally finding a reason to delay the time, it was now broken by Jian Wushuang. "Here is another one?" God Emperor Long was a little skeptical of life. Didn't these weak 9th-rank Dayan immortals all fled how far they were when they met this kind of scene? The rank 9 Dayan immortal, who didn't even dare to watch the battle, was now jumping up and down in front of him to find his death. This was the first time he had encountered him in Primordial Star. "Why, you are also here to ask for face?" God Emperor Long said indifferently, not in a hurry. Jian Wushuang put away his spear, held an illusory long sword in his hand, and said with a serious face, "Your Majesty, Brother Luohao and I have a life-and-death relationship. I have to come to help. I hope to understand." As soon as his words fell, Luohao was stunned. These one by one. Do you make fun of him? In a moment, two idiots came to ask God Emperor Long to seek face and kill him. After a while, there was another person who wanted to rescue him from the God Emperor Malong. This time, he was really confused about the situation. God Emperor Long looked at Jian Wushuang with interest, nodded and said, "Jian Wushuang, I know you." The two damning clan who were overturned in the distance were still a little unwilling to give up. At this time, they also recognized Jian Wushuang, and both had seen them in Chishui Hall. The Tongtian Buddha Lord is powerful, but they have seen it with their own eyes, so some of the great Yin immortals in the Tongtian Buddha realm they can remember more or less about it. This Jin Wushuang gave them the feeling that he was an ordinary Dayan immortal in the ninth rank consummation. He was not chased by Luo Hao at first. How could he come to rescue Luo Hao? Under the recommendation, Mimi Reading Gap is really good. It is worth installing one for book friends, and Android and Apple mobile phones support it. Not only was the two of them puzzled, Luo Hao himself didn't know why Jin Wushuang turned around and came back to save him. "It's my honor to remember your majesty." Jin Wushuang was very humble. He didn't want to provoke the Malong God Emperor. If he could not anger the other party, both of them have been brought into the big formation. It couldn't be better. In the outside world, he is at best comparable to the ninth rank consummation. Neither of these two are opponents, but if he enters the big formation, he will have confidence. "Well, you are very good. Can you match rank 9 when you are in rank 3 Dayan Immortal? Now rank 6, I am afraid that you have the strength of ordinary rank 9 consummation." God Emperor Mo Long clearly remembered that Jin Wushuang, who performed astonishingly on the Cosmos Gods and Demons list, ranked the 3rd rank Dayan Immortal at 160 million, and the 6th rank Dayan Immortal ranked at the top 100 million. Control the existence of the ultimate way. What? He is rank 6 immortal. The Dream Clan man standing in the distance said in surprise, "Rank 6 can be comparable to rank 9 consummation. How is this possible? There are so many strong people in the universe, and there are only a few Jin Wushuang who pay attention to them. In addition to paying attention to their own rankings, most of the strong people keep in mind those peerless talents that rank in the top 1,000 in the universe." Luo Hao stood in the air and turned his head to look at the two of the Dream Clan, and said coldly, "Idiot. You can't do it doesn't mean that others can't." Then his voice softened. "Brother Wushuang should be the absolute master who has mastered the ultimate way. Tianjiao, I don't think Brother Wushuang actually has this hand. Now he can be matched with rank 9 consummation with just rank 6, and I am afraid that he will be a half-step emperor when the realm Dao reaches rank 9 consummation." The Dream Clan girl sneered, "Half-step emperor, after all, is only half-step emperor. My ancestor is the real emperor. Pay attention to the public account. Book Friends Base Camp. Pay attention to send cash and coins." "Humph." Luo Hao snorted coldly and cursed. "You have a monarch in the Great Dream Realm, right? I don't have a monarch in the Great Luo Realm. Brother Imo Long's father is not an emperor. There is no emperor in the world of Tongtian Buddhism where Brother Wushuang is located. Have you forgotten the power of Tongtian Buddha? That's not better than your ancestors." Chapter 5176. What Luo Hao said was not wrong. Everyone who was really there was no emperor behind him. The Meng Dao ancestor is indeed very strong. He can be ranked in the top 100 in the entire universe, in the 5 major regions of the universe, and in the top 20 in the eastern region. Such strength will indeed be respected. However, in the Temple of Qixin, it is personal strength and then the background power. The Great Dream Realm is only relatively famous in the surrounding area, and the power is not the top at all. The Great Dream Dao ancestor is extremely strong, but there are not many emperors under his command. Especially the few 6th-generation disciples of the Great Dream in front of them, who are weak and pitiful, and the 3rd rank Yuan Dao, one turns 9 and one turns 9 to complete Dayan Immortal. With this strength, are they coming to ask for face? He speaks crazy words and looks down upon Bamboo Emperor. It's almost a matter of life and death. The trial has just begun. This primordial star's big dream world powerhouse was almost wiped out. Now he hasn't learned to keep a low profile and still use the outside world to speak of things. Here, no one cares how strong your ancestors are. Only if you are strong enough will you be respected. There is no such thing as a fart without strength. As the only son of the emperor, God Emperor Imo Long was not the same as being seriously injured by someone. He flees a little bit slower, and he will fall. And he has not seen him move out of his father to scare others. As a strong person, you should have self-knowledge. If you move out of the forces behind you, you will only look down on people and then humiliate you to death. No one in the Temple of Qixin will call how strong your ancestor is. Even if you are the son of a 5th-order emperor, you will be killed. You. The big dream girl was choked and speechless. In her heart, Deming Dao ancestor and Deming realm have always been the core of the universe. How come I met these arrogant people when I first came out of Deming realm? The man from the Dream Clan lowered his head and was silent. He had already accepted his fate. In the Temple of Qixin, he was completely different from his home world, and no one would take that one anymore. Humph, get out of here. Jin Wushuang couldn't help yelling. These two people are a waste of time. Isn't it okay to live well? If he had to die, how could this Emperor Mo Long have such a good temper? Don't give him, her, a second time. Junior sister, let's go first. The damning clan man really couldn't stand it anymore. He started to be a little scared. There was not a good one among the few people present. Jin Wushuang can abuse the two of them at will at rank 6. If he doesn't leave, I'm afraid that, Jiaju Primitive Star, there will be no more powerful Dream Clan. The big dream girl, her face flushed with anger, didn't care about it at this time. She yelled, Brother Yang, how have you changed? We are disciples of the big dream. You disappointed me too much. The Dream Clan man glared at her, and then said in a low voice, Junior sister. As he spoke, he pulled the arm of the Dream Clan girl and pulled back. What are you doing? The big dream girl broke free of her senior brother's hand and shouted, You don't want to avenge the senior sister and the others? Snapped. A crisp slap in the face sounded, and the Dream Clan man's face was dark, and without waiting for the girl's response, another slap in the face hit his left cheek. The big dream girl stood in the air, staring blankly at the unfamiliar brother in front of her, her little red face and two clearly visible slap prints. Her eyes were red and she almost started to cry, but now she was scared when she saw the black-faced brother, and she was so scared that she didn't dare to cry. Everyone, it's abrupt, let's go now. Yanli, a man from the Dream Clan, rapped the silly junior sister, ready to leave. Luo Hao, who was watching the play, changed his attention at this time. These two idiots are leaving now, and the remaining three of them will inevitably have a fierce battle. It's better to leave them behind and delay for a while. After taking care of them, Luo Hao spoke immediately. Come as you want, leave as you want, do you look down on us? Luo Hao glared at the two, and a sharp blade flew out behind him, blocking the way. God Emperor Mo Long watched a good show on the side. Since Luo Hao wanted to play, he dared to drag it off. As for Jin Wushuang, while his strength was still weak, he was killed all at once. That is, he only had the strength of rank 9 consummation, which could be destroyed easily, and could not threaten him at all. Both of them are waiting. One is waiting for reinforcements, the other is fishing. Jin Wushuang didn't have any reinforcements, and he had to use his own bait for fishing. He couldn't keep going, but he didn't worry about what these two meant. He could only wait without the slightest solution. Please help me. Mimi reading app can steal book tickets like stealing food. Come steal the book tickets of your friends and vote for me. The more anxious he is, the more flaws will be leaked, but it will be difficult for Luo Hao and the other to doubt it. I don't know how to let us go. The damning clan man changed his normal at this time. No more arrogance in his chest. Luo Hao first glanced at the God Emperor Mo Long, and when he found that he was not in a hurry, he continued, It's okay to let you go, but it would be too much for him to kneel down and call his majesty even after seeing someone like Brother Mo Long up. You know what I mean. The Dream Clan man nodded. Understood, call. His figure dropped rapidly, landed on a fairly flat stone surface, and knelt down with his knees bent. Big Dream Clan, Little Monk. Yang Yuan pays homage to His Majesty the Emperor. Monk of the Dream Clan. Yang Yuan buried his head between his knees, his body trembling, not because of fear, but because of the great shame at this time, which gave him a strong heart. He wants to become stronger, become extremely powerful, so that everyone dare not look down on him. At this time, he was completely aware of the teachings of the ancestors, but unfortunately he did not wake up at that time. That's the truth. Luo Hao smiled lightly. Now you can roll. Thank you. Yang Yuan slowly got up and took the junior sister directly through the clouds, and soon disappeared. This humiliation will change Yang Yuan's life, but when he is strong enough, he will never find Luo Hao again. With Mo Long God Emperor, Jin Wushuang took a breath, and it was finally over. Now it's time for him to perform. Brother Luo Hao, we should leave too. Jian Wushuang looked at Luo Hao with great interest, and a smile appeared. The three of them were surrounded by triangles, each of which stretched thousands of miles apart. This distance is not too far. If you do it, you can see it in an instant. Pay attention to the public account. Book friends base camp. Pay attention to send cash and coins. Yes. Luo Hao smiled and rushed towards Jian Wushuang in an instant. Boy, do you really think that Brother Malong and I are both fools? Just when Jian Wushuang arrived, he noticed something was wrong, and a rank 6 Dian immortal suddenly came out to rescue him, or rescued him from the hands of God Emperor Malong. This is simply stupid than the two members of the Dream Clan. But Jian Wushuang was not a fool at all, and he definitely had his own purpose in doing this at this time. How could he and Mo Long be the peak-level Dian immortal? How could it be possible for a rank 6 Dian immortal to take advantage of the loopholes? Die to me. The flying blade struck instantly. Jian Wushuang's figure flashed and fled towards the canyon. Chapter 51-77. Sure enough, none of the strong people at Dian Immortal Peak were fools, and when things were revealed, he could only escape first. Fortunately, in terms of speed, he always had confidence, otherwise he would not dare to take such a big risk. Divine Emperor Malong, Luo Hao is clearly delaying time. It's better to join hands to kill him first. Jian Wushuang was still a little unwilling to persuade the Divine Emperor Malong, who was about to come behind him loudly. Jian Wushuang, if you are really an ordinary rank 9, I am too lazy to move you. If you want to blame, you shouldn't master the ultimate way. Your threat is much stronger than Luo Hao. Divine Emperor Mo Long was extremely fast, and he surpassed Luo Hao in an instant and came straight to Jian Wushuang. An immortal who masters the ultimate way, as long as he doesn't die and has great power training, can reach the half-step emperor level. Now that the Qishan Temple is vigorously cultivated, Jian Wushuang only needs to enter the first 1,000, get the treasures given, and understand the Qishan Dao, and his strength will rise all the way, and soon he will become the Nineth rank Dian Immortal. The Nineth rank consummation is just an opportunity, not much of a bottleneck. Of course, this kind of half-step Emperor's seedlings must be resolved as soon as possible. One less is equal to one less opponent. Although his Tao is considered to be a top-notch Tao, there is still a big gap with the ultimate Tao. This primordial star is confident to be in the top 100, but in the entire universe, he is not ranked at all. There are many treasures, and the combat power is relatively strong. The true potential is not high. Divine Emperor Mo Long was still very excited to be able to kill a future half-step emperor smoothly. In some worlds, there isn't even a single ultimate way, and the entire universe is only a handful of people, and there are not many who can reach the 9th round of consummation. Die to me, boom. The golden boxing shadow turns into a wandering dragon, rushing towards Jian Wushuang. It's almost. Jian Wushuang desperately shielded toward the canyon. The speed of the dragon swimming behind him was much faster than that of the Emperor Mo Long himself, but Jian Wushuang caught up with the fleeing Jian Wushuang with just a breath. Heart Sword World. Jian Wushuang roared, "Stop it for me." The world of swords immediately descended, slowing down the speed of the wandering dragon chasing behind, and then began to disintegrate the origin avenue within the wandering dragon. His ultimate swordsmanship has reached the 6th level, and it is still possible to suppress an 8th level origin avenue. Bang! The dragon's speed slowed down, and the origin avenue contained in the body began to collapse. After all, it was just a faculty performed by the Emperor Malong. Although the mighty power was strong, the origin avenue contained within it was just a part of the separated origin. I want to advertise, my creating app, it's really good. It's worth installing, even Android and Apple phones support it. What? God Emperor Mo Long's figure quickly surpassed the defeated Yulong, and he was surprised that the power of the ultimate way could suppress his origin avenue. Is this the power of the ultimate way? Born to be the emperor. Luo Hao's figure writhed around, bypassing Yulong, but at this moment, he was considering whether to take the opportunity to flee in the opposite direction. Mo Long was the fastest of the three, followed by Jian Wushuang, and finally him. He wanted to escape at this time, and it was not without a chance, As long as Jian Wushuang could stop God Emperor Mo Long from taking 2 breaths, he could escape. It's a pity that he just stood on the wrong team. If he cooperates with Jian Wushuang, he may be pitted, but there is definitely a chance for him. Cooperating with Mo Long. After Jian Wushuang's fall, it was his turn. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang's combat power was not strong, but his speed was very fast, and he could barely deal with it for a while. Jian Wushuang's side was getting closer and closer to the canyon. Although the Heart Sword world stopped Yulong, it was unable to play the role of God Emperor Mo Long. Even Luo Hao couldn't affect it. All right, there are still thousands of miles away, and you can reach it with 1 breath. Jian Wushuang's eyes lighted. God Emperor Mo Long felt a little anxious in his heart, always feeling a threat lingering around. Who is it? A strong man in the world of Tongtian Buddhism. He doesn't know much, just a Jiu Daojun, with a strength of the top 500 in the universe, but he is not assigned to this primitive star at all, and the strongest remaining is only the peak Dian Immortal. The ranking is not as high as him, and he is not afraid at all. As for the Desiyu, as the only son of the emperor, he follows his father and has a wide range of knowledge. He knows that the Emperor Zinwuyang of the Desiyu has taken refuge in the Ion Tower, but Jian Wushuang, a Dainxian of the Desiyu, has appeared in the world of Tongtian Buddhism. Among the crowd, it was obvious that Jian Wushuang had already taken refuge in the world of Tongtian Buddhism, and the biggest battle should be the 9th turn consummation Dian Immortal of the world of Tongtian Buddhism. What is his trump card? God Emperor Mo Long's figure is getting closer and closer to Jian Wushuang, and the threat is getting closer. Who is that threat? It doesn't matter, Okanshu. Kill him first. God Emperor Mo Long suddenly appeared in his hand with a map of seals, and instantly suppressed the nearby tens of thousands of miles of land. The sky gave birth to a picture of Yin and Yang Town, and the earth fought and turned into a prison in all directions. You can't escape. God Emperor Mo Long yelled angrily, and a majestic arrogance spurted out. The beam of light shot out almost instantly, directly piercing Jian Wushuang's body. Do not. Just 1 step away, hurry up. Jian Wushuang roared unwillingly in his heart. At the moment when the divine body completely collapsed, the figure flickered again, and the whole person fell into the canyon formation. God Emperor Mo Long leaked his joy, and he could sense that Jian Wushuang's aura was steadily weakening, and he had lost any resistance. Luo Hao, go to the canyon to find Jian Wushuang and play less tricks. You know my methods. God Emperor Mo Long threatened. The Zhenfeng catalog is an innate treasure that can be fully utilized at the emperor level. Malong's 9th revolution can only cover tens of millions of miles. If there is an emperor's strength, it can spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, and even cover a world, constant pressure. Such a treasure is now in the hands of a 9th rank perfect Dian Immortal. Luo Hao is envious and jealous. As one of the top 10 emperors of the Deluo realm, he only obtained an ordinary innate treasure after entering the Temple of Qishan. A single attack of average value is the treasure. Even if it is 1,000 pieces, it is not as good as the innate treasure of the Town Seal catalog. Are you not afraid that I will enter the canyon and join forces with Jian Wushuang to deal with you? Luo Hao stepped on the crescent flying blade, standing side by side with Mo Long. You can give it a try. God Emperor Mo Long said calmly. Luo Hao's threat to him is very small, and it can even be said that there is no threat. His treasures are very restrained from Luo Hao, who is not fast and is not good at close combat. Chapter 5178. In terms of strength, Luo Hao can only maintain the level of the peak Dian Immortal by burning his roots, and his roots are not a concern. Inside the canyon, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the formation. Fortunately, he killed those Dian Immortals and got a lot of pills from them. At this time, he swallowed all his brains, accelerating the recovery of the evacuated strength in his body. With that blow, he almost completely destroyed his divine body and replaced it with a general ultimate way of the Dian Immortal. The first blow would kill him. Fortunately, he mastered the ultimate way. The divine body was 100 times stronger than the ultimate way. The force is stronger than any Dian Immortal, but after that one, His body was broken in an instant, losing a lot of force. Now to repair the body, one can only use the pill to replenish the strength of the original source. The restore power of the source of the extreme path is very strong, and the body has just been injured, but it has not caused any harm to the source of the source. As long as the origin is not damaged, he can quickly restore the divine body. This is also the advantage of the extreme way and the ultimate way. The origin is extremely powerful, and the ordinary ultimate move can damage the origin very quickly. Having the origin can restore the divine body extremely quickly. This alone makes countless people envy them. One must know that the Emperor Malong's body is on the verge of defeat, and he has spent countless treasures before he can recover within a year. However, this kind of ultimate injury only takes one day, and he has mastered the sword of the ultimate path. Wushuang only needs time for a cup of tea. I need time for a cup of tea. Hui Qing, can you stand it? Jian Wushuang's voice was a little weak, looking at the little novice Hui Qing in front of him. I don't know when Hui Qing's figure became so tall and straight. A long robe holding a brown-red long stick upside down, under thick eyebrows. The pair of dark eyes are unusually tough, and the aura is several times stronger than before. Hui Qing nodded. Brother Wushuang, don't worry. I will try my best to delay. Hui Qing said with a light smile. Together with Zhen, they are best at fighting in formations. As long as it is the ultimate way, there is no weak source. Although he had just broken through rank 9, his combat power was comparable to that of the peak rank 9 perfect Dian Immortal, and he was not weaker than God Emperor Molong by virtue of his formation. Hui Qing flashed around, entered the center of the formation, tilted the long stick, and waited for the enemy to come. With just a breath, Luo Hao from the outside world descended into the formation, but he could not feel the existence of the formation at all, only saw the little novice Hui Qing standing on the of the canyon alone. No money to read novels? Give you cash or points, and receive it in one day within a limited time. Follow the public Numberbook Friends base camp. Get it for free. You are Jian Wushuang's backing? Luo Hao smiled contemptuously. The person in front of him felt that he was only at the level of rank 9, and he didn't believe that he could encounter the existence of two ultimate ways in one day. It is not the ultimate way, a 9-rank Dian Immortal. No matter how strong it can be, it is at best comparable to an ordinary 9-rank consummation. Hui Qing put away his fierceness. He knew that there was another person from the outside world, and he had to bring that person over. He had to leak the flaw first, so that the outside god Emperor Molong could see that as long as both of them entered the formation, he would activate the infinite formation, trapping the other party and slowly consuming it. If there is no one else, then you are ready to die. Luo Hao didn't notice any danger at all, so he acted first, and the flying blade under his feet instantly killed Xiang Hui Qing. Moon Shadow. As soon as he came up, he used his full strength. He wanted to see how the strength of the monk head of the heavenly Buddha realm was. If the strength of the monk head was the same as he guessed, he would kill it and find a way out. If you can take this trick from him, he will turn directly and cooperate with the other party. Jian Wushuang masters the ultimate way and recovers very quickly. The two of them only need to drag the Emperor Molong when they cooperate, and wait for Jian Wushuang's strength to recover. After a long time, the three of them work together to contend, and there is still a way to survive. Luo Hao's little abacus crackled, but he didn't know that the Emperor Molong from outside had already penetrated everything. Snapped. Hui Qing stomped on the ground with both feet, and his figure instantly jumped to the sky, and the moon shadow directly cut a 10,000-strand high mountain into two. This was just a moon shadow, and the countless moon shadows that followed made Hui Qing unable to hide. Countless moon shadows are broken by one stick. The red-brown long stick was towering thousands of battles, smashing into the moon shadow. Countless moon blades hit the brown long stick, but they couldn't cause any damage, just like an ice blade falling to the ground, shattered by the smash. Thousands of long sticks swept the entire canyon and scattered countless moon shadows. Luo Hao flew away from the canyon before avoiding the terrifying stick. A little bit of strength. Luo Hao smiled back and rushed out from the crescent blade under his feet. The buzzing through the sky pierced people's eardrums. Hui Qing gritted her teeth, and the long stick returned to its original size. With the dripping stick method, it barely blocked the crescent blade. The crescent blade of the innate treasure violently collided with the long stick itself several times. Luo Hao, who was manipulating the blade in the distance, frowned and said sadly, "Is the Nineth rank Dian immortal already carrying the innate treasure? I originally thought that in many big worlds, as the emperor of the higher worlds, he could get a congenital treasure by entering the temple of Qishan, which was already regarded as very much valued. But now, I first met the abnormality of the Emperor Mo Long. There are many scary treasures, much more than the treasures of the general second-order emperors www. Novel. There are several top innate treasures alone. There are more ordinary innate treasures. Right now, the monk head of the heavenly Buddha realm also possesses the innate treasure, and the power that he only reveals is much stronger than his moon-shaped blade. If it hadn't been for this red-brown stick, it would have been impossible to block him for so long. An innate treasure can make a rank 9 Dian immortal comparable to the top rank 9 Dian immortal. This is the charm of the supreme treasure. Just like the demon lord of wind and rain, he masters the eternal treasure, possesses the peak emperor's combat power, and constantly pressures all enemies. Chishui Walker still pulls a large group of powerful people to negotiate with the wind and rain demon lord. If those forces do not hold together, the wind and rain demon lord can suppress any top power by relying on the ion tower. Even other peak forces do not necessarily have the eternal treasure. After all, the strength of the eternal treasure can affect the combat power of a fifth-order emperor. Such treasures are rare among fifth-order emperors, and few emperors bestow them on his disciples. Unless it does not affect its own combat power, it will be granted. Just like the ruler of the Daluo realm, he has a set of best innate treasures, and the remaining treasures seem insignificant. This time the Temple of the Gods is opened, the treasure house is opened, and half of the treasures are given to his men. Of course, most of them were given to the emperor. After all, the emperor was the main core of this battle. Those other emperors who do not like it will be given to them, these so-called emperor heirs. In addition to the top 10 emperors in the Daluo realm, there are also some chief disciples of the emperors who will also get the innate treasure. Their top 10 emperors were only cultivated under the ruler of the great Luo realm. Although they were noble on the surface, they were actually inferior to the direct disciples of those emperors in terms of treasures, especially the so-called emperor like the Emperor Mo Long, who can't look down on them at all. Chapter 51-79. He is the real son of the emperor, and he is also the only son. After the success of the emperor and the monarch, the bloodline is very powerful, and it is difficult to give birth to another heir. Just such an only son, very fond of the only son, and even a third of the world. The division of one domain was given to Mo Long to manage, satisfying his emperor's hobby. In terms of talent, God Emperor Mo Long was really ordinary, but his father's bloodline was strong, allowing him to realize the powerful Tao of origin after all, and then he had many secret treasures around him to gain peak combat power. But these are all foreign objects. All Dian immortals are pursuing Hadao, and Hadao is the only one. Only if you succeed in harmony and become the emperor, can you truly escape the universe and become the strongest. This is the Tao that Luo Hao pursues. Now he can't fall. Even if he is dead, he will die in the process of harmony. Your Excellency, can we talk? Luo Hao said. Although Hui Qing's strength is not as strong as him, he still has the strength of an ordinary top-level Dian immortal. With Jian Wushuang and their 3 burning origins, they still have the hope to compete against God Emperor Mo Long. As long as they persist for a few hours, their Daluo realm the chief emperor can arrive. The one who should be desperate by then is God Emperor Mo Long. Hui Qing froze for a moment and said cautiously, "How do you want to talk?" Cooperation. The two of them fought fiercely on the surface, but secretly it was the Emperor Mo Long who was plotting the outside world. Jian Wushuang crossed his knees in the cave, ignorant of the struggles outside. Essence mobilizes the power of the whole body and constantly repairs the damaged divine body. From the outside, the speed of the divine Bodhis repair is visible to the naked eye, and this speed is unheard of in the entire universe. It's almost I don't know if Hui Qing will stand it. Jian Wushuang was a little anxious at this time. I glanced at the floating identity token in my mind. Trial, Jian Wushuang record, 400,000 rank, 4,786 trial time. 3 years trial period, 30 years. There are still more than 20 years to go. Although I am not in a hurry, it will be difficult for us to have such an opportunity in the future. If the two top 1,000 strong players can keep them, both he and Hui Qing will be ranked, can enter the first 1,000, and can maintain until the end of the trial. This is an opportunity once and for all, and we must not let it go easily. A glance at the rankings of God Emperor Malong and Luo Hao, one is more than 500 and the other is more than 900. According to Luo Hao's words, this kind of powerhouse is basically not near the mountains, and most of them are fighting on those main continents. Now, although the primordial star's Dian has fallen by 30%, there are still 1,000,000 left, so they really dare to fight. Yes, I am afraid it will be tens of thousands. Most of the other Dian immortals who knew they had no chance were hidden in some mountains. 70% of the primordial star's boundaries are mountains, 20% are deep pits left by lakes, and another 10% are continents. This boundary is very small for Dian immortal, and you can meet the digit 9 Ren consummation Dian immortal by just swinging around. There are even groups of forces clinging together, sweeping the quartet and killing the lone travelers. In that dangerous zone, it takes too many battles to rush into the first 1,000. His strength can touch the top Dian immortal at most, and it is only a little faster. On the mainland, his speed will no longer be an advantage, because there are too many powerhouses, and under chase and interception, he can't use his speed advantage at all. Now the only opportunity is right in front of him, and he has to grasp it firmly. Call. Recovering faster than the last time, Jian Wushuang slowly got up. This time he escaped from the dead, which made him strengthen a lot, and his thought power was much stronger than before. A pitch-black spear burst out from the cave, piercing the entire mountain peak with an indispensable momentum, and went straight to the Emperor Malong standing proudly in the sky. Mo Long turned slightly and grabbed the spear that was passing in front of his eyes. He didn't even get hurt. Could that breath come out of disguise? God Emperor Mo Long was a little surprised. He knew that Luo Hao went down and was stopped by Hui Qing. Since Luo Hao went down, he didn't feel the sense of crisis anymore. This also made him very strange. Now Jian Wushuang suddenly came out again, and it didn't seem to be at all injured. Maybe I was worrying too much? Mo Long muttered to himself, his figure suddenly descending into the depths of the canyon. Jian Wushuang also walked out of the cave here. Mo Long, you are dead today. There was a cold light in Jian Wu's eyes. After planning for a long time, these two people finally came in. Hui Qing, start the big array. Hui Qing, who was still fighting with Luo Hao, leaked a smile, and this time directly said to Luo Hao loudly, "Now, let's say goodbye." What? Luo Hao was stunned for a moment. What does this mean? Didn't you just talk about it well? Looking at a very honest monk, just run as you say. Before he could react, the entire canyon flew into sand and rocks, and the world revolved. The big formation changed around. Luo Hao, who was originally in an open area, suddenly appeared on a hillside. The sky above his head suddenly appeared under his feet, but the sacred mountain of Wanzhong appeared above his head, a huge pressure momentarily pouring. Mo Long was also shocked. How can there be a big formation in this place? He has been staring at Luo Hao and the monk head. It's impossible for them to arrange the formation in such a short time? Mo Long was also instantly moved to another boundary. Luo Hao. Mo Long's face was gloomy. Mo Long. Luo Hao's expression was also very ugly. The two of them glanced at each other and instantly understood that they were overcast by Jian Wushuang. That threat was gradually growing, and Mo Long's heart sank. Jian Wushuang held an ordinary long sword upside down and appeared in front of the two in an instant, and Hui Qing appeared with him. Brother Luo Hao, let's help you. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Hui Qing also nodded. After hearing this, God Emperor Mo Long hurriedly backed away and distanced himself from Luo Hao. The big formation has weakened his strength by 30%. He is now the peak of the ordinary level, Dian Immortal. Once Luo Hao burns his origin, he can be equal to him. Although he still has some treasures and whole cards, he is now a pair. 3. Dare not be careless. Malong God Emperor. Luo Hao opened his mouth, looked at Jin Wushuang and Hui Qing again, and finally exhaled deeply and shouted, "Your death date is here?" Although it was just a breath, he had already thought about it countless times in his heart. Instead of being a dog for Mo Long, there was a risk of being killed in the end. It was better to cooperate with Jin Wushuang to deal with Mo Long. In his opinion, Jin Wushuang and the others are average. Even with the big formation, the three of them can at best contend with Mo Long. As long as there is a delay, the chief emperor of the big Luo world will be able to arrive. The initiative is in his hands. Moreover, it can also take the opportunity to weaken Mo Long's strength, waiting for the other emperors in the clan to come over, just to take advantage of the fisherman's profit. This is the best policy. Chapter 5180. Brother Wushuang. Today we joined hands to kill Malong and share Malong's record together, Luo Hao said sternly. Standing far away, Mo Long's teeth tickled. This time he was careless, and he fell on Jin Wu's hands. Jin Wushuang, don't blame me for not reminding you. The other emperors of the Daluo realm are rushing here. If you cooperate with Luo Hao against me, you will only let them reap the benefits of the fisherman. Emboldened, if you can avoid this battle, you can avoid it. In case this great formation really hurts him, it will be very troublesome to deal with the other emperors of the Daluo realm. Jin Wushuang shook his head, looking like I didn't believe it, and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, do it." Hui Qing, mobilize the formation and loosen the shackles on Luo Hao. This person is of great use. After Jin Wushuang finished speaking, he spoke to Hui Qing. Kill. Luo Hao's body became lighter, he lost his sense of restraint, and he was overjoyed. At the moment, he was the first to rush to the Emperor Malong, and Jin Wushuang and Hui Qing naturally followed. 3 people besieged. Luo Hao not only did not reduce his strength in the big formation at this time, but because of the strength of the big formation, he was also improved. After a while, the strength can instantly be comparable to the peak die in Immortal, and one person can entangle the God Emperor Malong. The crescent blade slashed across the chest of God Emperor Malong again, and before he could react, Hui Qing made a horizontal pick from behind, slamming Malong into the mountain. Jin Wushuang understands the ultimate kendo. He is the master of the sword. His figure flashes, his eyes are full of blood. He splits several swords in succession. Although this long sword is only an ordinary treasure, but it has the blessing of the ultimate kendo, its power is still able to threaten God Emperor Malong. Puff. Under the siege of the 3 people, God Emperor Mo Long was somewhat unsupported. He did not expect that this great formation could not only suppress his strength, but also that the control of the formation could separate the power of the great formation, allowing Jin Wushuang and others to be blessed. This kind of complex formation cannot be arranged every 3 to 5 years, and this type of formation is not available to ordinary people. There is also a formation in his kingdom of God. It was the formation that his father paid a lot of money to. He also knew at the time that the emperor-level formations were arranged by the emperor. They were basically not spread, and they could only buy ready-made ones. For example, a certain emperor refines a formation method. As long as it is not a world-class formation method, it can be put away at will. That type of formation method is extremely useful to the emperor, and the price is very expensive. Some weak emperors, if they can't hire the master of the formation, they will buy a movable formation and place it in their dojo to suppress Yanli. If the formation in the canyon is movable, the arrangement is much simpler. Mo Long's brows twitched, and he turned to Hui Qing and said in his heart, "It should be the formation of this monk head." As long as the control of the formation is killed, the formation will naturally collapse. A murderous flash in his eyes, and an instant counterattack began. Jin Wushuang sensed Mo Long's thoughts at the moment and hurriedly said, "Hui Qing, go back." A huge picture book of the 8 directions appeared, and Mo Long, who was originally suppressed, took a sigh of relief, and his strength skyrocketed instantly, killing Xiang Hui Qing. Seeing this, Luo Hao naturally understood that the big formation was arranged by Hui Qing, and if Mo Long succeeded at this time, he would give up all his previous work. Fight! You're dead. All the treasures are mine. Luo Hao roared in his heart, the original power burned again, and the blade in his hand quickly turned. Luo Hao, who was not good at close combat, directly stood in front of Hui Qing, and Mo Long started a hand-to-hand fight. Boom! Looking for death. God Emperor Mo Long no longer dared to be big, with a strong killing intent in his heart. Originally I wanted to keep Luo Hao this bait, but now it seems that I don't need to keep it. Ding! The secret treasure at the center of his eyebrows flickered, and the entire divine body of Mo Long's body was soaring. At this moment, the aura in his body was rising, and the entire immeasurable array was shaking. The seal is lifted. An ancient breath erupted from divine Emperor Mo Long's body, and that power climbed all the way, surpassed the peak of Dian Immortal, and went straight to the limit for consummation. Luo Hao, who was originally full of confidence, was a little dazed. It was too late to retreat, so he could only shout, "Brother Wushuang, come and help me." Jin Wushuang was standing in the distance, watching all this quietly. The Emperor Mo Long has already used his whole cards, and Luo Hao doesn't need to keep it. There was no pity in Hui Qingmingjing's eyes. She just nodded gently. Originally thought that Hui Qing would be a little uncomfortable, but now she has become decisive and will give up if she gives up. This is different from when he first met. Jin Wushuang secretly decided in his heart that after this time, he was going to separate from Hui Qing. The secret of this person is definitely not smaller than that of him. Both of them are taking the path of the strong. Sooner or later, there will be one day you have to walk on the opposite side. It is better to separate earlier. Temple of Qishan, the highest trial, the original star. Jin Wushuang had a feeling that the appearance of Qishan Temple was not only a secret boost to the original universe. Primal Star is only the first step, and there will be more trials in the future, and I don't know when to leave the Temple of Discord. Behind all this, there must be some kind of connection. Maybe those emperors know it. Maybe even the emperor doesn't know it. The relationship between the Qishan Temple is too great, and Hui Qing once again entered the Tao after the birth of the Qishan Temple, bursting out with super strength. He had to wonder whether this person was the reincarnation of a powerful person. Jin Wushuang sighed. Ever since he left DCU, the entire primitive universe has become bloody, from Xingu Road to the army of corpses, and then suddenly grasped the strength of his mind to realize the ultimate way. His consciousness entered the starry sky, and then opened to the Temple of Qishan at the back. Will these be related? It would be great if the old guy Xianyi was here. This old guy knows this kind of cosmic secrets best. It's a pity that Jin Wushuang has forgotten how many years he hasn't seen him since that time. Judging from his current vision, Xianyi's strength is still a mystery, able to travel through the universe, wandering around, and not afraid of the existence of Jinwu Yang, starting as a fifth-order emperor. Such a strong old guy really doesn't think about him all day long, but he just doesn't know if the Qishan Temple is born this time. That old guy will come to join in the fun. This thought gradually came up, and then disappeared in his mind in an instant. What matters now is how to calculate the death of these two people. It is not the time to think about this. The sudden eruption of God Emperor Mo Long caught Luo Hao by surprise, and only two moves caused Luo Hao's divine body to begin to break. Jin Wushuang and Hui Qing didn't have any intention to go up and help, which made Luo Hao very desperate. The two of them were not afraid that he would die. Would Mo Long go to deal with them? Divine Emperor Mo Long, I will cooperate with you and let me go. Luo Hao couldn't stand it anymore. This time he could feel Divine Emperor Mo Long's killing intent, and he began to be afraid. It was not easy to practice all the way. He didn't want to just fall away. Chapter 5181. Divine Emperor Mo Long, who has already opened the ancient secret treasures, has decided to kill, and now it is difficult to understand his hatred if he does not kill a person. Haha, stop struggling, let me fall. Divine Emperor Mo Long almost tore Luo Hao's divine body with a powerful hand cracking his skull. Hello everyone, our public account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day, and you can receive them as long as you pay attention. Please seize the opportunity for the last benefit at the end of the year. No public. Luo Hao's body began to drain, and he roared unwillingly, Emo Long, kill me. I am willing to give you the identity token and all the achievements to you. Boom. The only one who greeted Luo Hao was a heavy punch, without the intention of stopping. Me, puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Luo Hao was still not reconciled, and then begged for mercy, God Emperor Malong. As long as you let me go, I can join hands with you to kill the emperor of my clan. They have tens of millions of records. I know their weakness. Divine Emperor Mo Long, with undiminished killing intent in his eyes, fists blasted Luo Hao's head violently. To tell you the truth, the reason why I stayed with you for so long is to seduce you those emperors in the Daluo realm. God Emperor Malong grabbed Luo Hao's neck with one hand and raised a fist with the other hand, smashed on Luo Hao's face. You are just a bait, idiot. Luo Hao completely gave up. Today he will die. He began to curse Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing, and the whole person became extremely crazy. The second rank origin is extremely wide, a thick road. Now on the verge of collapse, Luo Hao directly burned the last part of the origin, so that the strength reached the peak, and instantly broke free from the clutches of the Emperor Malong. Haha, I didn't expect Luo Hao to fall here today. He is a top-level Dayan immortal with so many allies in this primitive star, but he does not go to the main continent to fight, and hides in this mountain range to hunt down some weak Dayan immortals, which is obviously a pity. Now that he is completely desperate, one can imagine how crazy he is. Haha, in that case, let's die together. The crazy Luo Hao, after throwing away the Emperor Malong, held high the innate treasure and rushed towards Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing. Is this going to explode to the source? God Emperor Mo Long smiled grimly. Luo Hao's blood still remained on the golden glove, slipping drop by drop, which seemed to mean that Luo Hao's life was gradually dissipating. Jian Wushuang, who also had control of the large formation, instantly twisted his body and dissipated in place. It's ridiculous to want to take him to bury him in this big formation. And Jian Wushuang was taken aback and secretly said, Where is Hui Qing? Just that long distance, there is time to react. Hui Qing is not weak, and she should follow her to teleport away. Although it feels that Hui Qing has changed a lot now, but after all, there is a relationship between life and death, and her figure is back to the original place again in a flash. Luo Hao has fallen. There was no trace of Luo Hao's breath in this world, and it disappeared cleanly. Hui Qing was still standing in the same place, but the long red-brown stick in his hand stretched out, and Luo Hao's innate treasure was hanging above it. Recommend an app, comparable to the old version of the book-chasing artifact, can change the source books for all meme read. This? Jian Wushuang was a little stunned. He left for an instant, and Luo Hao fell silently? The divine Emperor Mo Long in the distance lifted all the seals of the ancient secret treasures at this time. His divine body instantly increased 10 times, and his strength naturally increased 10 times. However, he only resisted the pressure of the immeasurable array for a moment. It still fell on him. Although his strength was suppressed by nearly 30%, it was increased tenfold later, and now he had the strength of the limit Dayan immortal threshold. If it is outside, he can display the strength of the 9th rank consummation limit. But it is a pity that this big formation has weakened 30% of its strength. Mo Long glanced at Jian Wushuang first, and then stared at Hui Qing fiercely, obviously very jealous. Jian Wushuang understood now. Luo Hao fell into Hui Qing's hands. It's a pity that he didn't see all of this, but was watched by God Emperor Mo Long. He could kill the pinnacle Dayan immortal instantly, or the desperate pinnacle Dayan immortal. How strong should Hui Qing be? Jian Wushuang is simply unacceptable. He has practiced, step by step, and barely be able to match the top-level Dayan immortal in the 9th rank consummation. Hui Qing first stepped into the Dao, showing the 9th rank consummation combat power. After entering the primal star, his strength has become a lot stronger. It is comparable to him, and both have the top combat power of rank 9. But now, he only left for a day, and Hui Qing broke through again, and it seemed that his strength was no longer weaker than that of God Emperor Mo Long, who used the secret treasure, otherwise he wouldn't make the opponent so jealous. Jian Wushuang had to take a deep breath to calm his mood. Hui Qing had his own secret. He couldn't ask too much, and he didn't know how to speak at the moment. Brother Wushuang, I have made a breakthrough recently. I forgot to say hello. Hui Qing seemed to see Jian Wushuang's mind and took the lead to break the silence. Jian Wushuang smiled and shook his head. You're welcome. Everyone's specific strength is very vague. No one will tell anyone how strong he is. It is normal for Hui Qing not to tell him after breaking through. God Emperor Mo Long looked at them like a monster. Jian Wushuang, this fellow Taoist next to you, is the head of the monk in the world of Tongtian Buddhism? Divine Emperor Mo Long tentatively asked because of the master of the world. He also paid attention to the strong men of the world of Tongtian Buddhism. Apart from Juyu Daojun, there are not many that can be seen. The strongest is a top-level Dayan Immortal. How come a limit Dayan Immortal that reaches the heavenly Buddha realm suddenly appeared on this primitive? Jian Wushuang didn't answer. After looking at Hui Qing, he just nodded faintly. Divine Emperor Mo Long recalled carefully, and he clearly wrote down those who were better than him on the list of universe gods and demons in his mind. But he didn't have the slightest information about the person in front of him. The atmosphere in the gorge gradually solidified, full of killing intent, and outside the mountain range, the three emperors of Daluo realm gathered together and were flying quickly towards the canyon. Luo Hao has fallen. There was a golden halo in the eyes of a burly man. His whole body was tightly wrapped. Only a pair of pale golden eyes leaked out, and his voice also appeared very gloomy. Boom! The three speeded up again and went straight to the direction of the canyon. The burly man is the chief emperor of the Daluo realm. His strength is comparable to the ultimate Dayan Immortal. The two next to him also have the strength of the peak Dayan Immortal. The three of them gather, except for the top few of the original stars. Outside the Taoist monarch, the other strong are not afraid. Divine Emperor Malong was just a peak, and Luo Hao also told them that the strength of Divine Emperor Malong had not recovered and his divine body was injured. Luo Hao fell in madness, but he didn't tell them that there was a monk head no less than God Emperor Malong. At that time, Luo Hao used people like them as a bargaining chip, and before he died, he never thought about telling these people that there was a peak power. In the great Luo realm, their 10 emperors also fought fiercely with each other. Only now they entered the primordial star and began to cling together. But even if it is a group, it is not easy to run so far to save Luo Hao without being sure. Chapter 5182. The premise is good. For example, God Emperor Mo Long has injuries, a wounded peak, Dayan Immortal, and ranks more than 500. He has a lot of records. It is because of such a piece of fat that they will not hesitate to run. Come so far to save Luo Hao. Now that Luo Hao has fallen, they can only follow the previous induction to find the whereabouts of God Emperor Malong. If you can't find it, then forget it. If you find it, you will kill God Emperor Malong by the name of revenge and divide his record. The top powerhouse among the 3 Dayan Immortals speeds up again. Inside the canyon, the Great Array is at stake in the chaos and may collapse at any time. The strength of God Emperor Mo Long surpassed the imagination of the two of them, and the strength displayed in the big formation could approach the limit of Dayan Immortal. If in the outside world, even if the two of them joined forces, they couldn't compete against Mo Long. Fortunately, they had an infinite array that had been weakening God Emperor Mo Long, and greatly blessed the two of them to fight against Mo Long. The 9 revolving consummation limit Dayan Immortal is very rare in this primordial star. Each of them ranks in the top 100. Except for a few Dao monarchs, they are the strongest existence. After so many years of melee, I haven't heard of a limit Dayan Immortal that has fallen. Each of them can hunt on the main continent, and they are not afraid of those united perfect Dayan Immortals. No wonder Mo Long was not in a hurry when dealing with Luo Hao. This was his whole card. Jian Wushuang, I don't have much record. Do you really want to force me to do it? Mo Long also noticed that the two of them wanted to keep him this time. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang said coldly, in order to seduce you, I almost fell. How could I let you go? Haha, good. Mo Long's teeth tickled. Even if he desperately killed Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing, he would not get much record. Instead, he might be seriously injured again. Jian Wushuang's strength is good. Even in the big formation, it is not too strong. Huiqing is different. With the blessing of the big formation, plus the strength of the peak Dian Immortal, it can be in the big formation. Comparable with him. Now that he loses the advantage of strength, he can only turn himself over with the help of treasures. Huiqing stands tall in the sky, with a long stick in his hand, and his breath is not the master. After the three stopped briefly, they fought together again. Boom! Huiqing stepped out in an instant, and his breath caused countless mountains and rocks around him to tremble and crack, and his whole body almost instantly came to Mo Long's side. Bang! The stick technique is weird and unpredictable. It collided with Mo Long's boxing technique. The two sides lost each other's strength, but they didn't have time to recover, so they fought together again. Jian Wushuang relied on his speed to attack Mo Long's physical weakness. Kill! Jian Wushuang's figure suddenly appeared behind God Emperor Malong, and the long sword cut directly in the middle. Xing's sword intent is extremely fierce, and the terrifying power of the ultimate way is fully displayed. Mo Long's upper body was still fighting Huiqing in the air, but his lower body had been cut off. Because of the explosion of the secret treasure, the divine body has increased by more than 10 times, and the damage of the physical body can't hurt him at all, but the physical body is restored in an instant. Jian Wushuang also noticed that the divine emperor Mo Long, whose flesh had reached the perfect level, could break open the flesh with simple moves, but could not harm the total amount of the divine body. Moreover, Mo Long had the most treasured guardian body, and his body was immortal. Fortunately, Huiqing's cudgel skills are fierce. Every move, every attempt is extremely powerful, only to consume a little Mo Long's divine body. However, the amount of divine body consumed was insignificant to the powerful Mo Long. No, it's too difficult to kill him. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. A magnificent scene descended, the fifth layer of the heart sword world of the ultimate way. The rise of mental strength and sword intent caused Jian Wushuang's momentum to rise to the sky. Heart sword test. This was the strongest sword he had realized when this was the 6th level of the ultimate way. The ultimate way to break the mirror. He has no time to create more swordsmanship, and now the strongest sword, with the blessing of the heart and the big formation, is about to reach the peak level. Coupled with the blessing of heart strength, this sword changed the color of the world. Divine Emperor Mo Long, who was fighting Huiqing's eyes, shrank, his heart trembled, and he secretly said, "No." The power of that sword was not that strong, but the Tao contained in it made him a little breathless. Bang, 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 bang. Huiqing's stick technique was so complete that he didn't give Mo Long a chance to get out of his body. When he was distracted, he swung out tens of thousands of sticks in an instant, firmly suppressing the Emperor Mo Long. Every time the long stick hits the flesh, his divine body is damaged. There are tens of thousands of sticks in succession. Because of the distraction, he hasn't prevented a few hits. All of them are smashed firmly on the flesh, corrupted his divine body. Damn it! Mo Long's mouth was already overflowing with golden blood. These are all good, just a small injury. The sword behind him is a cruel move. Jian broke his state of mind, and Yuan also began to tremble at that moment, making him extremely anxious, annoyed, and irritable. Haha, Divine Emperor Malong, how do you feel? Jian Wushuang pulled away and looked at Mo Long from a distance. His strongest sword, with the blessing of the big formation, was able to force it. He hurt God Emperor Mo Long, but he was only a rank 6 Dian Immortal. As long as he goes one step further and advances to rank 9, when Yanli ranks 9th, his strength will undergo a qualitative change. Even if there is no big formation at that time, he is not worthy of any peak Dian. Jian Wushuang, you angered me. God Emperor Mo Long roared. At this moment he directly ignored Huiqing's long stick. A dazzling light instantly illuminates the entire canyon. The eye of the beast god. It was the golden eye of the god Emperor Malong. The eye of the beast at this time was completely opened. Its function is not only to make the divine body explode 10 times its power, it also has a terrifying realm. Beast god phantom. Ouch! An ancient call came out, and an ancient beast appeared behind God Emperor Mo Long. It has a row of white flowers and sharp fangs, a majestic figure, a perfect body. Every inch of bone fits its structure very well, but its huge body and head are very small. It may be because it has no ears. His head looked very round, but the big mouth of the blood basin. But it was extremely hideous, especially when the pale eyes were staring at Jian Wushuang and others. It could affect the monk's state of mind, causing fear in his heart. If the beast god realm dealt with other powerhouses, this alone would be able to scare these weak points to death on the spot. But Jian Wushuang is a cultivator who has mastered his mental power. It is extremely rare in the entire universe. The mental power cultivator Jian Wushuang has seen is also an immeasurable Buddha. Under the recommendation, the reading app 1am using recently, Mimi Reading app, has many book sources, complete books, and fast update. Controlling his mind, that little power of fear in the beast god domain could not affect him at all. Chapter 5183. As for Hui Qing, he has realized the Zhanji, Tao, and the ultimate path, and he is not afraid of this field that affects the state of mind. The way of Zen mechanism is the most suitable ultimate way to enable Huiqingming to realize the original mind. Anyone who can master the Zen mechanism together will have almost no bottleneck before the ninth revolving consummation. The understanding of the original mind is vain. It is also that He Dao can block their way. If He Dao is successful, I can't imagine how strong a Zen Ji Dao ultimate emperor will be. God Emperor Mo Long also found something wrong. He didn't even notice the change on the faces of Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing. It's impossible. Mo Long was a little mad. This is his strongest support. With the beast god realm, he is not even afraid of Extreme Dian Immortal. He can even fight Extreme Dian Immortal. Now he is actually facing Jian Wushuang. There is no effect at all with Hui Qing. Jian Wushuang mastered the ultimate way, and the sword intent contained mental strength. It was enough to be able to resist, no matter how the monk head could resist. Could it be that he is also a spiritual practitioner? Mo Long, who is quite knowledgeable, also knows that there are some powerful spiritual practitioners in the universe, but he hasn't heard of any of them in Dian Immortal who can cultivate mind power. Not a spiritual practitioner, but the ultimate way. Suddenly met the two ultimate ways. He doesn't know whether it is good luck or bad luck now. The one with bad luck is the encounter with two perverts, and the good luck is because these two people have not yet grown up. If the two ultimate ways of the ninth round consummation die immortal, then they would be two half-step emperors. There was a fierce light in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and Mo Long seemed to have run out of cards, and now it was his turn. There are many treasures. Can you do whatever you want? Jian Wushuang sneered, put away the long sword, and waved it out. Today I will let you see, what is a domain. Hui Qing moved slightly, looked at Jian Wushuang, and was surprised. Could it be? One thought of the universe. Jian Wushuang shook his right hand outstretched. The Yanli within the tens of millions of miles near the canyon began to churn almost instantly, and a magnificent avenue of origins directly showed a phantom, suppressing everything. The immeasurable avenues contained in the big formation began to tremble. The beast god realm that Mo Long was displaying directly began to collapse. When the beast god phantom saw the starry sky of the universe, his pale eyes leaked the color of yearning, but it was defeated in an instant, and it was too late to take the last look. Outside world. The three emperors of Deluagia, who were already very close to the gorge, looked at the round enchantment in the distance, and their hearts trembled. Something is wrong. There are strong ones. A surprise flashed in the eyes of the chief emperor. They were worried that they could not find God Emperor Mo Long, but suddenly there was a battle nearby. It seemed that they had the power of the peak Dian Immortal, but Mo Long must have not run away. There are very few peaks in the mountains, Dian Immortal, and now that Luo Hao has just fallen, God Emperor Mo Long must have not gone far. He encountered other strong men and fought. The few of them were planning to besiege Divine Emperor Ma Long, but Luo Hao couldn't stand the fall in the middle of the journey. He thought he would run for nothing, but he didn't expect to get to the place and gave them unexpected joy. Luo Hao fell. In their opinion, even if the mountainside is safer, With the cunning mind of God Emperor Malong, he will definitely leave the hidden aura quickly. They are going to try their luck, in case they encounter it. Now it seems that what happened was more perfect than they thought. Mo Long faced up with other strong men, and they could take advantage of the fisherman's profit again. Quick! The chief emperor of the big Luo world, forbearing his excitement. Although they are not far away, they are still afraid of accidents. After all, a dying immortal who ranks more than 500 and is still injured is a piece of fat. If Mo Long can be killed, all three of them can live in the mountains. Jian Wushuang and the others didn't know that several emperors in the Daluo realm had noticed them, and they were coming at an extremely fast speed. This is the realm. God Emperor Mo Long looked around tens of millions of imaginary universes in disbelief. Do not. The universe is not illusory, but a small real world. Although there is no life, it contains a magnificent road. Here, Jian Wushuang is full of information. The first time he used one thought in the universe was only 1,000,000 miles. At that time, he was able to deal with the perfect Xiang Bingyun with the third rank of strength. Although Xiang Bingyun had just recovered, his strength was not too strong in the 9th revolution of consummation, but the universe at that time was only 1,000,000 miles. Now the scope has been expanded 10 times, but the combat power is definitely not 10 times, but more than 100 times. This is Jian Wushuang's biggest trump card, Nianli Universe, made by one thought. Within tens of thousands of miles, I am the only one. This is his dojo, a movable dojo. The increase of the immeasurable array gave him the strength of the top-level Dayan Immortal, and the Heart Sword world increased his sword intent to the peak level. However, thinking of the universe made him 10 times more combat power. This is not Mo Long's Eye of the Beast God. It is only when the seal is completely lifted that there are still troubles, and he has strengthened 10 times the divine body, which is truly transformed into actual combat power. It's only 3 times. Yin Universe made Jian Wushuang 10 times stronger, and he became the peak Dayan Immortal. The sword intent in the Heart Sword world is even more comparable to the combat power of the ultimate Dayan Immortal. Jian Wushuang was suspended in the air. The ordinary supreme sword appeared in his hands. Sword intent rose. Heart Sword world. With the blessing of tens of thousands of miles, the Heart Sword tried in the Heart Sword world, condensing billions of sword energy, and finally formed a huge sword shadow. Go with, call out. Jianing rushed towards Mo Long, but Mo Long could only use the full set of Golden Dragon to madly resist. But the tip of the sword still pierced through his flesh, and an unprecedented slaying air began to devour his divine body, and even the most precious body protector could not be the main gear. Bang! Ah! Mo Long endured great pain, only to get rid of the phantom long sword with a single blow. It was just a sword that broke his perfect body and consumed 1,000th of his god. This is only a moment. Hum, hum, hum. Send red envelopes to read the benefits. You have up to 888 cash red envelopes to be drawn. Follow the Weixin public account book friend base camp to draw red envelopes. The phantom long sword, divided into 9 swords, surrounds God Emperor Malong. Although the phantom long sword is divided, the power contained in it has not diminished in the slightest. Jian Wushuang's phantom sword based on the Heart Sword world is different from the Heart Sword trial. The former is to cooperate with the universe of one mind, and only in the universe of one mind can he condense the phantom sword. The universe of one mind can be manipulated by him at most. 9 phantom swords. Just call it a magic sword test. Jian Wushuang said lightly. With his level of kendo, there are many things that need to be supplemented for the trick that he has created temporarily now. For example, 9 phantom swords can be formed into a sword formation to increase its killing power. But now he doesn't have time to think about it. 9 phantom swords are enough to deal with Mo Long. Hui Qing, stop him? Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, and he found a scarlet crystal pillar suddenly appeared in Mo Long's hand. He had seen Luo Hao's black crystal pillar and knew how terrifying it was. Chapter 5184. Mo Long owns the Shunfeng catalog, as well as the innate top treasure Town Yulo. Both of these treasures have a suppressive effect, and the Zhenfeng catalog is like a small mobile formation. He can hide in danger. Jian Wushuang doesn't have any supreme treasure right now, and he has an ordinary supreme treasure long sword in his hand. The Dian immortals killed are all ordinary rank 9. The strength is average, and there are not many treasures. Since seeing the treasures of God Emperor Malong, Jian Wushuang's vision has also widened. The treasures he dreamed of before were not taken seriously anymore. Except for the peak treasures, the other treasures were like scrap copper and rotten iron. That scarlet crystal pillar made Jian Wushuang's heart palpitations. This thing is definitely not a good thing. After hearing his words, Huiqing rushed to stop Mo Long, but it was still too late, and the scarlet crystal pillar was put into the groove on the top of the Jinyu Tower by the Emperor Mo Long. A ray of blood began to rise, and the scarlet crystal pillar was not the crystal of destruction in Jian Wushuang's imagination. It did not explode, but turned into a stream of blood and poured it on Jinyu Tower. This water sloped along the top of the Jinyu Tower, irrigated the entire Jinyu Tower, and then ran down on the town seal catalog. The blood flowed into the eyes of the 8 squares. A scarlet mist began to rise, and the eyes of God Emperor Mo Long turned red. Under the irrigation of blood water, the catalog of the town seal has merged with the town's jade building. This is my father's innate treasure in the world. You can witness the power of the blood jade palace, and it is worth it. God Emperor Mo Long did not expect that this is the first step in the trial, so he will be the greatest. The trump card was forced out. If the ancient secret treasure, Eye of the Beast God, is a treasure used to enhance strength, then this blood jade palace is the treasure that his father saved his life. Although the power of the beast god's eye is special, the entire primitive universe does not have the same treasure. It was obtained by his father in the long river of time and space. Although the power of this ancient treasure is special, after the Fourth Order Emperor, his father, it won't be used anymore. It was bestowed on him. Few people knew the power of this secret treasure. If they knew the special features, the Third Order Emperor would be crazy about it. At the Emperor level, as long as it is a treasure that can increase the strength of the Emperor, no one will sell it, even if it is sold at a ridiculously high price. The Blood Jade Palace is actually the pinnacle treasure among the congenital treasures, and it is also the most precious palace treasure among the treasures. Back then, Mo Long's father used it to cross the primordial universe, and even went to the Jade Palace of Blood and Blood to drift in the long river of time and space. If it weren't for the Temple of Qishan, he would not give this precious treasure to his son. This kind of treasure is like an adult giving a horse to a 3-year-old child. It is simply a violent thing. Mo Long didn't have the strength to manipulate the Blood Jade Palace. It was his father who condensed his crystal blood to him, so that he could use part of the Bleeding Jade Palace's power. But these powers are enough for him to keep it secret. Jian Wushuang stared at the Blood Jade Palace. In addition to shock, he was shocked. Divine Emperor Mo Long had taken out several pieces of this kind of treasure that he had never seen before. Mo Long never thought it would be so difficult to kill him, a rank 6 Dian immortal, nor did he expect that in such a favorable time and place, killing a peak powerhouse ranked more than 500 would be so unlucky to meet God Emperor Mo Long. The feeling that the Blood Jade Palace gave him was unshakable. If Divine Emperor Mo Long was sitting in the Blood Jade Palace and fleeing, the Great Formation could not stop him, and his thoughts and the universe would not be able to stop him. It's just a little bit. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank to the extreme. After working for most of the day, he couldn't find anything. Now he still has to watch Mo Long sit in the Blood Jade Palace and escape. This made Jian Wushuang difficult to accept. Even if his mood was strong, he could see everything, but he still sighed in his heart. After all, Huiqing's performance was calm. His strength improved quickly, and he already had the strength of the peak Dian immortal. This time the plan failed, and he could use his strength to kill the other 9 ranks outside to gain a record. Although he has become the rank 9 Dian immortal now, he can only get 10 times the points, but his strength is better, and he can slaughter a group of 9 ranks perfect Dian immortal. He has the hope to enter the top 100. After all, he just beheaded. With Luo Hao, he has achieved a large record and has entered the top 1000. Brother Wushuang, irreversible. Huiqing has a Zen machine and has some calculations about the development of the situation. The power of the Blood Jade Palace. The two of them are difficult to shake. If they are attacked, they are likely to be backfired. Jin Wushuang was floating in the air, and the 9 long swords were recalled to his side. He didn't speak, but just nodded. The immeasurable array was riddled with holes, and this trick was useless. If Imo Long could really escape, the two of them would have to find another way out. Although it was in the depths of the mountains, such a big movement might have been transmitted to the main continent by those weak rank 9 Dian immortals. Since the great Luojia left Luo Hao in the mountains, then other forces will inevitably have eyeliners buried deep in the mountains. Observe the movement here. After all, the mountains occupy 90% of the original star's boundary. Why? Don't you dare to move me. Imo Long sneered as he sat on the throne. If Jin Wushuang and the others don't attack the Blood Jade Palace, Missouri Long really can't help them. Imo Long's strength simply cannot control the Blood Jade Palace. If he wants the Blood Jade Palace to actively suppress his opponents, he can only let them attack the Blood Jade Palace first. As the pinnacle of innate treasure, the Blood Jade Palace has a self-protection effect. As long as there is a strong attack nearby, a blood shield will automatically rise, which can not only defend the Blood Jade Palace itself, but also issue a blood pillar to kill the Blood Jade Palace. Strong enemy. However, once the power of the Scarlet Crystal Column is exhausted, the blood shield will dissipate. Nothing to say? Imo Long controlled the Blood Jade Palace, constantly rising. The immeasurable array was trembling and scattered by the pillar of blood. Huiqing presided over the big formation and tried to hold the Blood Jade Palace for a while. This is a superpower ranked in the top 500. If you let him run it this time, you will lose a lot. If you can drag it, you still have to drag it for a while. Although he had killed Luo Hao and entered the top 1,000, it would be too difficult to think that it would be so easy to kill a strong one in the first 1,000 in the future. With a move in my mind, the information of the identity token came into my mind. Trial, Huiqing Realm, 9 turns Dian Immortal Record, 10. 4 million rank, 716. This ranking is not stable in the top 1,000, let alone in the top 100. He beheaded a Nineth rank Perfect Dian Immortal with a record of 100,000, plus Luo Hao's accumulated record of millions. After 10 times, he had a record of tens of millions. There was also a small part that was divided by Imo Long and Jin Wushuang. The two of them also counted as assists and obtained corresponding records based on their own damage ratio. Chapter 5185. The enchantment of the Great Formation began to shatter continuously, sliding down from the sky. Once they lose the blessing and suppression of the big formation, Jin Wushuang and the others will no longer have any chance of winning. Not reconciled. Jin Wushuang stood tall in the sky and could only watch the Blood Jade Palace. After fighting for such a long time, he has only achieved a record of several 100,000. Luo Hao's death has almost nothing to do with him. It is because of the doubling of the rank that he can obtain so many records. If it is a normal match of the same tier, you will get a few thousand records. Now he has not even reached the top 3,000 rankings, let alone 1,000 ahead. Huiqing, is there no way at all? Huiqing shook her head. The formation is about to break. We must leave here. As soon as his voice fell, the enchantment of the large formation had completely collapsed, and the eyes of the immeasurable large array were automatically decomposed. Under strong pressure, the big array could not operate and collapsed automatically. Jin Wushuang. There was murderous intent in God Emperor Imo Long's eyes. Now that the big formation has collapsed, he can completely fight again. But now he is a little scared. Even if there is no big formation, he does not dare to go out again. There are so many treasures, you can really do whatever you want. Jin Wushuang's face was pale, and he wanted to refute but couldn't find a reason. Now no matter how much he said, God Emperor Imo Long would leave completely, and he himself was busy for nothing. Huiqing, who killed Luo Hao, is at least now in the top 1,000. As long as she goes out and kills some 9-turn consummation, it will not be a problem to secure the top 1,000 throne within 30 years. As for the top 100, it is not impossible. But he was really miserable. His strength was not as good as he could be, and he could only be comparable to the peak Dayan immortal with a single thought of the universe. In the past 30 years, he could not relax at all to squeeze into the top 1,000. The one who was ranked in the top 1,000, the Master of the Years, is also at the bottom. He can still make a lot of achievements in the early stage of the melee. The more successful the later 9 ranks, the more difficult it will be to kill. If he wants to keep the top 1,000, it will be very difficult. In order to set up the formation, Jian Wushuang lost the most precious early melee, and now it is too difficult to surpass the many powerhouses in front. The Blood Jade Palace continued to rise, although Jian Wushuang couldn't stop him, although he couldn't get out of the universe for the time being, so he could only watch it. God Emperor Mo Long looked at Jian Wushuang's green face, laughed wildly, and then drove the Blood Jade Palace and left directly. Let's go too. Jian Wushuang sighed, just about to put away a thought of the universe, but was stopped by Hui Qing. Brother Wushuang, there is a turnaround. Boom. The Blood Jade Palace, which was already close to the edge of Enian universe, was suddenly smashed out of millions of miles by a force of destruction. The God Emperor Malong, who had just left, slipped past Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing's eyes in an instant. At the same time, in Enian universe, 3 more peak powers appeared. It was the 3 emperors of the Daluo world. Damn it, what kind of treasure is this? It's actually backlashing my origin avenue. The chief emperor of the Daluo world condensed his brows. When they first appeared, they happened to see Mo Long, who was driving the Blood Jade Palace and wanted to escape. Naturally, they refused to let it go. After 1,000,000 miles away, the chief of the great Luo realm burst out of his hand with a ruining spear on the blood shield of the Blood Jade Palace. Although he stopped the Blood Jade Palace, he was also affected by the Scarlet Power, and the mist began to invade his origin avenue through cause and effect. Miluo, what's going on? The 2 emperors next to them found that something was wrong and asked quickly. The 2 of them didn't know the strangeness of the Blood Jade Palace, but they were very jealous of Enian universe. Be careful of him, Mo Long. Don't do it at will. The chief emperor Miluo endured the pain, and the 3 of them flickered before they came to Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed when he saw the person who came. The leader of the Daluo world, Miluo, is the peak Dayan powerhouse. He had met this strong man when he was in Chishui Palace, and the emperor of the Daluo realm was also very powerful, second only to the Tongtian Buddha in order. At that time, he began to pay attention to the emperors of the Daluo realm. And Miluo is one of the best, and he is even more famous as the chief emperor when the emperor sits down, and his strength is also extremely powerful, and he is a strong man second only to the limit Dayan immortal. The contemporary emperors are very young. It is the Dayanxian who has the hope to advance to the emperor to be registered as the emperor. Like those Dayanxian who have practiced countless Chaos Era, they are not qualified to be registered as the emperor. Because their potential has long been used up, even with the strength of the ultimate Dayan immortal, it is difficult to succeed in harmony. These emperors are different. They practiced for a short time and are extremely talented. Like these emperors in the Daluo realm, they have not practiced for more than 100 million years. In the eyes of the emperors, they are not yet adult. At this age, this kind of strength has the hope of becoming an emperor in the future. So their status is higher than those of extreme Dayan immortals. After all, they will be the Dayan immortals of Hope Emperor in the future. But this time, because of the opening of the Qishan Temple, those limit Dayan immortals who have no hope for Hadao are paid more attention again. It is said that those old guys are the protagonists this time. They are the emperors. On the contrary, it has not been taken seriously. However, the chief emperor Miluo of the Daluo realm was an accident. He has cultivated for 70 million years, and he has the strength comparable to the ultimate Dayan immortal. The emperors also value him very much. In order to enhance his life preservation, he also bestows the innate treasure, armor, and origin stars. The 2 great treasures, one to protect the divine body, and the other to guard the origin. He himself is a master of the origin, who has mastered the path of destruction, and the attack above has long been comparable to the limit Dayan. Hui Qing, be careful of that Miluo. His strength is not weaker than Divine Emperor Mo Long. Jian Wushuang calmly surfaced, secretly transmitting to Hui Qing. If it is one person, the two of them are not afraid. But now they are the three peak powers. Among them Miluo is no less than the Emperor Malong. Losing the blessing of the big formation, the strength of the two of them has dropped a lot, and they have lost the means to suppress each other, and it is even worse at this time. Now I ask you to answer honestly. Do you hear me clearly? Miluo suppressed the mist in his mind and raised his head to look at Jian Wushuang. Before Jian Wushuang spoke to answer, the Blood Jade Palace flew out of the ruins of the canyon, and a powerful and domineering voice echoed everywhere. Miluo kid, you really dare to come? God Emperor Mo Long was itchy teeth now. Luo Hao used to seduce Miluo, but now he has succeeded in seduce. But he hasn't calculated that Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing actually forced him to use the Blood Jade Palace. It is too late for people to arrive now, and if these people can arrive before Luo Hao's fall, he is confident to keep them. Mo Long, last time I spared you. I dare to be rampant. Miluo snorted coldly. The last time he attacked Mo Long, thinking about catching a large sum, he failed to kill Mo Long. He was in that battle. It almost fell. Chapter 5186. The enemy was extremely jealous when they met, and Jian Wushuang began to calculate the situation on the field. As long as the fighting didn't stop, he could profit from it. It's really time for these three to come, but it's not that easy if you want to gain some advantage from the melee among the four top players. Wealth and wealth are in danger, and life and death are the first to let go. Wealth and wealth are the avenue. Jian Wushuang said cautiously, Dear fellow Taoists, I didn't want to fight until I was hiding here. Oh, then you can tell the truth about what you saw. Miluo also saw that Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing were about the same in strength, so it shouldn't be a worry. Divine Emperor Mo Long frowned. Although he was not familiar with Jian Wushuang, he could see that the other party was thinking deeply from the contact he had just received. Our two brothers, as soon as we entered this gorge, we saw that God Malong was fighting Luo Hao. Both of us were weak. We could only cooperate with Brother Luo Hao to fight against God Emperor Malong. Unfortunately, we were still defeated in the end. Brother Luo Hao also fell. Jian Wushuang said very sincerely, and his voice also revealed his hatred for God Emperor Malong. Shenshin Miluo nodded and said calmly, It's almost as I expected. He actually didn't care about this. He just wanted to figure out why. Let's do it. They'll solve them two first. You go and stop him Long. Miluo's figure suddenly violent, said to do it, and then do it. A towering spear pierced the sky, and the destructive power contained in the spear head filled the entire canyon. The sword intent behind Jian Wushuang also rose, and he knew that this group of people were not so easy to flicker, and the 9 phantom swords also exploded and went straight to the Emperor Miluo. The phantom sword test was finally created by the 6th level of the heart sword test based on the ultimate way, which leaked the heart power in the heart sword and evolved into a phantom, casting the strongest sword intent today, the phantom sword test. Call out, call out, call out. Jian Wushuang retreated, but the 9 phantom swords galloped away in the opposite direction. Help me hold him. Jian Wushuang shouted. The power of that long spear is too powerful. As long as he gets a trace of it, he may fall on the spot. Fortunately, this is the universe of one mind. His speed is fast enough. With a range of tens of thousands of miles, and any one of his shuttles, he can already be comparable to the limit of Dian Immortal. After speeding up, after barely avoiding the shot, he made a cold sweat on his back. The grind between life and death made Jidao stronger again. The power of thought in my mind rises, and the universe expands again. 11 million miles, 12 million miles, 15 million miles. It's the limit. Jian Wushuang's force of forbearance brought him a sense of oppression, and he ran the phantom sword to stop the Emperor Miluo as much as possible. Hui Qing had arrived at this time. Her brows were slightly lowered, but the long stick outrageously exploded with great power. Without the blessing of the big formation, Hui Qing's strength can only be maintained at the peak level. Meeting Miluo, who is comparable to the extreme Dian Immortal, can't take advantage of it, and even threatens to fall. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang manipulates the phantom sword from a distance. Huiqing breathed a sigh of relief by continuously attacking Miluo and distracting him. The fighting of the three can be said to perfectly replicate the style of besieging Imo long before, but at that time they had a large formation to gain the upper hand, and now the large formation is ruined. The two of them can only resist the Emperor Miluo, who is comparable to the extreme Dian Immortal. Did not threaten the Emperor Miluo at all. On another battlefield in the distance, two emperors of the Deluo realm, who were several times stronger than Luo Hao, were surrounding the Blood Jade Palace, but they didn't know how to stop them. Suppress him. Don't do it yourself. Miluo, who couldn't get away for a while, spoke to the two at this time. The strength of Jin Wushuang and Huiqing combined with the degree of cooperation shocked Miluo. It was obvious that neither of them were too strong, so why couldn't they defeat each other? Especially with this circular cosmic formation. The longer he stays in it, the more his heart palpitations become. It always feels not that simple. Call. Jin Wushuang's figure flashed and appeared at the top of the universe. Under the fusion of the power of mind and the universe, his strength doubled, but it was too difficult to suppress Miluo. Without the blessing of the formation, he still had the general peak of Dian Immortal. It can be suppressed, but Emperor Miluo's strength is too strong, and he has reached the limit of Dian Immortal's level, and he can't suppress it at all. Unless Ji Dao and mental strength improve, he can suppress the Emperor Miluo. But Ji Dao has such a wide road. It means that it can be improved when it is promoted, and it is not something he can see in his mind. It is not a road that he can break through when he wants to break through. Now he can only hope to irrigate all his thought power into the universe of one mind, enhance the power of the universe of one mind, and suppress the Emperor Miluo. As for the other emperors of the great Luo realm, although they can suppress the pinnacle Dian Immortal, the two are dealing with Imo Long at this time, and there is no need to deal with them. Even Jin Wushuang was ready to suppress Imo Long, so that he could still force Imo Long to fight. Once his strength was suppressed, the power of the Blood Jade Palace would also be reduced. There is still hope to stop the Blood Jade Palace, even if he can't stop then. He is releasing water for Miluo to break the Blood Jade Palace. By then, the pressure of the six-man melee Jin Wushuang will not be enough. It will be so big. The power of thought in my mind kept filling the universe with a thought. This time the universe was not in its expanding range, but began to shrink instead. There is no way that Jin Wushuang is not strong enough now, and can only reduce the scope of the universe to 5 million miles. Although the scope is reduced, the power has been increased tenfold. Several other powerful men instantly noticed Jin Wushuang. God Emperor Malong had seen Jin Wushuang's abilities and immediately shouted, "Go and stop him, idiot!" Before a few people in the Daluo world could react, Jin Wushuang shook his strength, evaporating the sweat on his body, and said weakly, "It's late." Boom! A wave of waves appeared on the universe barrier, which made the bodies of Miluo and Imo Long below tremble, and the whole people felt compressed. How is this possible? Miluo couldn't believe it. He felt that his strength was suppressed, and suppressed a lot, by at least 30%. Imo Long was very familiar with this feeling on his body. There was no surprise at this time. He just sighed. The other two emperors of the great Luo realm did not feel uncomfortable at all, but they could also sense that the strength of Miluo and Imo Long had dropped a lot. This is a great thing for both of them. If the strength of the two powerhouses that are comparable to the limit declines, then it is equivalent to their strength skyrocketing, instantly comparable to the two, and they can compete fairly and justly. The emperor of the Daluo realm didn't accept anyone, and he also had the constraints of the emperor, so he could not attack his own person. Otherwise Luo Hao would not say that before he fell. Everyone is fighting for themselves. These emperors get the corresponding benefits, and they will naturally be restrained. Chapter 5187. Jin Wushuang was a person who had escaped from big influence. He had no background, and the only person who was directly under his superior was Xin Wuyang. In the end, he also stood on the wrong team with Xin Wuyang. He joined the Qishui Palace, and Xin Wuyang joined the Ion. Now he has something to do with the world of Tongtian Buddhism. After all, the cause and effect on his body in the future needs to go to the world of Tongtian Buddhism and ask for them. Since the 6th rank of advanced, the causality of killing and tribulation has gradually become larger, although it is still not affected. But before joining the path, this cause and effect of killing and tribulation must be removed. He was able to make friends with the hostile monk head in the great wilderness. This is also regarded as the cosmos' love for him. It really is going to be evil with the world of Tongtian Buddhism. He really doesn't know how to solve the cause and effect of his body. Huiqing masters the ultimate way, and now his combat power is so strong. After becoming a half-step emperor in the future, he will definitely be valued by the world of Tongtian Buddhism, and his status will be very high at that time. Jin Wushuang can also rely on this relationship to ask for help, to help him solve the cause and effect of killing and robbery. However, all of this has to wait for the end of the trial of the God of Disorder. The first step of the highest trial, the trial of Primordial Star, has now passed by a 10th, and everything is still very early. Don't know where the emperors are? There are countless Yangtzeans who have been looted there. Their dying immortal is just one link. Everything is confusing. Jin Wushuang held his breath and regained his stamina as soon as possible. He had just instilled the power of thought into the universe, which was too much for him now. Fortunately, the Origin Avenue was strong enough to not harm the Origin. Kill. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and the 9 phantoms blessed by power burst out. Comparing with the killing power of the extreme Dian Immortal, he broke through countless rocks and went straight to the Emperor of Miluo. The Emperor Miluo, who had the upper hand, was okay with Huiqing after his strength was suppressed, but now he still has to stare at Jin Wushuang's sneak attacks, making him embarrassed for a while. Although his treasure fits itself very well, it is far inferior to God Emperor Malong in quality. As far as the treasures in his body now add up, they are not as good as the parts of the Blood Jade Palace controlled by the Emperor Malong. This kind of threat between life and death, he has no whole cards to protect. He can only resist. Don't worry about him, O Long. Kill this little bald donkey for me first. God Emperor Miluo couldn't hold on, and directly called the other 2 emperors for help. But right now, there was an advantage over there. The blood shield had been broken, and although the 2 of them had suffered a little injury, fortunately, they were both relatively light, and they couldn't affect their strength. At this time, God Emperor Mo Long had no shelter from the Blood Jade Palace, and was a little embarrassed. 2 full-strength peak Daangxians besieged him. His situation was worse than that of Emperor Miluo. Mo Long, you will die today, and all the treasures on you will belong to our brothers. Every time Mo Long was seriously injured, the 2 of them attacked more and more frantically, even at the expense of their own injuries, to deal with Mo Long by injury. If they can get the treasure of Emperor Malong, even if they don't make the first 1,000, they will not lose money. The treasure of Emperor Malong will make the emperor's eyes greedy. No matter how powerful the Qishan temple is, no matter how many benefits, it is impossible to bestow such a treasure on them. The 2 attacked frantically and ignored Miluo's cry. Originally, Miluo was the main force, and the 2 of them were only responsible for containment. Of course, the benefits gained in the end were also the least. After all, the strength of the 2 of them was not as strong as Miluo. But now that one loses and the other grows, the strength of the 2 of them can be comparable to the suppressed Miluo and Mo Long. How could such a desperate opportunity be let go? As for Miluo, they were just lazy. Once Mo Long's treasure was taken, the 2 of them would no longer be afraid of Miluo. Kill him. Don't give him a chance to breathe. The 2 separated treasures couldn't suppress the 2 of them at all. Mo Long fled in embarrassment, wanting to escape from the universe, but the Emperor of Daluo Realm did not give him this opportunity at all. Damn! You all deserve to die. Mo Long gritted his teeth and roared, you are all fooled. Once Miluo falls, we all have to die. Go and help Miluo kill Huiqing. He is the ultimate way, and so is Jin Wushuang. The ultimate way, if you don't go, there will be no chance. Puff. An extremely sharp flywheel tore Mo Long's physical body and directly cut into the divine body, causing great damage to the divine body. Unexpectedly, one stab broke 1% of my divine body. Mo Long was completely mad. These 2 lunatics have already begun to burn their origins. Are they not afraid of leaving behind hidden diseases? Junior brother, I burned a cost source to break 1% of the divine body. His defense is too strong. I will find a chance to seriously injure him and then burn the source, otherwise I can't really change him. The white-haired emperor of Deluagia. Insidiousness leaked in his eyes. Well, you insist on 3 breaths first, and I will give him a cruel one. The young emperor laughed madly. Are the emperors of Daluo realm like this? Jian Wushuang sneered. The power of his mind was trembling, and now he is the same, burning his mind and mine to bless the universe. We'll see who can't hold it first. Since you are so crazy, I will help you again. Jian Wushuang's thought power moved, using Yin universe to increase the combat power of the two by 30%. This is the limit he has achieved, enhancing the strength of the 2 emperors of Huiqing and Daluo, and suppressing 2 peak powers who are comparable to the limit Dian Immortal. Haha, brother. I feel that the origin has been strengthened. Me too. Quickly, taking advantage of the strengthening of the source, kill Mo Long in one fell swoop. Mo Long's lavender skin turned pale in anger, and he was a little unconscious after being beaten. He began to mutter to himself, idiot, idiot, all have to die. Countless rotating flywheels were constantly harvesting Mo Long's divine body under the blessing of the source, and he had to burn the source to fight. Miluo reluctantly escaped Jian Wushuang's phantom sword again, grinning with a big mouth and roaring. You mistaken me. Call out, call out, call out. After hiding a sword, but 8 swords left, Miluo shouted frantically, and several phantom swords filled his body. It made him miserable. Not only was the divine body damaged, but even the origin began to be consumed. Jian Wushuang's figure approached, his mind moved, and the 9 phantom swords were pulled out in an instant. Not only were they scarlet blood, but they were also tainted with a lot of origin chi. At the moment it was pulled out, the thought power contained in the phantom sword began to crazily devour the original power above. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. His mind moved, swallow. Wow. Following several wounds, Phantom Sword kept swallowing the original power in Miluo's body, while Jian Wushuang absorbed this original power remotely to replenish himself. He was already seriously exhausted and already injured, but he recovered his peak strength almost instantly. Manipulating the universe was not strenuous, but he became more comfortable. The swallowed power once again let him die and live. Chapter 5188. This plan is close to perfection, united by all, invincible, and me. Kill. The swallowed power made Jian Wushuang extremely crazy, and his strength continued to rise. Ah! Miluo kept roaring while holding the donkey. His origin was being swallowed, which made him extremely painful. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Huiqing's long stick round, a stick that could shake the world, smashed it on Miluo's head. Bang! Miluo, floating in the sky, was driven into the ground, sinking deep into the pit of Baizhang. Jian Wushuang and Huiqing refused to give up and landed directly in the big hole smashed by Miluo. The wound that had healed was once again broken open by the phantom sword and continuously pierced into Miluo's origin avenue. As long as there was a gap, the 9 phantom swords would swallow the origin power of Miluo. An ordinary second-rank avenue, there is still no avenue before Hadao. It can't resist Jian Wushuang's swallowing, and he can swallow even the incomplete Emperor's avenue, let alone Miluo's own trail. I'm fighting with you. Miluo stood up hard. His body was a little rickety, and his head was slightly lowered and lifted up. He is now even more desperate than Mo Long, since his origin was damaged and swallowed. His combat power has been declining, let alone Jian Wushuang, and now Huiqing can kill him casually. As a strong man, the chief emperor of a higher world, his Miluo must not kneel to death. Although he didn't like the other emperors and even fought in secret, he still tilted his head, glanced at them, and said only 2 words, go. Then his whole body turned into a dazzling light. Huiqing retreated quickly, while Jian Wushuang rushed forward desperately, shouting no. The source of beauty. It should not be self-destructive. Jian Wushuang was like a young girl. He was very disappointed when he saw a withered flower. Such a delicious meal was destroyed. The fall of Dian Immortal is too far from the Emperor, and it is impossible to form the Emperor, but it contains a lot of original power in the air. Looking at the original aura in the air, Jian Wushuang did not let it go, controlling his hands, and began to swallow it. The power of these origins is only 1/10 of Miluo's, too little. If Miluo does not self-destruct the origin, he can swallow more, and the more he swallows, the stronger his strength will be. Jian Wushuang can now feel that even if he doesn't use Yin Universe, he has the top level of rank 9 strength. Once he uses Yin Universe, he has real peak combat power, and he can reach the limit with the magic sword. Jian Wushuang, who was enjoying the power of his original source, couldn't imagine that his move would be noticed by the supreme master of the Qixin Temple, the true spirit, the origin of the gods. The true spirit swims in the sea of origin. This is the origin of the universe, not a magnificent pillar anymore, but more like a vast ocean. At the initial stage of the highest trial, he was lazy to come forward. Even if it was a trial at the emperor level, he was lazy to look at it more. A canopy that can be compared to a higher world looks inconspicuous in the sea of origin. Falling down from the top, it was divided into blocks of human size. Through countless sky screens, the true spirit could see anyone in the 3 major trials. This is? Zenling's eyes narrowed. The scene just now brought him back to ancient times. He, or it. The current true spirit is neither human nor ghost, but when he was just born, when he first met his master, he was still it, just the true spirit of a treasure. But because of the master, he changed from it to him, possessing all the qualities of a practitioner, from a true spirit body to a life. He couldn't forget the old master's explanation. He never dared to forget. Even if he had the strength comparable to the Lord of the universe and controlled the entire temple of God, he never dared to forget. Stop him. Swallowing Avenue, the main avenue of the gods, also reached the top level that year. After countless deductions and explorations, he found that this path simply didn't work. Even if it is the ultimate, it is only a drop in the ocean in the long river of time and space. This sun, the road is broken. Jinling murmured. Not to mention reaching the level of the gods, even becoming an emperor is difficult. Qixin is a special innate life, and he has mastered the ultimate way at birth, becoming the most dazzling existence in Hanoi in the long time and space. Even he couldn't get through, let alone Jian Wushuang, a small rank 6 Dian Immortal. Not only can it go, but this way can go. The fall of Qixin had a great connection with devouring Tao. Ultimate Dian Immortal, the entire primitive universe is very scarce, although he let the Shoaling slaves go to other universes to plunder those ultimate Dian Immortals. But the ultimate way is so difficult to succeed in harmony. The primitive universe also took great luck, and only then came out an ultimate emperor, but unfortunately that ultimate emperor went on the path of destruction, contrary to the old ancestors, and could not inherit the temple of Qixin at all. Can only inherit the position of one at most. The mantle of the Qixin still needs to be selected from the fairy tales and the day fairy tales. The ultimate way is the best. If it doesn't work, it can also be the special second-grade avenue, or the existence of 10,000 ways. This has also been screened down. At least there are tens of thousands of goals, and there will be many people who continue to break through in the trial. Maybe they will master the ultimate way. Those emperors may still think that they are the main force, but they don't know the true spirits look down on them. Well, this little monk is a bit interesting. Jinling leaked a trace of joy. Interestingly, the potential of this little guy can be ranked in the ranks of A. It is a piece of jade and the ultimate existence of a Zen machine. I am afraid that the old master will like it. Jinling stroked his beard, and the more he looked, he liked Huiqing, this little bald donkey. But when I saw Jian Wushuang, he leaked a sense of regret and a trace of disgust. This feeling of disgust is that the disgust his own way of swallowing. So after seeing someone touch the way of swallowing, Jian Wushuang is also very upset at Jian Wushuang. The true spirit did not know that Jian Wushuang's devouring had something to do with Jidao, and it was not the way of devouring Qixin. 13. The true spirit called out, and a rickety old man appeared in the sea of origins holding a light lantern. Let the people in the four halls take out a little trash from the ancient ruins and throw it on the primordial star, making it a little more difficult for these little guys. Zhenling put his hands back, his eyes left the sky curtain, and then looked at the other sky curtains. Also, give these emperors a little excitement. How do I feel they are paddling?
Yes.
13 voices were hoarse, and as soon as they fell, they disappeared above the Sea of Origin. The true spirit wandering alone in the Sea of Origin suddenly felt a consciousness passing through the layers of protection of the Temple of Qixin and directly invaded the Sea of Origin. Bold. The true spirit burst into flames instantly. Chapter 5189. The original kindness disappeared instantly, and his face became severe. Old things, why hinder the deity's way? A huge and ugly head hovered above the Sea of Origin. There was darkness in his hollow eyes, and his entire head was bumpy, exuding an evil aura. Zhenling saw the incoming person clearly and snorted coldly. This is the master's account. I will do it naturally. I don't care who is blocking the way. You. Two black mists burst from the ugly head nostrils and roared, "Don't forget, I am a part of the gods. I was once your master's road." Jinling sneered, "Avenue driven away by the master. Dare to say that it is part of the gods." Although he said so, he knew the power of devouring Tao. He just noticed the devouring Tao of Jian Wushuang, and now it turned into the devouring Tao of the forbidden demon lord, and he came to the temple of Qixin. I am afraid there is some coincidence in this. That old man doesn't know how strong I am. He is blind. If he hadn't stripped me away, how could he have fallen? The ugly big head roared. Shut up, master, but you can be insulted by this filthy thing. If you don't leave, I will suppress your clone in the temple of forbidden God and tortured forever. Zhenling was angry. Other things are easy to say, but don't insult the gods. This is his bottom line. When the evil head saw the old guy getting angry, he was taken aback for a while, knowing that he couldn't get any bargain here, and he began to collapse on himself. Before the collapse, he was not reconciled to let out the cruel words, "Wait, I will break the seal one day, devour the primitive universe, and restore the glory of devouring Avenue." Ha ha ha. The true spirit sneered extremely disdainfully. You can swallow it. The original universe is not mine, and you don't care about me if you eat yourself? Forbidden demon lord? It's just a bug. A bed bug that was removed from his body by his master. How powerful was the master's devouring avenue back then? Swallowing the entire universe without frowning. However, this bug did have the ability to write back then. It swallowed several universes, and was finally suppressed by a powerful existence in the primitive universe. Now the seal has begun to collapse, and it seems that existence has also fallen. Jinling sighed. If Devour Avenue is still there, maybe the owner would really not fall. But at that time the ambiguity was too strong and too arrogant. Devouring the avenue was a scourge, and he had to eliminate it, 1 for himself and 20 for the long river of time and space. The fall of the emperor will form the emperor, and produce countless ghosts, which can destroy a world without the emperor. As the highest existence in the long river of time and space, Qixin is so powerful that his avenue is so powerful that even if it is stripped out, that avenue of devouring can ravage a universe at will. Fortunately, when the Qixin fell, he was sitting in the Qixin temple, and his avenue was completely preserved in the Qixin temple. If it falls in the outside world, it will either lead to a wealthy universe or breed a powerful taboo master. After the taboo demon lord was eliminated back then, he developed self-awareness, which has been floating in the long river of time and space, often harming one party. Fortunately, a powerful suppression later swept in again and encountered the temple of Qixin again, which made taboo demon lord very jealous. After all, it was something left behind by the gods. He also knew about the plans of the gods back then. Now that the temple of the gods is opened in the original universe, he is also afraid that the of the gods will do something earth-shattering and ruin his good deeds. Thinking of threatening the true spirit this time, he was scared and ran away. In the core of the primitive universe, in the huge ball cage, there is a huge body that can reach hundreds of millions of miles. There is no creature to approach this place. The evil aura exuded by the huge body is too powerful, and even the origin is corroded. Now, even the Fifth Order Emperor here will affect the mind and damage the origin. This is also the most dangerous place in the primitive universe. Heaven Prison. The towering body is the deity of the taboo demon lord. Although the seal had begun to loosen, he still couldn't move a step. According to calculations, it would take tens of thousands of chaotic epochs to break through the cage. Each epoch is hundreds of millions of years, and tens of thousands of chaotic epochs. He can't afford to wait. Now that the Temple of Chishan has appeared in the original universe, who knows what the original universe will become by then, and what if there is a master of the universe? Not only could he not swallow the primitive universe, but he weakened the origin of the primitive universe, made wedding dresses for others, and had to be sealed again in the end. So he dare not delay it. Do you really want to force me to solve it? The taboo demon sighed, and his huge eyes turned at this moment. It will take 1,000,000 years, enough time. I hope that little guy can grow up quickly. The taboo demon lord fell into deposition again. The primitive universe also slackened a bit at this moment. Temple of Chishan, on the original star. If Jian Wushuang knew that after devouring the origin of Miluo, it would attract the attention of the two cosmic peaks, he didn't know how he would think about it. The melee in the canyon was reversed after Miluo fell. Miluo destroyed his origin, leaving only a complete inner armor and a dark red bead on the ruins. Both of these are very good innate treasures. Jian Wushuang naturally waved and put it away, and then handed it to Huiqing. You pick one. Huiqing folded her hands and shook her head. A long brown stick is born with it, and if he is strong, he is strong, and he does not need any treasure at all. Then am not welcome, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. This time, he realized how poor he was from the original star's view. He immediately drops blood to recognize the Lord, and directly brings the inner armor and the bead guarding the origin. The bead floats above the origin, not only can guard the origin avenue, but also nourish the origin. Jian Wushuang swept away the haze. The whole person was very refreshed, and his mind was clear. Brother Wushuang, what should I do with the three of them? Huiqing pointed to the crazy three. Saying that they are crazy, they are not wronged. The three peak powerhouses burned their origins and fought in a group. You punched me and I was almost killed. Regardless of how desperate the two emperors of the Daluo world were, they couldn't kill Imo Long. This doesn't mean how strong Imo Long is, although there are many treasures, but when his strength is suppressed, he is no match for two of the same rank. The reason why he did not fall is because when he was about to be unable to withstand it, the suppression of him by the universe would be loosened by 1 point. Now the suppression has been completely loosened, and even gave Imo Long a 30% strength, which allowed the three of them. Hit now. The three emperors of the Daluo realm always thought they had advantages, but in fact, they were not. The three of them had always been in a balance of power. The three of them have consumed each other until now, and their strength has been almost consumed. Jian Wushuang and Huiqing can solve them easily. Chapter 5190. It's time to liquidate, Jian Wushuang said calmly. In a flash, he appeared above the three of them, overlooking the three peak powers who were hugged in a group. Snapped. Emperor Daluo Jezi slapped his palm on the forehead of God Emperor Malong, and directly dented his skull. Thanks Tut brother, it's still the last time. Puff. Imo Long sprayed blood on the opponent's face, raising his fist and hitting the chest of the Emperor Daluo Jezi, also denting his chest. The three of their original powers were completely consumed, and they didn't even have the power to restore their physical bodies. The three pinnacle powers all had visible wounds on their bodies. Idiot. Imo Long didn't say anything else, but kept repeating the word idiot. You die for me. The Emperor Daluo used the last trace of power to mobilize the Shumi ring, took out a pinnacle dagger, and inserted it into the neck of Emperor Malong. The pale golden blood rushed along the wound, gushing out. Puff. The Emperor of Daluo realm violently, Mo Long also violently, pulling out the dagger from his neck, this time not repeating the word idiot. With a grunt in his throat, God Emperor Mo Long couldn't distinguish his facial features, sneered out a sneer, and said hoarsely, "You should pierce my head." As soon as the voice fell, Mo Long held the dagger's hand, squeezing the only trace of energy in the body again, and manipulated the dagger to slide out a beam of light. The two emperors of Daluo realm, clutching their throats, stepped back. Jian Wushuang couldn't bear to look at it, and such a strong man finally made it like this. Call. He waved his hand and thought that the universe dissipated, and Jian Wushuang was not affecting their minds, leaving them a sigh of relief by the way. Mo Long, you hand over all the treasures in your body and all your achievements, I can spare your life. Jian Wushuang said lightly. After the three of them were separated, the only breath that they held was also gone, and now they can only sit on the ruins and look up at Jian Wushuang in white clothes in the sky. What's going on? How could Miluo fall? The two discovered that Miluo had fallen. You thief! The emperor of Daluo Jia, forbearing the blood in his chest, yelled angrily. Jian Wushuang didn't bother to look at these two people, and a sword gas killed one of them. Hui Qing, the other is handed over to you. Jian Wushuang said casually. If he said it was 5-5, then 5-5. He didn't know the ranking of the two. Now he killed one at will, leaving the remaining one to Hui Qing. Two people are equal to one person. Carve up a pinnacle die an immortal. Hui Qing was stunned for a moment, and finally said silently and patted it with a palm. In the end, the physical body of the Emperor de Luogia dissipated, and the divine body and the source also disappeared, completely perished. The two got the corresponding record, but the main killer Mo Long was taken away. The last one, on the record alone, Miluo has the most records, and Mo Long has the most treasures. There are probably not many Dian immortals in the entire universe that can have more treasures than God Emperor Ma Long. After all, not every Fourth Order Emperor just has a son. I am afraid that only the immediate family members of the Fifth Order Emperor can surpass the treasures on Mo Long's body. Well, if you think carefully, take out all the treasures. Your life is worthless. Seeing you help me hold them for so long, I will let you go. Jian Wushuang didn't lie to him. His life was at most 100,000 records. Jian Wushuang really didn't like this. The reason for keeping him alive is to control the innate treasure on his body. The two pieces of Zhenfeng Catalog and Zenula are the innate treasure suits, which are the most valuable. Once they are controlled, it is equivalent to an extra whole card. But what Jian Wushuang wanted most was the Eye of the Beast God. An innate treasure of the domain category is too rare to have, and few emperors have it, let alone die an immortal. Although Jian Wushuang was able to use a thought of the universe, every time he used a thought of the universe, his thought power would be drained. With the Eyes of the Beast God, it would relieve him a lot of pressure. At least he didn't need to move to use the universe. Moreover, the Eyes of the Beast contained a power that made his heart palpitations, and this treasure must be obtained in its entirety. Since the Fourth Order Emperor had given his son so many treasures, he would definitely leave behind some backs. He was afraid that he would kill Mo Long, and these treasures would be gone. How do I believe in you? Mo Long sat on a rock and saw the two Emperor Daluo who were subsequently killed. The pride in his heart disappeared, and what replaced him was the joy of victory. These two idiots had no use value and were killed directly. But he was still alive and could still negotiate with Jian Wushuang. He won the battle of life and death. The delirious Mo Long grinned and laughed wildly. Jian Wushuang slowly landed beside him, patted his shoulder, and laughed along with him. I can swear. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Who would believe it? Mo Long's expression sank. Then there is nothing to talk about. Jian Wushuang's sword aura floated between Mo Long's eyebrows, and the terrifying aura emanating from a gray sword in tint made Mo Long's breath unstable, panting in fright. Mo Long raised his hand and hurriedly shouted, "You can talk. I can give you all the treasures and records, but you have to give me a guarantee." Jian Wushuang stretched out his left hand, his four fingers facing the sky. God is here. I, Jian Wushuang, swear that after getting Ma Long's treasure, he will never hurt Ma Long a bit. If you violate it, He will die. As soon as the voice fell, a ray of cause and effect in the sky condensed on the two of them. Mo Long nodded the temple head and looked at Hui Qing again. Hui Qing understood in an instant that he didn't want to kill anymore, so he swore a vow like Jian Wushuang. It's okay now. Jian Wushuang knelt down, eyebrows raised, and stared at Mo Long. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Hundreds. The pinnacle of innate treasure is the innate treasure suit of the Blood Jade Tower, and this is the only one. There are 3 top innate treasures, one to guard the origin, one to protect the divine body, and the other to be the eye of the beast god. The remaining 17 pieces are of the innate supreme treasure level, and the rest are the most common ones are the pinnacle supreme treasure, and there are many supreme pinnacle treasure suits. Jian Wushuang looked at it and swallowed, and said lightly, Brother Malong, you have stolen the emperor's treasure house. Standing in the distance, Hui Qing was taken aback, and there were some treasures that really suit him. Divine Emperor Mo Long didn't dare to be big. Jian Wushuang, don't worry, there is absolutely no method on these treasures. You can recognize the Lord with a drop of blood. If you don't believe it, I can swear. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. No, you just need to tell me all the information about this treasure. After being taken out, the eye of the beast looked like a diamond-shaped gem. Its pale golden color appeared very low-key, but the ancient atmosphere it exudes was genuine. Chapter 5191. The Primitive Star, Deep in the Mountains. Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing came to a cave that was more hidden than the previous gorge. Brother Wushuang, then we don't live here. Hui Qing folded her hands and smiled lightly. Then we will see you on the main continent. Jian Wushuang nodded, and the two separated. This was also planned from the beginning. The strong are always lonely. He masters the ultimate swordsmanship and takes the way of killing, while Hui Qing is the way of Zen. Different ways cannot be forced. In fact, Jian Wushuang still wanted to avoid unnecessary troubles. Hui Qing had a lot of secrets, and it was even more closely related to Qishan Temple. Farewell. Jian Wushuang got up to send him off, watching Hui Qing's back disappear into the sky, and then re-entered the cave. The simple enchantment under the additional layout of the cave can provide insight into the additional millions of miles, and he will not stay here for too long. The Temple of Qishan is conceived with danger and will give birth to powerful opportunities. Especially now that Ji Dao has stepped into the 4th level and has mastered the power of mind swallowing everything, he needs to continue to fight. At this moment, the key is to make a short correction, refining the eye of the beast first. According to Emperor Moron, the eye of the beast god was the remains of an ancient battlefield encountered by his father when he entered the long river of time and space. The reason it was called the eye of the beast god was because the spar resembled an eye and called out of the ancient beast gods. At that time, Moron's father thought he had picked up the big treasure, but after refining, the eye of the beast was not as strong as he thought. It is of little use to the emperor, but the power of this ancient secret treasure is very improved, which can increase the divine body of ordinary life 10 times. In addition to cultivating some powerful peculiarities, it is very difficult to improve the power of the divine body, but this treasure can enhance the divine body of Dian Immortal. Moron's father felt that this treasure was unusual, so he bestowed it on Moron. This treasure is indeed powerful, and his role is perfect for Dian Immortal, more powerful than any innate spirit treasure. Jian Wushuang crossed his knees on a flat stone bed, his eyebrows flashing constantly, and the eyes of the beast were fusing. Although he is not a special being, the divine body is stronger than ordinary special beings. At least in the big division domain, his divine body can be said to be superior. But looking at the entire primitive universe, his divine body power is very average. In other words, each of the special beings under Qishui Traveler's command possess thousands of times the power of the divine body. Divine Emperor Morong, because his father was the emperor, awakened the power of the bloodline, and the divine body exploded with 500 times the power, but if he added 10 times the increase of the eye of the beast, he would have 5,000 times the divine body. 5,000 times, They are extremely strong existences and special beings, and only countless epochs in the secret realm of the universe can give birth to a darling of 5,000 times the divine body. The special life, the natural origin, and the special life bred in some higher secret realms, each is no less than the special second-rank origin powerhouse, and there are even some that can be comparable to the ultimate way. The limit of the primitive universe is the special life that can give birth to 10,000 times the divine body. This kind of monster is unique. Once it is bred, it will be snatched up by the major forces and cultivated into a powerful talent. Once the harmony is successful, it will be a very strong presence among the Fourth Order Emperors. Chishui Walker is a special being born in the early days of the universe. He has 10,000 times a divine body, so he has a poor understanding of the origin path. Besides that, he is almost perfect, and the divine body can't be used up at all. Reason. Moreover, he is still the most promising existence in the primitive universe to break through the Fifth Order Emperor, and in the future, he has great hopes to become the Fifth Order Emperor and become the highest existence. Jin Wushuang's divine body can still be seen when it is evolving. After entering Dian, it is incomparable with those special beings. Fortunately, he has the eye of the beast god, which is the treasure that all Dian immortals can dream of. Directly increase the divine body 10 times, rather than simply accumulate the strength of the divine body. Now Jin Wushuang's divine body is about 1,000 times. If it is increased by 10 times, wouldn't it be a tenfold genetic divine body? It is directly comparable to the strongest life in the universe. The buzzing sound rang in his mind, and it was only at this moment that the eyes of the beast were completely integrated. Start it. Jin Wushuang forbeared his joy. Double. 3 times. 5 times. Jin Wushuang was stunned for a moment, turned the beast god's eyes to the extreme, and finally turned his body 6 times. What's the matter? Jin Wushuang asked in confusion. Could it be that moron lied to him? It shouldn't be. He redisplayed the eyes of the beast with some uncertainty, until the phantom of the beast behind him solidified. He stopped. This time it was still increased by 6 times. At this time, his divine body reached more than 6,000 times, and he could destroy the world with every gesture. Because of the power of the source, he is stronger than any Dian immortal source. Even if he burns the source, he can kill those masters of the ultimate way. The only difference is the power of the divine body, which has now been multiplied by 6 times and has 6,000 times the divine body genes, which is comparable to the special lives bred in higher secret realms. The boundary of the eye of the beast god is not fixed. Jin Wushuang came to a conclusion. In people with weaker gods, his increase will be stronger. For example, it can be increased tenfold in Moron. If it is in those unique and special beings, it may only increase by 1 or 2 times. His divine body is 1,000 times, twice that of Moron. He can increase 6 times, then the special life of the 2,000 times divine body may increase twice. Sure enough, the universe is fair. These ordinary beings, especially the human race, have a weak life gene, but they have a large number, and they have a large number and strong understanding, and they are destined to reach the peak. Special beings are different. There are only a handful of special beings in the entire universe that have successfully combined with Tao, and the special life of 10,000-fold divine body is even more so that only Chishui Walker has successfully combined with Tao. As for ordinary beings, there are so many emperors in harmony. There are more than tens of thousands of emperors in the entire universe. There are tens of thousands of emperors who have walked out of the original universe for countless years. They are not reconciled to their own strength, chose to go rafting in the long river of time and space. But there are only a few special lives. This is the gap. Jin Wushuang is still very satisfied to be able to increase 6 times, so that his divine body can carry more thought power, which greatly improves his overall strength. Now, even if he is alone, he has the confidence to deal with the general peak Dian immortal. If it is Moron, if he encounters it alone, he still has to walk around. Jin Wushuang let out a sigh, put away the eyes of the beast god, and everything returned to peace. The divine body has also become 1,000 times the original. I have to find a way to improve my body. 1,000 times. It was the limit at the beginning of the Great Division, and now entering the temple of Qishan, if there is a chance, he still focuses on improving the divine body. The divine body is his weakness and must be insufficient. Chapter 5192. He was unwilling to owe cause and effect for the treasures he got from Moron this time, so he forced most of the treasures to Huiqing. In addition to the Eye of the Beast God, he also picked a sword of innate treasure armor. The entire battle armor can cover the whole body. After the divine body is upgraded, coupled with the innate treasure armor, he is not afraid to fight close to those peak Dian immortals. As for the Blood Jade Palace and the innate treasure that guards the origin, he gave it to Huiqing. First, his origin is strong enough, and Miluo's innate treasure is enough. Second, Huiqing has a large strength span and the origin is not stable. More need to guard the origin of the innate top treasure. And the Blood Jade Palace contains a lot of evil spirits, which can allow Huiqing to go through the transformation to improve her strength, and it is more suitable for Huiqing. The remaining innate treasures, the two are also divided according to the improvement of their own combat power. The remaining ordinary treasures Huiqing can't look at them. After all, they are born from a great power and are the ultimate way. The immeasurable Buddha also gave him a lot of good things. He gave all the remaining treasures to Jian Wushuang. All kinds of emperor-level pills, and some other treasures, such as treasures that can hide the breath of Dian Immortal. These things are top treasures in the outside world. Even if they don't need to go out, they can be sold and exchanged for other treasures. Jian Wushuang is alone now, and there are more treasures he needs in the future, so the way to improve the divine body is enough for him to drink a pot. There are also materials needed for physical consummation, which are even more expensive. After sorting out the treasures again, Jian Wushuang put away the treasures, took out the identity token, and checked his record. Trial, Jian Wushuang Realm, 6-turn Dian Immortal. This information is not available for viewing. Record, 43. 96 million record rank. 72 the total ranking of the original stars. First, Blood Moon Daoist second, Break the Army third, Longshuang Daojun 68th, Huiqing 72. Jian Wushuang both he and Huiqing entered the top 100 rankings, and only got a record of 30 million from Miluo. Even if he doesn't go out and hides in the mountains, he can be sure of the top 1,000 rankings, and may eventually fall out of the top 100, but the rewards of the God of Qi Temple only say that 1,000 and 1,000 can be bestowed. As for whether the value of the treasures given to the top one and the one with the top 1,000 is the same, he doesn't know. However, he believes that the treasure given to the first place is stronger. If it's all the same, don't fight when you enter the first 1,000, just find a place to practice. Cultivating on primal stars is 100 times stronger than in the outside world. It can be said that this is a rare retreat venue. But no one believes that number 1 is the same as the treasure obtained by 1,000. They are like Jian Wushuang, trying to squeeze the ranking into the top 100, or even the top 10. Looking at it now, the top 3 are all strong at the Taoist level. The top 10 weakest are all extreme Dian Immortals. There are only a few peak Dian Immortals in the top 100, and most of them are extreme Dian Immortals. These extreme, evolving immortals are old antiques who have survived countless emperors, and these young emperors and Taoists simply cannot compete with them. The number 1, Blood Moon Emperor, ranks more than 400 in the Cosmos Gods and Demons list, which is equivalent to Juyu's strength. Jian Wushuang had seen Juyu's terrifying combat power. A single person slaughtered hundreds of 9-round perfect Dian immortal level ghosts. A Dian immortal of this kind of strength might be able to kill him in a single encounter. When I went to the main continent, I still had to avoid these Dian immortals who were named Dao Monarchs. Although their strength hasn't reached the half-step emperor, they are not much different. At most they are weaker than the half-step emperor of the ultimate way. What is weak is just the strength of the source. Jian Wushuang is still a long way from being a strong player. At least he can't be the strongest in a primitive star. On this primordial star, his true combat power can be in the top 100, even if it is good, but fortunately, he has a lot of room for improvement now. Unlike those third-rank origin avenues, when they come to the end, they will only have the strength of the peak Dian Immortal when they are about to join the Dao. At the 4th level of Ji Dao, He can use his thought power to swallow the origin of others, and his strength can be improved very quickly. After swallowing a few pinnacle Dayan immortals, he is about to enter the ninth rank Dayan immortal. At that time, his strength will undergo a qualitative change, and his combat power will be comparable to the extreme Dayan immortal. It's just that it's not so easy to improve the Ji Dao. Only when the level of Dao is raised, his leap will be even greater. Every 3 layers of Ji Dao is a big threshold. In the hundreds of millions of years in the starry sky, he achieved the first 3 levels in one fell swoop, and then swallowed them with thought power in the great wilderness, and stepped into the 4th level. The most important thing at the moment is to upgrade the Ji Dao to the 6th level as soon as possible, when the power of swallowing will be terrifying. Peak Dayan Immortal's original Dao, now he can swallow 10%, the 6 levels of extreme Dao, and he can even swallow other Dayan Immortal's original Dao intact. Since mastering this ability, he has become more and more eager to kill. This killing is full of evil, which is why the taboo demon lord is optimistic about him. This is the attraction between the same kind. Fortunately, this is the temple of Qishan. If it is outside, he will definitely be included in the ranks of the demon. But at their level, the distinction between righteousness and demons has become very blurred. Just like those Dayan immortals on primordial stars, many of them are great demon in the outside world, but they are still at large, with emperors standing behind them, and no one dares to move them. Jin Wushuang is different. He can't be regarded as a demon now, but an evil Dayan immortal who can strengthen himself by devouring the same kind. And he has no background. Once Ji Dao enters the 6th floor, even if stuck there and can't break through, he can still join the Dao. At that time, his strength was basically invincible under the Emperor, and he could swallow Dayan Immortal at any time. This threat is too great, and there is no background, then the entire primitive universe will have no place for him. Swallowing one is too terrible. If he succeeds in reconciliation, wouldn't those emperors become rations? It is impossible for them to sit idly by, not to mention that by that time the origin of the universe would reject him. Swallowing the original universe? Jin Wushuang exhaled deeply. Although he hadn't reached that point yet, he was already able to foresee the future, contend with the source, and even swallow it to achieve the top of the universe. Enlightenment is difficult, and harmony is his calamity. As for swallowing the universe, it is even more delusional. He didn't know if he swallowed a past that couldn't walk. Now that he was on this avenue, he had to finish him. This is not about the beginning and the end, but the way he has to go for it. If he gives up swallowing, his cultivation speed will slow down, and the intention of killing will one day be uncontrollable. Once it is backlashed, the consequences are simply unimaginable, so the true spirit of Qishan Temple said that his way is different. Chapter 5193. This rare trial, the most precious thing is these Dayan immortals. Jin Wushuang's evil eyes shrank. The causal killing on his body is very likely to be his current predicament. In this case, after he raises the Ji Dao to the 7th level, he should get better. Maybe just like when he reaches the 4th level, he will master other abilities. The hundreds of millions of years of cultivation in the starry sky gave him a lot of insights. Although the primordial star continued to kill, fortunately, he could get a chance to breathe. Since meeting Huiqing, he was either desperately or fleeing for his life, and now he has some time to stabilize his strength. Jin Wushuang closed his eyes to rest his mind and began to stabilize himself. In the battle with Moron and others, the goods received were not only the treasures and achievements, but also the origins that were swallowed. Together, these origins can be comparable to the complete origin of the 9 revolutions, and it is the origin road of the 2nd rank. What he has to do now is to absorb these original powers as much as possible into the extreme path. As for the ultimate Kendo origin, he has already stepped into the 6th level, and now does not need to be promoted. Even if it is a promotion, he does not dare to use the swallowed origin to improve. Kendo is the only one. It cannot be complex or chaotic. Kendo should be pure, the best by nature. The extreme Dao is different. The extreme Dao contains the origin of all Dao, and he can swallow and merge at will. As for mental strength, It can't be regarded as a Dao alone. It is a Dao tied to Kendo. The stronger the Kendo, the stronger his mental strength. Since the ultimate Kendo entered the 6th level, his mental strength has also changed, and there are signs of breakthrough. This is also thanks to the ordinary mind tree of the immeasurable Buddha. If he has the opportunity, he must go to see the Bodhi tree. It would be even better if it could be uprooted. However, this idea just flashed in my mind. This tree gave birth to the immeasurable realm and connected the treasures that the gods and gods longed for. How could he get his hands on it? After sinking his heart, he began to merge the origins and also split a thought power to evolve the phantom sword. He knows a lot about the Kendo formation, especially the Kendo formation in the Wangu era. In the Wangu era of Desiyu, there was an amazing and brilliant sword fairy who succeeded in achieving the emperor through the combination of swordsmanship and even created the 3-foot sword skill, which has been passed down to this day. Among them was a 3-foot sword formation, but this formation was not complete. The master of the 3-foot sword back then was suppressed by Jin Wuyang before the formation was completed. The big formation has 6 layers. The owner of the 3-foot sword once said that the 3-foot sword can measure the universe. There are 13 layers in total, but it is a pity that he was suppressed when the 6th layer was just created. However, having these 6 layers is enough for Jian Wushuang. As for the 13 layers that the emperor said, he didn't know whether it was true or not. Or it was possible that he had never said such a thing at all. It was completely fabricated. After all, I just created the 6th floor and said that he could go to the 13th floor and measure the universe. Such rumors are too false. Mind force moved slightly, splitting up countless Jian Wushuang phantoms, and began to deduce the sword formation together. The name of this big formation was also very loud, but it was a pity that it finally fell. Absolute immortal formation. Jian Wushuang whispered, seeing the immortals in the ultimate world, domineering enough. It's a pity that you can't kill the emperor, otherwise there won't be any real Wuyang. The first 3 layers of the absolute immortal formation corresponded to the Dayan Immortal. When the Sword Immortal was in Dayan Immortal, he used this formation to achieve a prestigious Dao Sovereign, and he was extremely powerful. You must know that not every Dayan Immortal can become an emperor. That Sword Immortal was only a 3rd-rank Kendo back then. When the Nineth rank Dayan Immortal, the strongest is the peak Dayan Immortal, but he can rely on this formation to become a Dao Jun. This big formation is definitely a terrifying formation that can kill the extreme Dayan Immortal in his hands. Like Luo Hao's 9th-ranking consummation of the 2nd stage Origin Dao, he can match the peak Dayan Immortal when he is strongest. Although he still needs to be improved, even the 3rd-rank Dayan Immortal will be able to match the peak Dayan Immortal, even if he cultivates to the extreme. That amazing and brilliant Peerless Sword Immortal was able to complete the Dayan Immortal with the 9th rank of the 3rd stage Origin Avenue, comparable to the Limit Dayan Immortal, and also able to break out of the prestige of Dao Jun, which is not simple. Jian Wushuang realized the power of it just after he got into the sword formation. The first level of the Juxian array is also an entry point, so you need to control 36 swords, and the sword intent of each sword cannot be lower than the 9 rounds of consummation. This is very simple for Jian Wushuang, but 36 swords are somewhat difficult. Now that the Phantom Sword has just been created, it can divide the 9 swords. After this increase in strength, it will be able to divide the 18 swords. If it divides again, I am afraid that the Kendo origin contained in it will be much weaker. Fortunately, his sword intent for each of his swords is far more complete than that of rank 9. And now the 6th level of the ultimate path is comparable to the 9th level of the 2nd grade origin path. The sword intent is powerful, and I am afraid that it will be with that Peerless Sword Fairy in the day the peak combat power of the Immortal period is not much different. If the requirements can be met, the rest of the enlightenment is very simple. After all, it is not for him to create a formation. Now it is only to master a sword formation. Is it naturally much lower? Plus he has mastered the ultimate way. Being the master of Kendo, comprehending the sword formation is even more like a fish in water. 1 in the cave, 3 years in a blink of an eye. The dead silence of primordial star does not reflect the power of time that blooms and blooms, but Jian Wushuang's strength is strengthened to make time meaningful. Over the mountains, the 2 9th turn consummation Dayan Immortals broke apart and flew away, stopping at and near Jian Wushuang's position. One of the two has the top level of combat power of rank 9, and the other is Dian Immortal with weak aura and divine body frequently collapsed. Crazy Young, I will send you here. This is located in the deepest part of the mountain range. You will never encounter those powerful Dian Immortals when you recover from your injuries. With your record, at the end of the trial, you can stay in the top 10,000, and you will still be able to comprehend the origin of the gods by then. The top Dian Immortal persuaded. The persuasion was naturally the lunatic Yang, whose real name was Yang Feng because of the fighting and craziness, so he got the nickname of a lunatic Yang. But being crazy on Primordial is not a good thing. His own strength is not too strong in the 9th rank top. Because of madness, he burns his source at every turn, which makes many strong people a headache. After entering Primordial Star, he formed a team with a group of friends and accumulated a lot of achievements. However, it was too difficult for him to enter the top 1,000 with his strength, so he began to target some lone peaks, but those who can be alone. None of the Dian Immortals, the pinnacle of the main continent, could be dealt with. No, the whole team was almost killed by the pinnacle Dian Immortal. Fortunately, Crazy Young burned half of his origin and led them to escape the pinnacle Dian Immortal's pursuit. Chapter 5194. The original source has lost half, and the divine body has reached the point of collapse. Crazy Young can't fight anymore, and can only enter the mountains to provide for the elderly. Humph, if it wasn't for your timidity, that Deluo Jezi would have been cut by me. Crazy Young almost fell. His mouth was still very hard. He was not convinced at all. The pinnacle Dian Immortal they were staring at was one of the 10 emperors of the Daluo realm. 3 years ago, the 6 emperors of Daluoji in this primitive star fell for it once, and the remaining 2 emperors did not dare to be arrogant anymore. They had been walking low-key on the main continent. Who would have thought of how many top Dianxian actually dared to encircle and kill him, treating him as a soft persimmon, and almost killed all the strong men of that squad in a fit of anger. His friend sighed and said faintly, "Well, this time the old 7th has fallen. What do you think of us?" When he heard him mention Lao Qi, Crazy Young fell silent, and his eyes became a little red. Xiao Qi is the only woman among them, and she has always been regarded as her younger sister in the outside world, but now she has fallen for them in Primordial Star. Little 7. Crazy Young lowered his head. Okay, don't be too sad. Cultivate yourself here. After a few years, you won't be able to fight. Our older brothers will come to you and wait for the trial to end. Their strength is at the top level, and this strength also has a glimmer of hope to enter the top 1,000, and several of them have discussed it. If they are the closest to the top 1,000 in the last year, they will give up the top 10,000 ranking and place their identity tokens. Give it to that person, let him enter the first 1,000 and enter the next round. As for the treasures bestowed, it is for those who have contributed to their achievements. Crazy Young nodded. This time he didn't say anything, but fell straight into the mountains. The strong man who sent him shook his head, sighed. His figure disappeared in a flash, and he had to go to the main continent to fight before he finished his journey. After landing in the hinterland of the mountains, Crazy Young took his breath and began to find a place suitable for hiding on foot. Now he is seriously injured and only has the strength of the ordinary 9th rank perfect Dian Immortal, so he naturally finds the safest place to hide his body. Stepped across thousands of mountains, looking around. I heard that there are more than 100,000 great Yangtzeans hidden in this mountain range. Crazy Young snorted. The hidden Dian Immortal has the weakest strength, and here is the hinterland of the mountains, and there are not a few strong people who will come here. After some Dian Immortals came in, they saw that the momentum was wrong, and they hid in the mountains. Most of these people were rank 9 Dian Immortals, weak in strength, and did not have any record in them. Killing a Nineth rank Dian Immortal has only 100 records. If you have this time, it is better to participate in a battle on the mainland and get tens of thousands of records. After these years of screening, the Dian Immortals who can survive on the main continent are not weak, and each has a record of hundreds of thousands. These talents are fat. Crazy Young continued to explore in the mountains. Although his strength has declined severely, he still has an ordinary level of consummation, and naturally he is not afraid of those cowards who are hiding. Snapped. Crazy Young stepped 1,000 miles into a quiet canyon. This place is great, Crazy Young whispered softly. After several years of fighting, he was still somewhat unwilling to end up like this, but his strength had declined so severely that he could not stay in the main continent, otherwise he would die. After stepping into the gorge, his figure flashed into the depths of the gorge. Looking around, there are natural caves that extend in all directions and are very suitable for hiding. Stepping again, directly into the cave, Crazy Young, who had just entered the cave, suddenly felt that something was wrong, but before he could react, he was stunned on the spot, and then moved forward mechanically like a puppet. Call. There are still people who take the initiative to come to deliver the record. Jian Wushuang directly controlled the seriously injured Crazy Young with a trace of effort. I have been cultivating for several years in a blink of an eye. I was thinking about leaving here in the past few days. It was time to go to the main continent to wander around. But before he left, there was a stupid Dayan who broke into his enchantment. Then, under the interference of his thought power, Crazy Young walked into the cave where he was, and then directly controlled it with his mind power. Although he was also ranked in the top 100 of Primordial Star, he really didn't know the true battlefield of Primordial Star. With a movement of thought power, Crazy Young came directly in front of him. Crazy Young at this time, his eyes dull, and his movements were sitting cross-legged opposite Jian Wushuang. I ask you, how much do you know about the main continent? Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and an additional note appeared in front of him, with some rare and exotic fruits and a jug of wine above him. These were all searched from the divine Emperor Malong. This guy has the Emperor as his father, and under the control of a chassis comparable to the Middle World. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is an emperor. As an emperor, he always has all kinds of precious treasures, exotic fruits, and fine wines. Jian Wushuang drank himself without a hassle. The light fragrance of the wine made people feel refreshed. After drinking, the whole person was lightly fluttering. I think this wine is also made from a lot of exotic fruits. The master of one force is good. Various treasures were offered, and this kind of wine Jian Wushuang had never heard of it. After all, this pot of wine could be exchanged for an ordinary treasure in the outside world, and Jian Wushuang was not so luxurious. Although Crazy Young lost consciousness, he still swallowed, and replied stiffly, "Mainland? Is it the Eclosion continent?" "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. He heard the name Yuhua continent mentioned by Mo Long, and wanted to ask Mo Long about the situation of the Yuhua continent, but he thought that Mo Long had just recovered from his injuries and had not gone to the Yuhua continent for a long time. Yes, there is the main battlefield, and it looks like one day, by the way. Why is that continent called the Eclosion continent? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. When they first arrived at Primordial Star, there was a dead silence here, but they didn't know anything about this week. How could that continent have a name, and everyone could agree with it? That continent was derived from a feather. Dao Monarch Blood Moon called it the Eclosion continent, and everyone followed suit. A feather? Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank suddenly, and he was shocked. How could it be that big with a feather? A feather is a continent, meeting the entire Primordial Star 10% of the size, no matter the feathers that fall from there, or the size of the existence of that person. This is not the law of heaven and earth. This is that the feathers that fall off are just as big. I am afraid that the existing body is comparable to a small world, so huge, he has never heard of it. I am afraid that it is difficult for the Fifth Order Emperor to do it. Chapter 5195. How strong is this divine body? Although he has not seen their bodies, he has also heard that when the ninth revolution reaches consummation, the body of special lives will cover the sky and the sun. The largest is only a few. The size of 100,000 li, the emperor and powerful like Qishui Xingzhe, should have tens of millions of li, or even hundreds of millions of li. But the Eclosion continent is too huge. Even if it is a ninth-ranked perfect great yin immortal who can reach millions of miles, it will take 2 consecutive hours to cross the Eclosion continent. A feather is so big that existing ontology can hardly imagine. how strong is the divine body to have such a big body, or that the existence is a strong person who surpasses the emperor? Jian Wushuang waited expectantly for Crazy Yang to answer, but the result was unsatisfactory. I don't know. Crazy Yang replied without emotion. It's not too strange, just those people who want to understand the origin of that feather, only through their strength and entering the core of the temple of God, can they be qualified to know who the owner of that feather is and how powerful it is. However, it is too difficult to enter the core. I am afraid that only the first few people will be able to enter the temple of Qishan. Thinking farther and farther, Jian Wushuang shook his head, waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's talk about the current situation in the Eclosian continent." Crazy Yang answered quickly this time. Obviously, these things were deeply imprinted in his mind. Jian Wushuang listened intently. He never expected that so many weird things would happen to the little Yuhua continent. Especially when I heard that the 6 emperors of the Daluo realm had fallen 4 in one day. There are also 2 unfamiliar names that suddenly appeared in the top 100. These 2 people suddenly appeared in the top 100 as if they had emerged out of thin air. The key is that there are no 2 people on the Yuhua continent. They all felt that this was a problem with the Qishan temple, and they shouted at the Qishan temple on the only holy mountain on the Yuhua continent and came out to explain. They worked desperately, and as a result, 2 strangers suddenly appeared in the top 100 places, and they couldn't be found. The powerhouses in the emerging continent are only those hundreds of thousands. In such a big place, they can't see them when they look up all day long. Everyone is familiar with them, and they all think this thing is outrageous. It was also madly rumored that the 3-ranked Dian Immortal entered the primordial star, and luckily encountered the collective suicide of the 4 emperors of the Daluo realm, and picked up the identity tokens of the 4 strongest in the top 1,000 to enter the top 100. Such a rumor is actually believed by some people. Most of those who believe are some of the top 9th ranks. Under the condition of survival of the fittest, it is difficult to enter the top 1,000. They all have a try mentality and want to enter the mountains. I found the 3-turn powerhouse, but after a year, I didn't find anything and finally returned without success. After all, time is precious. Talk about the distribution of the strong on the Eclosian continent. Jian Wushuang listened more and more, and what he wanted was not gossip, but information about the strong. Feelings Crazy Yang thought about these daydreaming things as a whole, Jian Wushuang was a little speechless. He didn't know how crazy those strong people who couldn't make it to the top 1,000 desperately were. They didn't have the strength to make it into the top 1,000, so they could only do some daydreams and discuss these conversations every day. The strong. Crazy Yang's expression changed, and he truthfully said the strong from the entire feathered continent. There are 5 invincible powerhouses in the Eclosian continent. Each of them can be called Dao Jun. In the outside world, the emerging continent was also divided into 5 areas because of their 5. The rest of the strong can cross at will, but these 5 invincible strong cannot walk around at will. This is the rule set by the 5 of them. The 5 of them can only hunt in their respective areas and are not allowed to go to other areas. The hunting ground in the central area of the Eclosian continent is a chassis belonging to the Blood Moon Taoist. The Northern Territory is in charge of the 2nd-ranked Breaking Army. The 3rd, Longshuang Daojun, in the Southern Territory, Eastern Territory ranked 4th, Tier Heaven Dao Monarch, the 5th, Wanqing Daojun. In the Western regions, the rankings of the 5 are not very different, and they change from time to time, but their status has never changed. The early battles made them famous. In the outside world, their strength is little known, but in Primordial Star, they have become a highly anticipated figure. Their ranking is actually linked to the means. The Blood Moon Daojun can rank first because he is a special life, and the secret of his talent is a blood moon, which can double the speed. No one can escape the prey he fancy. This is also the reason why he has been able to hold the first place. The lowest ranked, Wanqing Daojun, among the 5 is the Emperor of the Star Luo realm, who is extremely talented, and is the chief emperor of the Star Luo realm. Xingluo, Daluo, Tianluo, and the 3 big worlds are actually a force. This is also the confidence of the emperors in the Daluo realm. Unfortunately, this Wanqing Daojun is not interested in them at all, but those Daluo Jedizi was pulling his tiger skin, and he was very rampant in the western regions. The three higher worlds, respected by the celestial realm, are named Daluotian. Luotian's forces are extremely united in the outside world. Even if they enter the Temple of Qishan, the Emperor also exhorts them not to kill each other. Wanqing Daojun has a very high vision, and he doesn't like the emperors of Daluojier at all. He pursues the ultimate. Originally, his strength could not be more diligent. Now, because of the divine temple, he can understand the origin of the divine God. The strength is improved again, and there is hope that he will reach a half-step emperor. With half a step of the emperor's strength, going to He Dao will also increase the chance of He Dao. The most important thing is to get the experience of He Dao in the Qishan temple, or some kind of secret method of He Dao. In the Wanggu era, to see you suddenly appeared dozens of emperors. This is the evidence. There is probably something in the Qishan temple that is of great help to He Dao. You reading www.ukanshu.com. Each of these amazing talents has great ambitions, and their achievements are by no means limited to the third-order emperor. Their goal is the fourth and even fifth order. If you don't have this kind of strong heart, it is better to choose a fourth-rank origin to join the Dao and become the emperor and the weakest emperor. In addition to these Dao monarchs, Yuhua continent also has a single powerful person, each of whom can escape from Dao monarchs' hands, and will not be afraid of Dao monarch's threat and wantonly slaughter other Dayan immortals. Each of these powerhouses ranks in the top 20 on the Eclosian continent. If the strong man of the first echelon is Daojun, then the second echelon is the remaining 15 extreme Dayan immortals in the top 20. Each of them has touched the threshold of Daojun, and their strength is only one step away. Those Dao monarchs are aloft, but will not leave their area without authorization. These limit Dayan immortals who touch the threshold of Dao monarchs do not have so many constraints. They can go to any area to slaughter. Chapter 5196. So Crazy Yang is even more afraid of these people. Once they feel the terrible breath, they will desperately flee or hide their breath. The Dayan immortals of the third echelon are equally terrifying. They are all lonely extreme Dayan immortals, but fortunately, there are not many such strong people, only the dozens of people. In general, the real hunters in the Eclosian continent are actually the upper limit Dayan immortals. Each of them ranked in the top 100, extremely powerful. After so many years of fighting, only a few of the limit Dayan immortal had fallen, and they were unlucky enough to meet Dao Sovereign Blood Moon. There were a number of extreme Dayan immortals who died in the hands of Daojun Blood Moon. There was once an extreme Dayan immortal who touched the threshold of Dao Monarch and provoked the Daoist Blood Moon head-on, and was finally beheaded at the Lunar Mountain in the central area. This is also the most powerful Evangelion ever to fall on this primordial star. Daojun Blood Moon also became the number one with this record, and it has been maintained until now. On the list of cosmic gods and demons, almost all of the top 1,000 are Daojun extremely powerful, and the top 200 are mostly half-step emperors. His ranking is extremely high. On this primordial star, the highest ranking of the universe gods and demons is not him, but the extremely low-key 10,000-star Dao Sovereign, a peerless powerhouse who cultivates the origin of 10,000 Dao. He ranked 218th, second only to the existence of the Emperor Banbu. With such a terrifying strength, he was extremely low-key on Primordial Star, ranking him the worst among the 5 Dao monarchs. These 5 Dao monarchs, Jin Wushuang kept in mind that all the information of these people is very precious, especially that they have cultivated the kind of genius, which is very convenient for him to escape. Dao Sovereign of 10,000 stars who is stronger than Juyu, Dao Sovereign of Blood Moon with the highest speed of primitive star. The degree of danger of these two people is too exaggerated. One can't escape when they meet, and the other doesn't even have the courage to fight. There are more than 200 superpowers in the universe, half a step away from the Emperor, one step away, the Dayan Immortal with the unity of 10,000 ways. In addition to these people, Jin Wushuang also took down the information about the Pinnacle Dayan Immortal one by one. Although the general Pinnacle Dayan Immortal could not threaten him, he still had to write it down. Because in the Eclosian continent, the biggest enemies are still the peaks of the Great Fairy Immortals. Some of these peak Dayan Immortals are relatively lonely and walk alone, and some are shameless. 3 or 5 gather together to siege and kill some ordinary rank 9 teams. In the emerging continent, below the peak of Dying Immortal, there are almost no solitary people, each of which is a group of more than a dozen strong men. Crazy Yang and his team have been running around in the western regions, because there are the least limit Dying Immortals there, and their team is of high quality. Each is the top Dying Immortal. 9 people form a team, fighting all over the place, and they have also made some breakthroughs. Title. However, it was precisely because of this that he dared to provoke a pinnacle Dying Immortal, and in the end the source of the fight was consumed by half. Then how much record did you get in total? Jian Wushuang said slowly, but his eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. Crazy Yang's record now determines his life and death. If there is more, he will be killed. If there is less, he will be let go. A lunatic who consumes half of his original power cannot be swallowed by Jian Wushuang. He has contributed so many useful things. Information, it's not impossible to let him go. 970,000. Crazy Yang said stiffly. So few. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He spent many years in the main continent. With this record, waiting for the end of the trial, it would be difficult to keep the first 10,000. But when he thinks that he will fight with the other 8 people, he will understand. Come over, frown, play with the taste. But it's also your good luck. More than 1 million. I really won't let you go. He would kill if he said 1 million in his heart, but he wouldn't kill 1 million. Even if the difference was 30,000, he would not kill. This is the state of mind of Jian Wushuang now. Okay, just think about whether there is anything interesting. Jian Wushuang ate and drank to the top. He hasn't been so relaxed for a long time. Since entering the great wilderness, he has either been moving bricks or desperately, fleeing, breaking through, practicing, confused, and fighting. Nowadays, 1 drink and 1 peck has greatly helped his mood, and he has confidence in the 5th level of his mental strength. On the emerging continent, there are many alliances of weak and small people. They are all elites of some big powers. They are in a group and several Dao monarchs will not act on them by default. There is this kind of weird thing. Jian Wushuang sneered. He had a hunch that these people would be killed as pigs in the last few years. Whereas Qishan Temple, the greatest opportunity in the entire primitive universe, even the emperors are crazy about it, even more so than to mention their Dying Immortals. Those few Dao monarchs who don't want to succeed in the same way, who don't want to fight for the first place, what can they do if they offend the big forces? If they succeed in the way and become a 4th-order emperor, they will still be afraid of those big forces. Under the emperor are ants. No one will offend a 4th-order emperor for them. These people will not foolishly think that they can really do whatever they want. When the time comes, several Dao monarchs will kill the pigs and serve them in a pot, which is faster than chasing down the peak Dying Immortals one by one. It has been 6 years since the Temple of Qishan was opened. There are millions of Dying Immortals, and now there are a few left. If everyone looks forward to the future, can such a person die? According to Crazy Yang, there are still 300,000 Dying Immortals in the emerging continent, plus more than 100,000 hidden in the mountains. In just 6 years, the primordial star has died at least 2 million Dying Immortals. With a record of more than 40 million, he only ranked 72. Isn't that the top 10 with hundreds of millions of records? How many Dying Immortals have to be killed? Even if some 9th rank leapfrog kills 9th rank perfection, it's not will swell the record to this point. And this is the ranking 3 years ago. Now he has fallen out of the top 100. 2 million are small. When he got the identity token, he took a cursory look. Primordial Star has 3 million Dying Immortals. Now it is estimated that the remaining is less than 500,000, and more than 250 died. 1 Dying Immortal. According to the ratio of 9 ranks and consummation Dying Immortal, converted into a record, it is tens of billions of records. Especially in the first 3 years, it was extremely crazy. When Huiqing killed Luo Hao barely entered the top 1,000 with a record of only 1 million. But now, the 1 million record can't even get in 2,000. And when the last few years are really crazy, the first 10,000 won't be able to hold. According to his current calculations, entering the top 1,000 requires 5 million records. Entering the top 100 requires more than 50 million records. The top 10 requires 500 million, and the top 5 requires more than 1 billion. But the crazier the better. The more he kills, he doubles anyway. As long as he kills 10 pinnacle Dayan immortals, he will be able to sit firmly in the first place, with a record of 5 billion. Even if the Blood Moon Daojun can kill it, it will be useless. Chapter 5197. The first layer of the Juxian array has completed the training, which can increase the combat power of the sword formation by 3 times. Originally, the 9 phantom swords could threaten the peak Dayan immortal. Under the control of Huiqing, he even cut Miluo, killed. Now that it has tripled, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to deal with a peak Dayan immortal alone. However, he also set a time limit for himself. 20 years, and 20 years of fighting must return to the mountains. 20 years later, after the trial is over, there are only 3 or 4 years left. By then, several Taoists will surely liquidate them. The ranking of this original star alone can't prove anything. They are going to sprint for the overall ranking. Of course, this is just Jian Wushuang's guess. No one knows whether there are so-called hidden rules in the Temple of Qixin, but everyone wants to be active in front of the Temple of Qixin. Jian Wushuang put away the case in front of him, slowly got up. The treasure that suppressed the breath circulated with it. There was no breath on his body, except for the naked eye. He couldn't feel his existence at all. You are lucky this time. I will spare your life. Crazy Yang seemed to understand something. A gleam of light flashed in his sluggish eyes. By the way, if you enter the Eclosion continent, you must join a certain organization, which is of great use. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and joined a certain organization? He hadn't really thought about this. With his strength in the emerging continent, he had reached the point where he didn't need to form a team. There was no need to go to anyone anymore, and he would restrict others by then. Why? Jian Wushuang said lightly. 3 years ago, in the western part of the Feathering Continent, a monk head emerged from nowhere. The combat power was very powerful. He lost several top teams. However, he did not kill any of them. He just accepted their identity order. The card, even the treasure, was not captured. This monk is called a demon monk, and his strength is comparable to the limit, and the stronger he is in Vietnam, he has reached the threshold of Daojun. Today, even the peak Dayan immortal has begun to hold a group. That monk is too terrifying. In the chassis of the 5 princes, sweeping wanton, the efficiency is comparable to that of the princes, and the combat power is strong. Crazy Yang said. His voice trembled a little. Their team had watched from a distance the scene of the demon monk sweeping the peak Dayan immortal. A long stick stirred the world and the earth changed color, and several extreme Dayan immortals were planted into his hands. Monk. Jian Wushuang frowned and quickly took out his identity token to check. Trial. Huiqing ranking. 16. Jian Wushuang took a breath, couldn't believe it. When he was separated from Huiqing's strength was almost comparable to the Dayan immortal who touched the limit threshold. How could he be the Taoist in a blink of an eye? Didn't he just break through the 9th rank? Even if it is the 9th rank Dayan immortal of the ultimate way, he is at best the ultimate Dayan immortal's combat power. Could it be said that his 9th ranked Dayan immortal is complete? Jian Wushuang added his lips. He knew that Huiqing had a big secret, but he didn't expect him to hide so deeply, and he was so fierce as soon as he left. In only 3 years, it has been ranked in the top 20. Huiqing's goal is probably to be the top 10, or even win the first prize in the hands of Daojun. However, if he breaks through to become the 9th rank consummation, I am afraid it will be difficult to fight for the first place. If he is still the 9th rank Dayan immortal, then the chance is quite big. After all, he can get a doubled record after leaping. Where is he now? Jian Wushuang couldn't help asking. He and Huiqing are also considered practitioners of the same generation, and Huiqing's sudden eruption is different from his step by step to the top. Although Huiqing had cultivated for 30 million years, he was not a fairy before entering the great wilderness. In the end, when he faced Xiang Bingyun, he suddenly broke out and entered the Tao with 1 step, directly contending with the 9th turn to consummation. At that time, his Tao was still unstable, and now it seems that he has completely mastered the ultimate Tao before he burst out of such strength. Jian Wushuang is different. He has been training for more than 20,000 years between life and death, step by step, stepping on the path of God, destroying God's dynasty, getting help from Xianyi, and finally entering the big division domain and getting many emperors of gifts. Reluctantly became the ultimate immortal. This is the result of his more than 20,000 years of hard work. After entering the great wilderness, he awakened his mind, entered the starry sky and practiced for hundreds of millions of years, mastered the ultimate path, and only after he came out did he really take off. Constantly breaking through, in less than 10 years, he has the combat power of the pinnacle Dayan immortal. But all of this is based on the foundation of more than 20,000 years, plus hundreds of millions of years of cultivation in special places like the starry sky. Now that Huiqing took 2 steps 1 step at a time, he was directly stronger than him, which made him a little unacceptable. Could it be that Huiqing also entered the starry sky at a certain moment and practiced for hundreds of millions of years? The chance of this is very small. If Huiqing enters the starry sky, at least he has mastered the extreme way, but he has not felt any similar aura from Huiqing. In addition to these, there is one possibility left. Huiqing is the chosen son of Qishan Temple. It was the temple of Qishan that cultivated Huiqing in secret, and it was even more puzzled to think of Jian Wushuang here. To be reasonable, his talent is also good. So why doesn't the temple of the gods come to train him? Or is it because of the temple of Qishan that he can awaken his mind and master the ultimate path? Jian Wushuang was lost in thought. He didn't know that he had been said to be dead by the true spirit of the Qishan temple. He believed that he could not go far, so he did not invest in him. The temple of Qishan is indeed more optimistic about Huiqing. Among all Dayan immortals, Huiqing's talent can enter the top 10, and he is the key successor of the temple of Qishan. And Jian Wushuang and the others are just stepping stones for these heirs. Huiqing didn't want to kill. Others would not. For the sake of a few successors, I am afraid that 90% of the Dayan immortal in the universe would have to be sacrificed. After all, Dayan immortal is not an emperor. After an epoch, Dayan immortal will spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. The emperor may need a longer time, but for the temple of Qishan, these are nothing. After clearly comprehending the purpose of the temple of Qishan, the evil aura on Jian Wushuang's body unconsciously exudes the true spirit is no more than a true spirit no matter how strong it is. He regards the creatures of the primitive universe as beings. When Gu came to raise him, Jian Wushuang could take this opportunity to change himself, and he could help each other. If Jian Wushuang finally fell, the true spirit clapped his hands and applauded. Even if he passed it, and he didn't fall, he could also take the opportunity to recruit Jian Wushuang into external forces. No matter what, no loss. The abacus is very good, but it depends on Jian Wushuang's disagreement. The next moment, Jian Wushuang's figure reversed, and the evil aura turned into black lightning surrounding him, making crackling noises from time to time. This breath made Crazy Yang feel terrified in the sluggishness, and his body couldn't retreat on its own. Jian Wushuang pierced the rock and saw the entire primordial star at a glance, and disappeared into the cave in a flash. Crazy Yang, who stayed in the same place, also woke up at this moment. Chapter 5198. The Hu. Crazy Yang panted heavily. After his eyes returned to normal, there was a bunch of memories in his mind, which instantly turned in his mind. From the memory fragment, he was sweating behind him. Unexpectedly, I met such a powerful existence and survived. He couldn't believe it. Crazy Yang, who was a little weak in his whole body, tried to sense the surroundings, and he took a sigh of relief after discovering that the existence had left, and then immediately rushed out of the mountain range, turned around, and changed 7 or 8 places in a row. Dropped his heels on a quiet hill. Although Jian Wushuang said that he had let him go, he was still afraid that Jian Wushuang would suddenly repent, and finally survived. It is not clear that he did not want to die. That existence can be a superpower that can be controlled, and you don't need to do it yourself to kill him. If you directly order him, he will destroy his origin. This kind of legendary method was met by him today, and he was lucky to survive. After entering a cave, It took a long time for him to be relieved, and then he remembered that this existence had gone to Eclosion Continent, and quickly notified several brothers in Eclosure Continent. Brother, be careful of this person. After starting from the mountain range, Jin Wushuang did not move fast all the way, and it took most of a day to move out of the mountain range. He didn't even meet a living person along the way, and he didn't know whether it was his bad luck or the other people's luck. Although there is no madness on the feathered continent in the mountains, there are often a lot of fights. Especially in the periphery of the mountains, a checkpoint has now been set up. This fellow Taoist, am going to the Eclosion Continent. On a dry river bed outside the mountains, there stood a Dayan immortal who looked like a scholar, with a gentle aura and an extraordinary conversation. If it is outside, Jin Wushuang really wants to sit down and discuss the truth with the other party. But now this is a primordial star. After more than 6 years of fighting, none of the survivors is easy to talk. Even people like Hui Qing were called demon monks, not to mention the white-faced scholar in front of them. Others may not be able to see through, but with Jin Wushuang's thought power, the opponent has a strong resentment and evil aura. Both auras are suppressed by the white-faced scholar in his heart. If other people are extreme Dayan immortals, it would be ugly. Out of the breath hidden in his body. Just walking out of the mountains and meeting this kind of person, Jin Wushuang didn't feel anxious, wanting to see what tricks the other party was playing. Exactly. Jin Wushuang clasped his fists slightly. The breath he exudes gives people the feeling that it is at the top of rank 9, and this strength can be regarded as the basic combat power in the Eclosion Continent. It's great. In the next Ingeo, I just left the mountains and want to go to the Eclosion Continent. Taoists can go with each other, and they can also walk together on the road. But I heard that there are many strong people mixing in the Eclosion Continent. If they don't go down, they will form a team outside the mountains to intercept the practitioners heading to the Eclosion Continent. Ren Yinji's words are perfect. It shows that he left the mountains for the first time, without the scorching Dayan immortals on the feathering continent. It also metaphorically threatens Jin Wushuang. There are people blocking the road. It is best to keep company together, otherwise. If you go to the Eclosion Continent alone, you don't die too much. This trick to deceive a little novice monk like Hui Qing is okay. To deceive Jin Wushuang is a bit of pediatrics. He really thinks he is a fledgling and stinky hairy boy. They are all Dayan immortals. How can there be so many fools? But thinking of the 2 fairy queens in the Great Dream Realm, Jin Wushuang didn't dare to be sure. The original universe was so big, there might be many fools. Oh, there is such a thing. Jin Wushuang's expression leaked a hint of surprise, and his eyes were a little timid. Give Reningju an illusion, and Jin Wushuang's aura is well grasped at this time. He wants to hide it, but also leaks, not to mention the peak Dayan, even the top Dayan. You can see that he is revealing strength. Next, the 2 of them began to discuss the Eclosion Continent with each sentence. Reningio was overjoyed and cried secretly that he had caught a fish, and began to fencing Wushuang's name. Brother Ren, it's true that he has just entered the top 100,000 in the ranking below. This time I went to the feathering continent to fight for a chance. After all, the opportunity is rare. Jin Wushuang said truthfully. What he said was indeed nothing wrong. This time he went to Yuhua continent to fight for it and get a good chance. By the way, he stepped on the limelight of those Tao monarchs. The top 100,000 did not lie to him. He is now ranked more than 100, and he is indeed in the top 100,000. By the time it was Ren Yinji's name, he had flipped through the rankings for a long time, and it was really up to the end, with a total of 10,000 records. This made Jin Wushuang a little surprised. Are these people fishing now looking for someone with a clean foundation? Still, this Reningju is fake. Through the conversation, it was learned that Reningio had recruited a few like-minded Dayan immortals, and there were still a few short of them. They were all scattered around to recruit Dayan immortals from the mountains. According to what he said, the mountain range was blocked by a powerful force on the Eclosion Continent a month ago. It is fine to go out, but it is really impossible to go in without any strength. Going out with weakness is a death, and it is difficult to live. Most people who want to go in are injured or have given up. The first 10,000 have no hope at all. It is cheaper to stay in Yuhua continent. It is better to leave early. However, there are more people going in than going out. It seems that the current battle on the emerging continent has changed significantly. After all, the quota is only 10,000 except for the top 1,000 peak powers. There are still 9,000 places. After these years of screening, the emerging continent has been able to persist in these years, and the lowest is the 9-rank consummation. These Dian immortals are all hugged together. Thousands of people form a battle formation. Even if the extreme Dian immortal encounters it, it will have a headache. Although they have the strength to protect themselves, it is also very troublesome to kill others. After all, it is a battle formation. Once they are inconvenient to move, they can't chase and kill other Dian immortals. Among these people, a well-known strong man came up with a wonderful plan. That is, no more than 1,000 people in each battle formation, and hundreds of battle formations are formed. He will fight by himself, and finally leave 1,000 people behind. Can enter the top 10,000. This person is the senior master of the years, who once entered the top 1,000 with the strength of the ninth rank Dian immortal. Now his ranking is not low. If his battle formation can persist to the end, maybe he can really enter the top 1,000. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but admired the leader of the years. He would be blinded if he didn't go to raise Gu. I didn't expect Brother Ren to know so much about the various anecdotes on the Yuhua continent, and he was taught under him. Jian Wushuang was indeed the first time he heard of it. When he asked Crazy Yang, he mainly asked those top powerhouses. I have cared about those ordinary ninth turn consummation. Chapter 5199. You are polite, fellow Taoists. These rumors were also told to me by a fellow Taoist in the team who had been to Yuhua continent. Not only was the 9 ranks consummation, but in the earliest days, the 1,000,009 ranks Dian immortal did the same. Unfortunately, they all died in the end. The white-faced scholar's voice revealed regret. They are still promising. Those rank 9 Dian immortals are miserable. They are almost dead, and most of the rest are hiding in the mountains. Jian Wushuang also nodded. The ninth rank Dian immortal is indeed the worst group of people. Millions of people are slaughtered in the Emerald Continent, and they can't fight the battle formation formed by the ninth rank successfully. In the end, they can only hold hate. Fall. After the two of them regretted for a while, Reningio felt that it was almost done. So he said, Brother Wushuang, the people to be assembled are almost the same. We should also set off. Before they knew it, the two of them had chatted for a few hours. Jian Wushuang's thought power moved, and at the moment he sensed that several other powerful men were rushing here. It seemed that their group had really summoned a few Dian immortals who had just come out of the mountain range. Huh. After just a few breaths, 7 or 8 top Dian immortals appeared directly in front of them. Brother Ren, you have recruited someone for such a long time here? Is your strength so weak? Just when he appeared, a top-level great Yanxian with strong limbs glanced at Jian Wushuang with an unkind look and said with disdain, The others are okay, they just smiled awkwardly. Ren Yinjia's complexion changed, and he forbeared his anger and said, Brother Kuei Shan, this fellow Taoist also has a top level of strength, so there is no need to say it's so bad. At this moment, he has the heart to kill Kuei Shan. This Kuei Shan was recruited by him the day before, and it was the first time he went to the Feathering Continent. However, his strength was extraordinary, and he was also the top of the top powerhouses. It is not good to be negligent. After all, it is the team of Renin Group 9. Kuei Shan finally just snorted, taunting, Well, since Brother Ren hired him personally, if he drags his feet, you can give it to him too. Jian Wushuang frowned and his face was angry, but in his heart he secretly said that this person should be not in the same group as Reningio, and he didn't know that it was the stunned green that appeared, and he didn't know if he was sold. Friends of Taoism should not be blamed. Brother Kuei Shan's temper is like this. Reningio laughed awkwardly, and immediately changed the subject and talked about the route to Yuhua continent. Dear friends, the Yuhua continent is at most 3 hours away from here, but this road will pass through many dry riverbeds and dry lakes. In those places, there are many hidden powerhouses who specialize in intercepting the lonely Dian immortals, or a weak team. Didn't you talk about this a long time ago? Let's talk about how to go. Kuei Shan said impatiently. His strength is not weak. He also dominates one side in the mountains, and his personal combat power can be ranked in the top 10,000 of this primitive star. The reason why he chose to team up to Feather Continent this time is because there are several strong players in the team. He thought holding his thigh. Reninja recruited Jian Wushuang, an ordinary top-level Dian immortal, whose strength was much weaker than them. Everyone wants to recruit some powerful teammates. He doesn't know what Reninju is thinking. Especially the strong recruits from the other strong players in the team are also average, not much different from his strength. Only he recruited a powerful Dian immortal. This is also the reason why he dared to mock Jian Wushuang in front of Reninju. Okay. Actually, I have already planned the route. We just need. The route set by Reninju was to bypass the periphery of the western mountain range. They entered the Eclosion continent from the north. Because of Huiqing, the western part is now in chaos, and many peak Dian immortals have taken refuge, and the western periphery is very chaotic. After everyone felt that it was okay, they nodded their heads and left without dragging their feet, and began to cautiously bypass the west and enter the outer periphery of the southern continent. Passing through countless dry riverbeds and dry lakes, there are broken battlefields that can be seen everywhere on the earth. The primordial star is big or small. The closer you are to the feathered continent, the bigger the battlefield below. After all, it is millions of big. The place where Yinxian fights. Jian Wushuang was also observing these people along the way. A group of 8, 3 of them had the same breath as Ren Yinjius, and the remaining 4, except him, were the strongest among the top Dian immortals. The strongest Black, the old man in robes, has the strength comparable to Luo Hao. The Kuei Shan, who had previously spoken badly, followed the black-robed old man closely, and he didn't do much flattering along the way. Along the way, Ren Yinjiu did not fail to tout their plan to go to the Eclosion continent. What to say, I went to the Eclosion continent, strengthened the team, established a top-level Dian immortal team with about 20 people, and arranged a formation that could kill the peak Dian immortal. Except for the old man in black robes, everyone else was very yearning for these words. I just don't know if they can enter the Eclosion continent alive. Although the strength of these people could not threaten him at all, Jian Wushuang got used to it carefully and always pretended to be himself. His thought power covered 100,000 miles around him, and he was always on guard. Reninjo dared to play this way on Primordial Star, and the forces behind him were absolutely extraordinary. He himself said that the entire western continent was messed up, and the peak Dian immortal started to flee. In case there is a pinnacle Dian immortal behind him, he really has to be careful. As long as he is not at the peak, then there is no threat to him. Now he has completely mastered the 6th level of Ultimate Sword Doctrine. When dealing with the top-level Dian immortal, there is no need for a Phantom Sword test. Only the Heart Sword world can deal with the average top-level swordsman. Yinxian. The Heart Sword trial has the power of the peak Dian immortal, but he doesn't need to use a sledgehammer against the top Dian immortal. It's just that there has been a lack of a handy supreme sword. Although Calm has obtained a lot of innate treasures from the Emperor Malong, it does not have an innate treasure sword, only a top-quality treasure with a good appearance. In the past few years, after perfecting the benefits of the breakthrough that he has received, his whole cards have also accumulated, and he will not be as stretched as before, and temporarily break through to bet his life. Now there is the Eye of the Beast God with the trump card, which can deal with the peak Dian immortal, and the universe can deal with the limit Dian immortal, and the Phantom Sword can even threaten the ultimate Dian immortal. In addition, although his strongest, absolute immortal formation is still a little behind Huiqing, he is only ranked 6 now. Looking at the entire universe, looking at the entire long river of time and space, it is difficult to find a rank 6 Dian immortal who can kill the pinnacle and rival the limit. Jian Wushuang was very satisfied with his own strength, step by step, climbing up step by step, until reaching the peak. Hadao and Emperor are his goals, but not his end. On the road of practice, the end is the end of life. As long as you don't die, you will keep going. Chapter 5200. Primitive Star, feathered the western part of the mainland. In a riverbed separated from the western mainland, Several powerful Dayan immortals were sitting cross-legged in the mud under the river bed. Primitive stars have a very high degree of toughness, and at most they will enter the depths of about 10,000 battles underground. Because of the density, they lurked in the underground 10,000 battles, almost isolating the breath from all over the body. Even the top Dayan immortal would not be able to find them when they passed by, and of course he couldn't help anyone else. In the dark and quiet mud, a burly giant slowly opened his eyes. Lao Jiu is coming soon. Get ready to act. The burly man whispered secretly. People like them have been waiting here for several days, just for this moment. Thanks, Tusk. If I go well this time, I will have 1,000,000 records. The triangular-eyed old man was pleasantly surprised. They couldn't mix in the western mainland, and they came to the outer riverbed to intercept and kill those Dayan immortals who were alone. But this kind of life is not long. The scope is so wide, and after bad luck, they will not meet a single person in a year. And there are also great risks. After a few of them put together, they let Olju replace a 9-turn consummation Dayan immortal Reningio, who was placed under house arrest by them. Borrowing this Xiaobai's identity, he went to the mountains near the mountains to cheat some Dayan immortals who had never been to the Yuhua continent. Not to mention, this method is really effective. They used to take a desperate risk for a year without getting much record. Now they have intercepted and killed Dayan immortals several times in just a few months. These Dayan immortals, who have never been to the feathering continent, have few records on their bodies, but they can't stand up much. Moreover, it is very safe, and the powerful Reningju will not bring it. Attention! People are coming. The burly man said hello, and everyone broke out. Jin Wushuang and the others hadn't reacted at all, and a towering black dragon rushed out to their front door. No, retreat quickly. Reningio was delighted, and on the surface he really called everyone to step back. But after this retreat, it was discovered that a black dragon at the back was even more fierce. Reningio and the other 3 black-robed men instantly changed their body shapes and hurriedly avoided. Jin Wushuang and the others are quite miserable. In order to conceal their strength, Jin Wushuang straightened up and faced the black dragon rushing forward. This dragon has the destructive power of the top Dayan immortal, but for Jin Wushuang, it is only same as Tickle. Now he has the innate treasure armor. The moment the black dragon appeared, the pitch-black war beast armor had covered his entire body. After tens of thousands of levels of weakening, Jin Wushuang would eventually endure the attack like an ant bite. For the remaining few people, the black-robed old man was indeed about the same as he expected. He was very powerful. He slapped the black dragon with one palm. His figure flashed and escaped the attack from the rear. He was in a state of danger and showed the demeanor of a strong man. Kuei Shan's strength is average in the top class. Although he was a little embarrassed when facing the black dragon, fortunately, the black-robe old man defeated the front black dragon, and he barely avoided the attack from the rear, and his body quickly approached the black-robe old man. Take a breath. The last person had bad luck, and was directly torn to pieces by the black dragon and fell on the spot. A group of 8 people, 4 of them are their own, and the remaining 4, according to their original plan, killed at least 2 in this attack, and then Reningio and the others sneaked out the remaining 2. Only 1 person died now, and a powerful black-robed old man suddenly appeared, making their plan had to change. Huh. The intercepted people appeared. Jin Wushuang and others also stood together in a group. Ren Yinji's expression changed. He turned his head and glanced at the people behind him, then looked at the group of intercepted people, wanting to transmit sound, but so many people stared at him and did not dare to transmit sound to remind him. Reningio, what road did you take? Kuei Shan complained. If you go around like this all the way, you can hit others in the face. Jin Wushuang frowned and snorted immediately. I'm so afraid of death. If you come to the emerging continent, if you want to be safe, you can hide in the mountains and don't leave it ashamed. After finishing speaking, the figure still leaned against Reningio. This Kuei Shan is now the black-robe old man on the list, and he dared to directly question Reningio face to face. However, he had a good vision. If he was to please Reningio from the beginning, he wouldn't know how he died until he died. Just now Jin Wushuang was able to resist a black dragon. Kuei Shan also found Jin Wushuang's strength is extraordinary, not weaker than him. Now he is in the same boat, and now it is not the time to quarrel. His face sank and he stood in the black robe. Old man, don't say anything behind me. As the leader of the team, Reninju had to come out and say a few words. There was no way. Now a strong man who exceeded their expectations suddenly appeared in the team, breaking their plan and having to continue the show. If they're just one person, they don't need to be like this. The black-robed old man is more powerful than them. If it's just one person, so many of them besieged, they may eventually be injured, but they will also kill the other party. But now that Jin Wushuang and Kuei Shan are still alive, the strength of these two people is not weak. At this time, they turned their faces, and these three people held a group. If they wanted to besiege, they would have to pay a few people to win each other. Brother Kuei Shan, I was really abrupt this time, but there will always be various risks when I come out to do things. Besides, isn't it just for us to come to Yuhua mainland? Reninju said with a trembling face, www. Novel. The three Dian immortals who were with him also stood up at this time to comfort them together. All the people have stabilized the situation, so that they will not wait for the interception to take action, and they will fight themselves. Forget it. Let's solve the immediate problem first. The strongest black-robed old man stared gloomily at the few Dian immortals who had come to intercept them, especially when he saw the burly man. There was a trace of fear. He can feel that the opponent's strength is not weak, and he has reached the threshold of the peak great immortal. Compared with his strength, he is not much different. He is also at the peak level, but looking at the opponent's posture, he is obviously prepared. He also has to be careful of traitors appearing in the team. Reninjo did not dare to look at the black-robed old man. After all, his strength was not as good as that. It was too easy for people of the level like the black-robed old man to kill him. There are also distinct levels among the top Dian immortals, and they are at most the top Dian immortal. Zhong is a bit stronger than ordinary ones, but against those who are about to reach the peak, there is a huge gap in strength. Everyone, you also took the money to buy the road. Can you let us go? It's the first time I have left the mountain. I don't have much record. Ren Injui opened his mouth and became soft. At this time, it is too obvious that he advocates fighting again. He can only make things difficult for the other party. How can he rush to fight with the other party? As for the money to buy the road, it was naturally the hapless Dian immortal. One of the lighting was killed. He didn't know how he died, so he called Jin Wushuang secretly. It was a pity. To download the latest TXT ebook of this book, please click Mobile Phone Reading of this book, Published Book Reviews. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 5200 Interception, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5201. That is a strong man with a complete top-level source avenue. Just like that. The evil aura in the heart spread unconsciously. He hasn't paid attention to the achievements of these people yet, but this place is so barren. If all of these people's origin avenues are swallowed, it would be wonderful. He just got up with this thought, but he didn't know that it made the other strong players in the team smell a dangerous aura. As a powerhouse with a peak level, the old man in black robes had so deep thoughts that Jian Wushuang could see it. He also saw that he was inseparable. At this time, he also felt that the team was filled with murderous aura. The burly man tilted his head, first glanced at the old man in black robe, and then calmly said, "Do it." Ouch! The roar of the giant dragon shook the sky and the earth, instantly hovering over the riverbed, its size covering the sky and the sun. Reninjo was also taken aback by this scene, and hurriedly shouted, "Everyone gather together." The more people are scattered, the more difficult it is for him to do it. Only when everyone gathers together can they have a chance to attack again. Reninjo, I think there is something wrong with the situation. The number of the other party is not much different from ours. If the sneak attack fails, you dare to fight with us. I am afraid there is something strange. The black robe old man's eyes are cold, but his figure is always backing away. In other words, it is the old rivers and lakes. He has survived for hundreds of millions of years. At this time, he can see that he has been tricked by these rascals. Kuei Shan had been following the old man in black robes. At this time, he also retreated, and the two stood together. Now only Jin Wushuang was left with Reningio and the others. Old Nine, let's do it. Seeing that the matter was revealed, the burly man confessed directly and rushed to the black-robe old man. In their opinion, this time it was a hard bone, but just as Reningju said, he always has to pay back when he comes out, although the bones are hard to gnaw, but there is a lot of meat. According to intelligence, the black-robed old man is named Chimang, the top 10,000 strong man, and he has a record of millions of dollars. If you gnaw this bone, he can divide at least half of the record. Among these people, he is the strongest, and he must have the most effort. Naturally, he will get the most record, and this time he won't necessarily get one or two. Personally, he will have a good receipt by then. The three of you killed him. I will help Big Brother deal with Chimang. Do it quickly. Ren Ingio completely leaked his nature at this time, and his whole person was as gloomy as his name. As soon as the voice fell, without even looking at Jian Wushuang, he broke through the air and left. Although Chimang is strong, he has the most records on his body. He is just a fly meat. No one is watching, staying three to deal with it together. He has already given enough face. Kill. The remaining three powerhouses didn't talk nonsense and killed them directly. You tore your face so soon? Jian Wushuang felt meaningless. He wanted to see how they were going to play. He didn't expect that this burly man would be too stupid. In his opinion, at least it is necessary to act like a little bit. It is not a rush to do it after everyone trusts each other. If you want to be exposed at this time, it seems that you are ready for a big battle. With the power of thought spreading, Jian Wushuang didn't give these people the opportunity to do anything. He originally planned to do it on Reningju first, but he didn't expect that he would run away first. Mind power is like tiny worms, crawling into their minds and depriving them of their original power. The three of them have distorted faces and their bodies can't move a bit. The armor on Jian Wushuang concealed his body, leaking his original appearance, and slowly walked out of the three of them. Now these three people are no longer humans. After the source of power is drained, even the gravity of the original star, he couldn't bear it, and he fell directly from the air. Fortunately, the divine body was still stronger, leaving a whole corpse, but his face had completely fallen off. This is caused by endless pain that cannot be stopped. Solving these three people easily, Jian Wushuang also obtained tens of millions of records and 3 ray of origin power. Does the side effects appear so quickly? The evil aura on Jian Wushuang's body leaked unconsciously, and he couldn't suppress it even if he wanted to suppress it. If he kept swallowing it, he didn't know if he would be swallowed by this evil aura. This feeling has only appeared suddenly after entering the Temple of Qishan. He swallowed the Emperor's ruin in the outside world without any side effects. Is it because he swallowed the origin of living people? Jian Wushuang didn't care about this either, because his origin was growing, and as long as the growth rate of the origin exceeded the growth rate of the evil aura, he would be able to suppress it in his body forever. After killing these three in an instant, Jian Wushuang's figure concealed in the void, vomiting cross-legged, and quickly cannibalized the 3 strands of origin power that had just been swallowed. On Chimang's side, it was extremely tragic. One person resisted the siege of the 9 people. Kuei Shan could only contain one person, Reningio, and it seemed that he was not an opponent. You stinky boys, dare to calculate. The red Mang roared, and a red halo burst out from his body. His strength skyrocketed to the true peak of Dian immortal strength. Chiyue. A huge moon ring appeared behind him, directly suppressing the black dragon. Without the restraint of the burly man, the rest of the few who were close to strength were directly shaken out for tens of thousands of miles, vomiting blood and seriously injured one after another. Reningio, you hurt me. The burly man was suppressed and unable to move. The gap between the threshold and the door was still too large. His Dao is also general, only the 3rd rank origin. It's okay to bully some ordinary top-level Dian immortals. If you really meet those 2nd rank origin top-level Dian immortals, others can burst out peak combat power, but he can only wait to die. Reningio saw that his eldest brother was no longer good, and he had no intention of fighting again. "Wanna go?" Kuei Shan also noticed the form of the field and immediately yelled, and he did not hesitate to burn the source, and he stopped Reningjiu. "Senior Chimeng, don't worry, I can't escape with this despicable villain. All will have to die." Kuei Shan laughed. He has been on the road to please Chimeng this time, and it is considered to have confiscated the goods, waiting for Chimeng to kill. Reningjiu will also get a fortune. Reningjiu didn't pay attention to Kuei Shan's obstruction and hurriedly shouted at Chimeng, "Quick, kill them. Be careful of Jian Wushuang. This person has a problem." As soon as Ren Yinjia's words fell, Jian Wushuang appeared behind him. "Am I that scary?" Puff. The corners of Ren Yinjia's mouth were blood flowing. He lowered his head and glanced at the palm that passed through his chest, then turned to look at Jian Wushuang behind him. His eyes rounded, and finally, in the unwilling eyes, his body collapsed and the source was pulled away from him. Body of. It's actually increased to 20%. Jian Wushuang pulled out his arm, and Ren Yinjia's blood still remained above it, but he didn't care about it at all. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.